Anyway, guys, listen, welcome to another Blimey It's Only. Yeah, listen, to say I am excited about this next guest is an understatement. I don't really need to introduce him. I mean, you can see who he is, Mr. John Hare, aka Mr. Sensible Software. Listen, John, thank you very much for joining me tonight.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, how are you? You all right?
Okay, good to see you.
Good stuff.
I'm all right, not too bad, yeah.
It's going to be a slightly shorter one because a small thing called the football's on in the 55 minutes. I was going to say to John we could do it tomorrow night, and he's like, forget it. No, I guess
tomorrow night I'll be ecstatic and crying, yeah.
Depending on the result, you might think, Christ, I wish I'd bloody joined Mainmeister last night. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. So listen, John, I always like to kick things off. How did you first become aware of computer video games? Was it the arcades, or was it, you're kind of the same age as me, so
I was born in '66, so I mean, I grew up without computer games around the house at all. There weren't in 1966. There weren't any. In fact, I was 6 months old when England won their only trophy. So let's hope we're going to double it up every 55 years. So yeah, the first time I ever saw any computer game, I was at school. I was about 8, like in my primary school.
Yeah.
So this would have been '74, and it was just a version of Pong on those controllers, as old Pong. It was brought in as part of a school fete. Like you've got hit the rat on the head as it comes down the drain pipe and chuck the ball through the little holes in the bit of wood.
Yeah,
it was there in that thing with a cake stall and all the other stuff.
Throw sponges at the headmaster and knock him into the water and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, but it was indoors. The sponges were outdoors.
So that was your very first kind of introduction. So
yeah.
Did you visit? Where were you kind of born and bred from? Are you still doing in Essex? Or are you?
No. Yeah. I've always lived around. Well, mostly around Essex. I live very near to Cambridge now, so I've also lived sort of in Cambridgeshire for a while. So, but I was born in born in Ilford in East London, and then moved to Romford and went to school in Romford as a primary school in East London. Then went to my senior school in Chelmsford, which is basically getting a bit further away from the centre of London. And then I moved back around London in different areas for a couple of years. And then when we had a young family, me and my wife moved out to the Fens in Cambridgeshire. So
nice.
Most of the the really famous sensible games from the 16-bit era, like Sensible Soccer and Cannon Fodder, were made in an office in March in the Fens.
Oh, really? Yeah. So did you get to the? Did you get? I take it you had quite a lot of arcades about you when you were growing up in the sort of late '70s, early '80s. Yeah.
When I was growing up, I used to get a 10-mile bus ride to school every day in Chelmsford.
Bloody hell!
I lived in a little tiny town called South Woodland Ferrers that no one's heard of, and so to kill the time waiting for the bus, which often just didn't pick you up if your stuffing was full. I would just go to the arcade. So that actually, in the end, I worked out the best place to go was to walk to the bus station to make sure the bus actually picked me up, which was about a mile and a half, 2 miles. But there was an arcade right next to the bus station in Chelmsford. So when I was maybe about 14 or whatever, that's where I'd have started playing Centipede and Asteroids and
all the classics. The thing is, back in the early '80s, I mean, I didn't live anywhere near arcades, but there was chip shops, taxi ranks. Anything at all that was, Yeah,
and also a mate of mine from when I was 12, he had like an Atari VCS in his house. So if I went to go around his house after school, he lived quite close to school. Yeah. I could play a few games on that, like the very early that tank battle game, if you remember it. And there's a Grand Prix.
Combat was called.
Yeah, exactly. So
Two players.
There was and then I didn't get one of those in my house till I was 17, so we were well behind the times. Yeah.
Brilliant. So what was the very first computer you actually owned? I presume you owned a computer at some point.
Well, the VCS came into the house at 17, but I started working in games when I was 19. So when I was 19, when I was 18, I kind of quit college and said to my dad, me and my mate are in a band, I've been a musician my whole life. And it'll be okay. Well, it wasn't okay. It didn't work out. But my mate Chris, my school friend Chris, who I was in the band with, taught himself how to program. And he managed to work his way into a job locally as a computer programmer, as we tried to record our music and just couldn't get anywhere with it. And so I did some art for Chris to help him out on something he was doing for the guys who he'd got a bit of a work with. They liked my work and they offered me a job, and that was it. That's how we started.
Right. So it was Chris Yates that obviously he was the coder, and you did. Were you at art college at all?
I was the art guy. He was basically he was code, I was art. We kind of designed it together, and we did the business together at the start. Yeah,
that's how it worked. Obviously, most kids our age, certainly me, because I was probably stupid, I was more interested in just playing video games. I didn't have a clue about programming. You've just explained, were you a video game player? Were you into your video games and then you thought, I quite enjoyed kind of messing about with art?
Me and Chris were like a creative partnership. We were songwriting together since we were 15, actually, at school. So we did that for like 3 or 4 years before we touched games. And I think that helped us to have a creative partnership. I don't know if you're involved in music at all, but you get to work together and to bounce off of each other with ideas, to give the other guy space and to complement what you're doing. And even with music, like Chris was the guy who would record the stuff. We recorded it. He was always fixing like effects pedals for his guitar, and I was like more interested in the singing, the words. Learning rhythm guitar at that point on bass. Chris was a more advanced guitarist than me, so we kind of had complementary skills even then, and we just kind of transitioned that over to games. Like he did the more technical stuff, I did the more arty stuff. We were both creative and both designing in our own way, and we kind of like fused that, and that's how it works. And it was good. It was a good combination of guys.
I'm kind of jumping ahead a wee bit, but it's interesting you say that, because one of the kind of comments I was going to make is Sensible Software. You did kind of portray yourself as this band type mentality, and I think obviously the fact that you've just explained that you were a band first and foremost, and then you transitioned into software writing. Yeah,
we always saw it as a band. I mean, as we added, like Martin Galway joined us next, and Martin was obviously a musician and a great musician. Yeah. And then Martin went, and as Martin went, he went to America to join Origin, and then we kind of took on, after a little bit of time, a few more guys, like a couple more programmers, Chris Chapman, Jules Jameson, and then Stu Cambridge was an artist, Dave Corn came, Richard Joseph was there, and other guys were coming in, and it just really felt like a band. Not just because it was the way we were thinking, but the guys we were working with, like Richard Joseph and Dave Corn, and they thought like that anyway. So it felt like we were just accumulating this group of guys around us, and I think that we very much come from a record industry thinking model as a band. It's a bit extreme to say it, but we were fans of stuff like Pink Floyd and Rush, but also bands like Gong. I don't even know Gong. They were this crazy psychedelic band. You do?
Right, no, I don't. I'm not. I'm a rocker. I'm a rocker at heart, but I'm not familiar.
They're a bit of a crazy out there, kind of like Anglo-French Australian combo psychedelic band. But they created this idea that they were like a collective, and some of the stuff was good, and some of it was a bit weird, and we kind of adopted this kind of mentality like a band, like we were just a collection of guys going out and making stuff, and of course it works. I mean, we happened to, and I didn't realize until we got to like the mid-90s, and we had to really flesh the team out with loads more people because the 3D machines demanded more guys. I didn't really appreciate how talented all the guys that worked for us were. We were very lucky to have no duff guys in the team at all up until 93, 94. That's the first time we'd have even seen anyone who wasn't really up to it. So yeah, we were. It was a good time.
What I always think is mental. I was very lucky to I've met Sean Southern and Andrew Morris. Magnetic Fields did all the Lotus Turbo Challenge, and what blew me away was when I said, "So how many guys worked on the Lotus series?" Expecting me to say, "Well, there was like 50," and he's like, "Me and him." You're like, you're having a laugh. you think, look at nowadays. I mean, these the latest Call of Duty, it must be like tens of millions, probably more than that. Budgets, thousands of people there.
It really, like, when you went from 2D graphics to 3D graphics, that was the explosion, because you needed a lot more programming power to deliver the graphics, and you needed even more artists to make all this content, and and it did. It changed the whole dynamic of making games. It was the equivalent of being in a band and suddenly you needed to be in an orchestra. You know, it was that different. I mean, I remember we went Sensible at its peak. Me and Chris and Martin was like 2/3 people in the whole Commodore 64 era. So Whizball, Micro Soccer, Parallax, all that stuff, shooting up construction. It was just like two of us, and with Martin sometimes adding, his music. Then we go to the like they say, the 16-bit era, and you've got Cannon Fodder, Sensible Soccer, WizKid, Sensible Golf,
Megalomania, and all that. Yeah.
I mean, that's 6 guys doing that, and we were doing those like crossing over. So we were doing 2 at once, at least, sometimes 3. So, and then you go to the next phase, which for us was our failure, which was the 3D Sensible Soccer, and then Sex, Drugs, Rock and Roll, Have a Nice Day. That's 3 games, but on the newer formats, like the next bit after 16-bit. Yeah. And then you got 22 guys, and I remember looking at that, and we were struggling with that. We had such tight control of everything. We had very few guys, very passionate, very focused. You don't worry about the communication channels because you're permanently in the room with each other, talking to each other.
Yeah.
And you got 20 odd guys, and like keeping on top of everyone becomes a bit harder. We had 0 middle management because we weren't those kind of guys. We weren't a corporation. We were a fucking band, making games.
Bunch of guys writing games.
So then I looked at. We sat down with our accountants, and we said, "Okay, what are we going to do next?" And we worked out to go to the next phase of what we'd need to do after that phase. We kind of failed at that early 3D stuff. We worked out we need 80 guys, like, to do the next phase of what we needed to do, and we were just like, "We're out." It's basically not what we set off to do. So it does. You're right. I mean, and now, like you say, you need 500 guys to make one game in Call of Duty, or 500 is probably an underestimation. So,
aye.
So it's kind of, it really changed, and a lot of people don't get the vibe change in a team, And then it changed in a lot of ways because you had also a big dynamic change within the team. So when we started off, like controlling and managing the design, and then managing the team, I mean, we made all of those games at Sensible without even the concept of a producer internally. It was just like us just getting on with stuff and making sure no one messed up too bad. And then we had external producers from like Virgin and Warner, Renegade, Palace, whoever that we were working with. But suddenly you've got this dynamic where a producer is really important because bigger media companies came in. They wanted to see someone was in control. And then you had this huge change towards programmers being more dominant because the programming was so difficult. And so as a designer, which I am, it takes you further and further away from being in the driving seat. And then you add on now, like in the modern era, like where we are now on games we're making, all the social media stuff and all of the internet connection and server stuff and all of that. Again, it just drives focus and attention and control away from making a great game into just making sure this shit works at all, And so we've had various stages where in the old days, like that real ability to say, right, we've got this amount of memory on the machine and we want to do this. And no one could disagree with you or say, oh, but this, or oh, but they need that. It was just like, there was no restrictions from the platform holders, There was just a publisher saying, let's make a great game. We're in this together. You get this percent. We got that percent. Let's make as much money as we can. And let's make as good a thing as we can. And it's become very, very, very complicated now. That kind of process has interfered with the creative energy we could feed off without really caring about it too much.
I think, I mean, back then you were probably a video gamer first and foremost, and you loved coding, and it was a passion. Nowadays, it's like the X Factor type thing. I want to write games. You go to university and you learn to write games, and it's just become a big business. It's lost its sort of ground roots that it was, and
you're so right. I mean, didn't appreciate. I used to work daily with geniuses in their fields
Yeah.
in the old days because people were innovating. We were innovating. Sensible. We innovated a lot on our different games. Megalomania was the first game with a tech tree, and Sensible World of Soccer was the first game of this huge world of sport with guys from different countries and everyone looking different and all that kind of stuff. And shoot 'em up construction obviously was an early thing to help people make games, and we didn't really think, or we didn't intentionally try to be the first or whatever. We were just running on creative thoughts. And you're right, to a certain extent, also in the UK particularly, we had a good foundation for creative work equaling money. Like, we all had been exposed to music, and we'd seen so many British musicians in so many different types of music become successful, make money, have creative credibility. And we highly value creative credibility in our country. We've got no idea how much more we value it than nearly every other country in the world. Other people they want to make a bit of money, or they were interested in the marketing side, or they're very. I met a Turkish guy once, interesting cab ride with a Turkish banker, and he said, to be honest, in our country, we just want to duplicate things, sell them, and make a bit of money on the unit we're selling. That's it. And that he was saying, this is what drives the country, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in the games world, that's kind of not where we came from. Our view has always been, as a Brit anyway, let's make the best game possible. If it's good and we market it well, it's going to sell well, and we'll make money off the back of it.
Yeah.
So it's not like you don't want the money. It's like the money isn't the driver. The money is the byproduct of the success.
Of course it is.
If you don't fuck up.
It's funny. I watched a channel the other day. They're an American channel, and this guy, he literally just started YouTube, and the first 5 minutes was, "Oh, please subscribe to my channel. Please do Patreon. If you can't afford to watch my channel, set your iPad, turn the volume down, let it watch all my videos so I can get my views up, and I need to get money."
Yeah.
And I just reported, I says, "Dude, you need to chill out." I says, "You're coming across as fucking desperate." I says, "If it's a hobby like mine's," I says, "you need to be passionate about what you do, because if you're not passionate, people are going to quickly realise there's so many of these channels. I just get bored and but you've got to want to do it." I says, "You'll get a loyal following. People will want to watch your videos, and then later on you can maybe monetize it, and that will come itself. But you've got to be focused. You've got to want to do it first. Don't try and say I'm wanting to do it for money," which this guy's in. I says, forget it.
I mean, everyone wants as much money as they can get. I think that's a given, right? All of us.
Of course it is. Yeah.
I mean, within reason. You don't want. I would even say maybe there's times in my life I could have made more money by making decision A over decision B. But to me, there's other things which are important as well as the money. And I've been lucky. I've been pretty loaded since I was in my 20s, So I'm in a privileged position to say it, but it's not all about as much money as you can get as getting a life balance. It's like having some creative credibility, still doing what you want to do, still being able to have a family and normal life as well. And, it's just creating that balance of things you need in your life. And I think at the top end, some very over publicized people have lost sight of this. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of young people see this and kind of, what do you want? I want to be famous. Well, I'll tell you what, up until the 90s, maybe, there wasn't a career about being famous. You did something, you were really, really good at it. And then if you were lucky, you had a bit of fame for a while, You didn't suddenly, tick the fame box and get the job, Even guys like David Beckham, he became famous because he practiced relentlessly again and again to get a free kick, and then became very talented and got the fame as a result of that.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I know. I suppose back in the 70s, it was like serial killer, instant fame, but
well, yeah, you can always think the notoriety infinite, yeah.
Listen, I'm just conscious of time, John. I've got stacks of questions. I'm desperate to hear you talk about.
We can do this in 2 phases. If you want to do it later, a bit more tomorrow or whatever, that's fine. But we've got other football pools today, so.
Yeah. Well, listen. If we could maybe catch up for part 2, that would be superb. I don't want to kind of rush it, because I just like, I know.
Yeah, no, you get the best news one, actually. Let's just chat. Yeah, go on.
No, that's grand. So obviously, I think was it LT software that Chris worked for? That's according to Wikipedia.
So yeah,
it must be true. Yeah.
So Chris lived in Chelmsford. I live in this little place called Woodham Ferrers, and they're in Essex, and Basildon, which is up the road, a bit better known. These guys from LT Software had a job going, and Chris had taught himself how to program by getting spectrums off of K's catalogs and stuff. So rather than go malingering in the underwear section, he'd gone like the computer section and worked out you can get a computer for a month and then send it back. So we did this 3 times. It was K's, Littlewoods, and one other. I don't know which the other one was. But in those 3 months, he taught himself to program, made a demo of Snoopy flying around on a ZX81 screen, took it to LT Software and got offered a job. So that's quite ingenious. Like
on the back of hiring a hiring a computer for absolutely bugger all.
Yeah,
or not hiring, borrowing it.
Yeah, borrowing it, sending it back, and that's how he got his break. He then got offered a job by them to convert a game from a VIC-20 or something like that, an Oric or whatever, to the ZX81 called Sword of the Sorcerer, which was a silly game about a wizard zapping dragons trying to come and invade his castle. And then that was the game where I was around Chris's house one day. We were recording a track, and Chris said, "I've been doing this programming stuff, and I can't do this art of these dragons or these wizards or whatever." And I stepped in and did that, and for my mate, and they said to Chris, "You know, give your friend a job," which is how I got my job. Then we did another game called Twister, which was our first Sensible Software game people know about, which was for LT Software. It wasn't officially Sensible Software, but there's a cheat key where you can get Sensible Software made by Sensible Software popping up. Yeah, and those were the days when you had the government enterprise schemes, and if you remember, I mean, there weren't a lot of jobs around in the early 80s,
no, there was not.
And the government were trying to push young people like ourselves, we were both 19 at the time, to work for themselves if you can. And they offered this thing called a government enterprise scheme where they give you 40 quid a week each for a year. The only snag was you needed to have been on the dole for 13 weeks, and you needed £1,000 in the bank each.
Yeah. Go figure, eh?
So anyway, we worked out how to do it. So we after Twister, we did another game called RuneScape. It was not RuneScape. It was called Runestone. Sorry, not RuneScape. They would have made us a bit of money. Runestone, and it was a conversion to the Commodore 64. We were offered by LT Software to do it. The payment was exactly £2,000. So we signed on for 13 weeks, made the game in those 13 weeks, got our £2,000, signed off, and that's qualified for the government enterprise scheme because we'd been unemployed for 13 weeks.
Exact amount of money. Oh, that's super.
Yeah, he's very lucky. The game actually never came out; it wasn't released. So, but and we set Sensible Software up in March of 1986.
Does it say that? I didn't note that from Wikipedia. So so. At what point did you decide? Yeah, you thought, wait a minute, there's money to be made. So let's set up our own company.
Yeah, I mean, it was like I said, the government was kind of like pushing this, and it's one of the good things the Thatcher government did was to like encourage younger people to set companies up. And yeah, so we did it. We had the bank manager wasn't too sure about we had no idea what computer games were in those days. My God! but we had a bank account. We started working on a new game which is called Parallax. We were very lucky. We had a demo after 2 or 3 months. We took it to Ocean Software, and we got a deal the first day we did business. So.
Oh, no surprise. I mean, suffice to say that your games are anything but sensible. So was the choice of the Sensible Software a kind of just a Monty Python moment or something, or was that?
I honestly don't know. I think we were probably both stoned when we chose the name. I know I liked it because I wrote down this S, Ensible, and then Offroar, and then E. So both game name words start with S and end with E, and they're both 8 letters. So I did this logo with a big S at the start, a big E at the end, and Offroar. And that was kind of that's the first thing I remember. I don't remember where the name came from, but it kind of worked, so we just kept it. And we'd been used to doing offbeat music miles before then, so we knew that we were unlikely to be that conventional.
obviously, yeah, I mean, you released not a large number of 8-bit games, and though it's fair to say that those that you did put out were absolutely technically outstanding from a graphical, audio, and playability perspective. I mean, Parallax. Sorry, I've got you on there, and I'm reading my notes.
That's all right,
Parallax, obviously, it got some fantastic reviews. It had amazing graphics, astonishing title track written by Martin Galway. How did Martin come on board? Did you know him from school, or how did he get involved?
No. Martin was with Ocean. Martin was an 18-year-old kid.
So he was,
and I remember we were introduced to Martin by like Gary Bracey, our producer there.
I know. I've interviewed Gary. Gary's a lovely guy.
Gary's a great guy. Anyway, Gary said, "Oh, there's this. We got this in-house musician called Martin, and he's written this tune for your game." And we were like, "Okay." And we went down to see Martin, and Martin was kind of like, he had like one of them funny little moustaches you have when you're 18. And he was like, I've written this tune, see what you think. You know, it's like only a young kid, really. And it totally blew me away. I remember, like, it gives you goosebumps listening to it. When I first presented that in a presentation room down in Ocean's office, I was blown away. It was something very incredible, and we were lucky to get him. Yeah,
I've got a mate, Panther UK, Chris. Apparently, he said to me, he was at an event years ago, and he saw you, and he went, "Oi, John!" And you went, "Yo!" And they went, "Cheers for Parallax and Wizzball." You went, "No problem, mate." Chris, he's got I don't understand it. He's got a twin SID C64. So what he basically does is he records SID tunes in stereo, and he's put out he's put out a lot of albums. Yeah, he always contacts the guys. But I've listened to Parallax downstairs. I bought myself I had a right hankering for a proper good old-fashioned record deck and CD player. So I got one for £100 off Gumtree, set up in my living room, and I put it onto CD, and having Parallax and stereo coming out a proper sound system is something pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds great.
Just
that's
awesome.
how I first heard it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. It's amazing.
I mean, back in 1986, that totally blew me away.
Aye, that was just absolutely staggering. Obviously, the next game to follow, Wizzball, took things to a new level, and I mean, I don't mind admitting, I personally rate Wizzball as probably not just the best looking or sounding Commodore 64 game, but best looking 8-bit game ever. It's just it's no, I mean, seriously, it's flawless. The minute you switch it on and you just get the Galway track kicking in, it's perfect, absolutely perfect. It really is.
Yeah,
I was disappointed.
Really... Go on.
No, I was going to say I was disappointed with I had my 64 up for about 5 years. Sold it, got an ST. Couldn't wait to get Wizzball, and I was disappointed with the ST and Amiga one. They don't have the same kind of glowing kind of graphics. The 64 one has.
You're right. I mean, as a game designer, I've always cared more about the original version than the conversions, because you put all your effort into making that first one as good as you can. And I'm learning now at the moment. It's another thing I'm learning at the moment. You know, our current game, Sociable Soccer's got 10 formats, and each one needs a bit of attention because of different reasons. So, but in those days, I mean, the conversions were just conversions. They were just on other machines. But you know, as a perfectionist, if you like, we cared about the original one, not just me and Chris.
Yeah,
we cared about the original, and the rest were just what they were. They were just the same game on a different machine. It made us a bit of money, and there wasn't a lot we could do about it, you know, because we didn't want the market to have loads of different machines, but it did have. So, Wizzball, again, the ability to produce perfect is a difficult word, but extremely good quality games in all areas with a few people in those days was a magical time. You really can't do it now. And to get like Chris was a genius programmer, and Martin was a genius musician, you know. So I'm a lucky guy sitting in the middle.
The graphics weren't too bad either. They weren't too shabby.
Yeah, I did all right with the graphics. I mean, and I discovered that, you know, I had the flair for design at that time to just, especially when Chris working together, we could just make stuff up, make it happen, and then go away and do it. So I think that it's really easy to make great stuff with great people, but when you've had, as you touched on earlier, so many people entering in the industry for different reasons, some who just want some money, some who just want to learn, see it as a business, some who just see it as a technical exercise because they're from a technical background. None of these guys get what we're doing, which is making a great piece of art. The same way you'd make a film, or you'd make a great piece of music, or write a great book. It's the same. And there's so now the volume of people that think like that has been so diluted. And the main difference is that the channels that we sold through, people used to go to independent game shops to buy games, right?
Yeah.
Or they'd go to Boots or wherever in the UK. But these guys who sold you the games in independent game shops, they were big fans and gamers themselves.
Yeah.
So they're like, there wasn't this horrible, there wasn't a bureaucratic layer at any stage. You know, Commodore was the coolest company going for making computers. It really was, you know. So they didn't control the platform. They didn't want their slice of the money from the games. They were just making a machine for us to make stuff.
Yeah.
And there was just no resistance. There wasn't resistance from retail or from the manufacturer or from the publisher, because the publishers could make these great original games and they could sell units. So therefore we could get deals from making the games. So the zero resistance all the way down the chain from developer right through to retailer meant that the guys who were the most innovative and technically strong at that time, that was important. So innovative in design and technology, we were the guys who were winning, you know. And there was a lot of us in the UK. You know, our Sensible is just one example. Good times.
But, yeah, no, awesome. I mean, I think it's fair to say the idea of whizball and paper is pretty batshit mental. You play the part of a wizard encased in a green shell with eyes and a mouth, controlling a robot cat which you use to collect paint dropped by fallen bodies so you restore colour to the world. How the hell did you sell that to Ocean, or did you just load it and they're like, there's the money?
Basically,
whose idea was it?
I mean, Sensible as a company worked in a certain way. All of our games were heavily iterated. So we didn't start off going, we're going to do exactly what you described there.
Yeah.
We started off saying, we're making a new game. Do you want to buy it? Here's a picture. And it was a bit like in the old days where a band would go and say, you know, they've got a bit of a name. We've got a new album. Do you want to sign it? That's how we got it signed. So because we had people like Gary Bracey or Matthew Timms or Graham Boxall or Tony Beckwith, these are all our producers from those days. They had Pete Hickman. They had so much trust in us creatively. They gave us freedom. They didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't want a spec of what whizball was. We just showed them a ball bouncing around and firing some stuff, and then you make it up as you're going along. So whizball started. I went round to Chris's house. We were working from Chris's house in the spare bedroom with Flintstones wallpaper on the walls, and he had this ball. He had this. It was just a circle at that point. He said, "I've got this cool circle thing, and it kind of spins and it bounces, and you know, I'm not sure what we can do with it, but it's pretty cool." And so I said, "Oh, let me try drawing something." So I drew the mouth with eyes because it was easier to see the rotation with something on it. Actually,
yeah,
and it's like, what do we do? Let's make something a little bit like Nemesis with weapons that you grow. He was into Nemesis and Salamander and all those from the arcade, so we added all these bolt-on weapons, which were very trendy in the arcades at the time. And then we came up with the satellite going around to pick up the paint.
Or catalyte.
Well, it was first
satellite. Or was it?
Satellite, right? And the idea was, I don't know if we nicked it from another game, but the idea was that you could also, because we played Drop Zone, where you had two players someone else could do the smart bomb. We wanted a game where you could have two players doing separate functions.
Of course, it was two players, eh? Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
So we had this other connected partner you could either control yourself or a second person could control, which is very similar to Drop Zone. And And then he did the firing sound for it, and the firing sound by accident went meow 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 meow. So then we called it a Cataline. So it came
Right.
from the sound of it. Yeah. and then we were like, okay. When I was at college, I studied theatre design, and there's a section about lighting in that, and I got pretty fascinated about the way the different colours are mixed in light. You know, like you put a red slide and a green slide, and you get a yellow light and all this kind of stuff, which was exactly the same as the RGB stuff from pixels coming out the screen. And so I got into this concept of mixing colours. So then then it came like, well, let's obviously with the Commodore 64, you're limited by 2 colours in a block, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, how can we use this? What about if we start it off grey and then we add colour? Because it also adds more use of the colour. You've got to remember that Commodore 64, the colour was a big deal in those days. We'd come out of the Spectrum, which had like not half as much as that. So so then we added the concept of colouring in, and there's like, how do we work this colouring in? So then we said, well, why don't we have this RGB mix? The colours are made from RGB. So we'll have RGB mix. How do we do that? When you shoot the enemies, they drop the colours. So then you drop those and you have to collect them. So now you've got a second process. You've got the first player shooting, and then second player scooping up the reward for the deck, right? So, and I'm sure at least one element of that's nicked from Defender. Anyway, so then once you've got the paint, you just need to set the targets to complete the colour. So obviously you set different colours in different levels, so they look different. So you set the targets to colour them in, and then it was, how do we graphically show that? So we had the idea that you'd go and mix the paint, and then you get the idea of the wizard much later than the start of the game. You know, it was obvious that we needed to mix the paint, so you'd mix it in a cauldron, so we could use a wizard, and then the cat noise, and the other thing had to be a cat, you know. So then you had the stupid parking. The parking meters is just a stupid joke. Comes out the idea. The parking meters, they park the big ball and the little ball. They get out. They stir the paint, and of course the paint then colours the landing. And it appears to be a totally thought out and executed idea from the start, but it really, really wasn't. I mean, I wanted to add stuff in Whizball. I can't really remember what it was now, but we went kind of underground. So in Parallax, you had the scientists running around on the land to collect all the passwords and stuff. If you remember, so I wanted something Whizball where you went underground, and I can't even remember what you were meant to do. And it ended up being they flew to the laboratories, kind of like a whatever. But you had that, and then you had the nice touches like the filth raid and the different drops to do weird stuff like making the whole world black, and you know. And these are all very much in keeping with arcade machines at the time. Really.
Aye. So it was a pretty kind of organic way you built games, wasn't it?
It was really organic. It really was. I mean, you know, the most organic of all, the two most organic were Megalomania and WizKid. They really changed hugely during development. Hugely. Yeah, I mean, we've always. I mean, I've always liked to work that way. I mean, not everyone likes to work that way. Most people don't actually. In the modern era, people don't like it. They like to know what they're doing from the start. Ideally, just replicate and knock it out. But no, we always said you kind of like take a third of thing A and a third of thing B and a third of your new ideas, and you stick them together to get something.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what we accidentally always did, but it's very iterative. You kind of feed from the game. You feed from what the game tells you it needs. Actually, when you're making a game, you should have enough feel from your game to know what it needs. But importantly, the programming's got to be rock solid enough to actually be able to fix it. So what I've discovered in recent years is working with different teams of people who maybe are more complex games technically now, but it's harder to have that control over the programming base to go, right, as an idea, the game needs this, and then to instantly be able to like turn it your way. Because now the amount of systems underneath dealing with all sorts of stuff to do with the graphics rendering, to do with going online and all this kind of stuff, they often make it harder to just hone and perfect like a sculptor would, because there's always a technical reason why you can't just chip that last bit off its shoulder. something will collapse somewhere else.
Aye, back in the early days, you could tweak something and it wouldn't really affect that much. But nowadays, if you were to suddenly change a core function of something, they would say, no, you can't do that because this guy's done the graphics and he's done this, blah 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 blah. So it's
a lot of it's to do with technical setup. So, for example, on our current game, the issue is the game is always talking to the server to do certain things, and certain things are held on the server, and certain things are held on the client. And you might want to do something really simple, like, can we change the order so that screen A comes after screen B instead of before screen B, because it makes more sense. And the answer is normally no, because of something totally not related to that. And these decisions on structure need to be taken so early in the process now.
Yeah.
And that's not really how the best design processes work. The best design processes work where you are able relatively easily and without too much damage to the structure to change stuff later on. But everything seems to like root back to various cores quite a lot. So it's that's what's made things slightly harder these days with certain games.
I know when I spoke to, I've known Jeff Minter for quite a long time, since first going on to his Yak forum back in 2000, I think it was. And Jeff said that the very, very first thing he does when he makes any game is he just gets the character, whether it's a pixel, and he gets the movement perfect. He says, and once you've nailed that, then everything else is relatively easy. Now, I think suffice to say that apart from the game, the sensible games looked astonishing. They sounded brilliant. It was just the really, really fantastic controls, sensible soccer. Awesome Whizball. All these games, the controls were just absolutely spot on. And I found that when you brought out the sort of the conversions, they just lost it. I mean, I remember. I don't want to kind of what I was thinking, John, is will we do this at 8-bit years and then we'll stop and maybe do the 16-bit one? Is that all right? Yeah. That we don't have to rush it.
I just want to say something about Jeff. So before we'd got into like being known for making games, when we were just first starting out, we found this thing called CompuNet Chat Online, which was a very, very early chat system. Do you remember it?
I was on that. Yeah, I used to go in it. I was just an unknown there, but.
That we first met Jeff Minter on there. I think he went under the name of PC Plod or something like this.
What was he called?
Yeah, PC Plod.
Don't remember that.
Something like that. Yeah, and it was Jeff Minter. Or maybe we were PC Plod and he was Yak. I don't remember. Anyway, it's fun days. And it's hard to convey this. Losing the total control you used to have. I mean, we used to have control over every pixel on the screen. You didn't have all the graphics were made pixel by pixel. Everything was tightly exactly as we wanted it. And what's crept in over starting with the 90s, somewhere in the 90s, but the concept of patching instead of just fucking doing it right in the first place. All of this stuff, and it's because the computers became too complex and the processes became too unwieldy, I guess. But I mean, it's not as satisfying as delivering something like Whizball. And when people go, we didn't even need bug testing because we found all our own bugs. We just tested the bloody thing to death, so it worked. And there is something in me which, obviously, we've left that era behind now, but it's immensely frustrating that people can't seem to, and I include that with many teams I work with, can't seem to deliver error-free product off the bat like we used to. It's a lack of standards, actually. It's an acceptance of lower standards.
Do you think that's like a lack of wanting to be lack of perfection on people's part? Is it they're not good enough, or do they think, fuck it, let's just get it out there? Oh, Christmas coming up, bang it out. We'll stick out a 10 meg update, or 10 gig, I should say, update in the month after. I mean, some games you buy. I bought a game. What was it I bought? The Last of Us 2, whatever it was, for my daughter. I bought it, installed it, and I went to play it, and it's like, I need to download an update. I was like, I've just bought it. What's that all about? Bloody hell.
I mean, it has just become and it did come definitely when we're exposed to American programming styles. We just there was just this acceptance that there'd be errors and then you could fix them on the fly, which came more from a PC back. I think it started off in PC game more, and you know, we weren't immune to it. We did the odd patch with Sensible Soccer and stuff. I'm not saying we didn't do it, but we really, really ruthlessly cleaned everything up before we put it out. And I think that it's a culture. It's a culture in, you know, I'm not a programmer. I can't claim to have fixed any of these bugs, you know, but it's a culture of the way you do your work and your perfectionism. And I also think that as we added more group programming into the way teams are constructed, we started to see a huge amount more errors, because when you've got one guy managing a code base, it's all on him. And it was all hims then. There were no hers really in those old days. And so they would get a process where they were always controlling it. They didn't have the bit they weren't sure of because someone else did stuff. They didn't have the third-party software inserted in that, you know, apart from the odd stopping pirating stuff going in there. So it was much more controlled, and you know, that's something I miss. I mean, you asked me what I miss most of all. It's the feeling of control. Is what I miss most about the modern era.
Yeah. I think the guys that I've spoke to over the years, I spoke to Jim Bagley and even Mr. Beard, Kevin Toms, and everybody says that they miss the old days. They would gladly go back to the old days in a heartbeat. You know, would you be the same if you could go back and program the way you did back in the 80s and make the same money you are now? Would you take that any day?
To be honest, I mean, the era between 92 and 95 for us at Sensible, we were in that era, including Megalomania as well, though financially it kind of collapsed because of Mirasoft falling off a boat. But in that era, you know, we had between 91 and 95, we had 4 or 5 number one games. We were number one for 52 weeks in a 3-year period between June 92 and June 95. We made a huge amount of money. We had loads of fun. We did what the hell we wanted. We were working with great people. And I mean, I would happily live that forever. I mean, I haven't enjoyed an era of computer game making as much as that 16-bit era. The 8-bit era was fun, but we didn't make the money. The 16-bit, we had both. And that was the difference. Like you're making the games, you're getting the kudos, which is nice. As an artist, we kind of feed on the ego being massaged.
Yeah.
And we started to make money, you know. We didn't really make any money to speak of until our 6th year in business in our 9th game, which was Sensible Soccer. So people can easily not understand from you can even look at great music artists now and you've got no idea what money they're actually making. But yeah, I'd go back there forever. I mean, I don't think that the modern era has been fun for me because I've traveled a lot of my work. I've met a lot of amazing people. I've really grown as a person from learning from that. But artistically, I would go back to that time. But I wouldn't. It was my own personal golden era.
Yeah. Sadly, I think these days are long gone. It's like anything. Things were far more simple, but we've moved on, and it's never going to go back to that, I don't think.
No, it can't. I mean,
unfortunately,
time never goes backwards.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is a new whatever it is media is going to happen, and there will be some people, probably quite young in that time, who will be lucky enough to do what we did. You know, be in the right place at the right time, be good at what you're doing, work hard, and just ride that wave for as long as you can. I mean, I'm lucky. I've been doing it 35 years now. I've never stopped making games. You know, I've just had Sociable Soccer is the biggest hit I've had for about 15, 20 years. So I'm happy with that. And me, you know, but it's not going to eclipse, you know, Megalomania full of a cannon fodder with Whizball in the middle, and then Swath and cannon fodder 2. And, you know, you can't, that was the golden era. And I'm going to be too old for that ever to happen to me again. I know that. It's cool. I'm very happy. It's all right.
How you doing, mate?
Pretty good.
You'll be a big fat smile across your face after last night, eh?
You know, this shirt, this is my lucky shirt. I've worn it the last 2 England matches, so now I've got to get it washed and back on again for Sunday.
So, what I mean, you've not. So you had that on in 1966, and it's never been washed since then. Bloody hell!
I was a baby in '66, man. I was 6 months old. It might have swamped me. I'll tell you what, it's been bloody unlucky for 55 years. So.
I might need to borrow it off you and see if Scotland can qualify for a World Cup.
Well, if you want to wait another 55 years, you might be 90 or 100 or whatever.
How do you think the game went? I mean, I thought it was quite an exciting game, but I thought the last 20 minutes, Denmark, I think they ran out of steam, and it was
they ran out of power. I mean, I've been reading a couple of people's comments and stuff. I think it was relatively even. Like each team had 5-minute periods of like being on top, and then it would switch.
Yeah.
But substitutions, I've got to say, Southgate got it spot on, and I think they messed up badly. I think they took off a couple of good players, put some other guys on, and they just never looked like to have the same energy back again. They were kind of like... I can't believe that they took off that guy that scored the goal. I mean, that was an absolute peach. Why they took him off? Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know. Perhaps he had to go back to school. He didn't look very old to me.
That's what my girlfriend said that to me, because he looks about 14 years old.
It's very good. I mean, everyone looks young these days, but yeah, I mean, I think that with this particular game, we probably just about deserved it.
Oh no, definitely. I'm not. What were your thoughts on the penalty? I think it could have easily went either way. You know, whether it was a penalty or not.
I'm a Norwich fan, right? I've been to games. The last time we were up in the Premier League, which we're back again now, where we've had horrendous decisions go against us for nothing, for being offside by half a toenail or less than that, and I don't really care. I mean, there was some contact with Sterling's leg. If I'd play football as a defender, I'd hate a penalty to be given against me for that. But we've seen it so often under current regulations that these things go. And I've got to say, what I would say about this particular tournament, it's the best refereeing in general I can remember across all of the games.
Yeah, and it's been consistent.
It has. And I think that there was minimal contact with Sterling, but there was some contact before he went down. And having the ref having given it, I really like this VAR system now, where VAR have got to find a reason to go against the referee, or they shut up. Because that's been bothering me, that VAR can overrule the referee too much. Now they've got to, and I've been saying I know they've changed the offside rule a little bit, but I think it should be on offside the same, like something a bit like cricket, where if it's in cricket, it's like if it's within half a ball of being accurate on an LBW, you go with the umpire. I would do the same with offside. It's like half a ball's width or a ball's width. Within that, you just let it go. I mean, have you ever like run the line or tried to ref a football match, a real one?
No.
I mean, I've done it because I play football, and a lot of the times I'm a sub these days and managing a team, and he always ends up someone has to run the line or ref it even sometimes. It's so easy to make a mistake, you know, as a human being. To move your eyes down that line is hard, and you've got to allow for well-intentioned human error, you know.
Of course,
and I think that's where we've got the VAR very wrong in the EPL. I don't know in Scotland, have you got VAR or not?
I think they do.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I'm a Norwich fan, so this season we've been down in the Championship again, and it's been fantastic to not have VAR for a season. Actually, and now we've got the up again, and it's like if they run it like they do in this Euros, it'd be great, because it's there to wipe out refereeing errors, but not undermine the referee. Yeah, so
I think when it gets to, I mean, I like watching rugby. I like any kind of team sport, and I think the VR has been a good thing. And I think when there's something as important as like a penalty that could potentially, it could affect the winner, whether you get to the final or you're knocked out. I think it is important to bring that in, but you can't have every single decision VAR like they do in rugby. They tend to have it kind of a bit too much, I think.
I think the thing with rugby is, I'm not a big rugby fan, but I watch the international rugby from time to time. It's so difficult to see what's going on. I mean, you've got a pile of bodies around the ball, and the decision is, did one of the players accidentally push the ball forward when there might be 7 hands on the ball? So it's I understand why in rugby it annoys me sometimes. They say, well, everyone respects the referee in rugby. You know why? Because you've got to, because Half the time,
don't take
no
any
one
shit.
else can see what the hell is going on. It's just
some of the VARs, it's like, oh, was there contact? And then you see it from 10 different angles, and you get the replay over. Oh, was there contact? Oh, did his foot touch the line? And yeah, my dad. I mean, he used to play rugby, and my dad's passed away now, and he would have probably hated all that. It's like, you know. That's why you had fights when if somebody gave away a try and it wasn't, you got in a bit of fisticuff. That was part of the game. Now it's far too clean.
I've got to say, I like the T-shirt. And my favorite singer. I think he's my favorite singer of all time. There's quite a few, but it's Bon Scott. You know, the original.
I'm more. I didn't get into kind of rock music until probably I was about 17, 18, and I'm probably I kind of err towards Brian Johnson, but then stuff like Touch Too Much, it's got to be Bon Scott. The early stuff has got to be and of course there's a bit of Scottishness about Angus Young and Malcolm. I think they were born in Scotland.
Angus Young, Malcolm, his brother, and also Bon Scott, I believe, Scottish Australian as well. But Bon Scott, it wasn't just the singing; it's the strutting in the front. He had that cheeky front man. Hence
the reason he died young, because I mean, he was like Kurt Cobain. He lived life to the very edge, and he didn't make it. But one of my mates, his dad, he's a millionaire. He lives I don't know where he lives down south, but he's got a massive car collection. And last year, his dad went across to America, and he took some of his cars with him. And my mate Rich went across to stay with him for a couple of weeks. And he said, "Oh, we're going to Daytona. Do you fancy coming along? We're going to run around the track in the car." He turned up, and who's there? Bloody Brian Johnson. He's actually one of Dad's mates. And my mate, who's not an AC/DC fan, got to drive one of Brian Johnson's cars around Daytona. And I don't think he really knew who he was until after it. But he got a selfie taken, and he says, you know, you hear it all the time. Oh, he's a down-to-earth guy. As I've said about you, I said, oh, John's an absolute top bloke. But he says, Brian Johnson, you would not think for 1 second that he was this, you know, he's known world throughout, you know what I mean? Absolutely top.
Yeah, I mean,
top bloke.
I've heard that about him as well. I think that some people can, I guess it depends on how you view what you're doing. And, you know, I mean, you can be very good at what you do, but still be super down to earth, or you can be good at what you do and be, you know, I don't know, slightly outside of that.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd look at the two best footballers in the world, Messi and Ronaldo. You'd say that Messi is slightly more down to earth, and Ronaldo is slightly above that. Although in his own ways, he's a nice guy. He's just got a slightly different presence about him.
He obviously he likes himself. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. I know.
And then we see.
What's that?
Well, I'm just thinking of that. Like we've had example, you know, people that absolutely love themselves, and it's written over everything they do.
Yeah.
And it's quite nice to have people in the spotlight who, you know, just I'm me and I do this. I'm good at professionally. Yeah, I'll defend what I do because I'm good at it. But apart from that, I'm just like we're the same. You know, we're just human beings.
Yeah. I've had an argument. I mean, I was a massive growing up as a 70s kid. Bruce Lee. Evil Knievel, who I found out is a bit of a cunt, apparently. He's been a bit of a horrible person. And would you call it Muhammad Ali? I think Muhammad Ali was just epitomises everything. And a few mates, he was really arrogant. I says, you have to be arrogant. I says, the problem with Frank Bruno is he's too much a nice guy. You've got to be arrogant. I says, if you're taking part in like a sport like boxing, you've got to tell people, you've got to make your opponent believe that you're going to knock him out. You've got to do that. No, absolutely.
One of the games I've done in my career is Mike Tyson heavyweight boxing. And I've got to say, genuinely, I've made 3 boxing games away. Genuinely, Mike Tyson is one of my sporting heroes because of how intimidating he was. And he was so softly spoken outside of the ring, but such a monster inside the ring, you know. He just had that thing. We were really lucky. We got, me and a friend of mine, Codemasters, well, it was Codemasters when this happened, after Sensible. And we got taken to a Tyson fight against Brian Johnson in Copenhagen.
Oh, wow.
He was called Brian Johnson as well,
I
funny
was
enough.
just going to say, Chris Brian's good at everything, isn't he?
Yeah, he was a. I'm sure it's called Brian Johnson. He was a Danish boxer. Was it Johnson? No, I'm thinking of AC/DC. Brian something else. Anyway, it was amazing. The atmosphere was. I mean, I've been to a lot of gigs, sporting venues, theatres,
Yeah.
whatever. I've never experienced an atmosphere like waiting for Tyson to walk out in a ring. There was like electricity. I had this girl sitting next to me in a seat clutching my knee. Like just this girl. It was incredible, man. The feeling of like being in something which was beyond normal was around that. That was at the peak when Tyson was like probably the box office entertainment in the world at that moment. You know, maybe a bit. Brian Nielsen, he was called, not Brian Johnson. It was slightly on a down, slightly after his peak, but still with that. What's he going to do today? Kind of vibe about him. You know?
I mean,
go on.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, yeah, I remember my mate had his mum and dad had just got Sky Television. I think it was it 1988 when he had that fight with Frank Bruno, and I remember sitting up and it was like 9 o'clock at start, and we were all like that. We were absolutely fucking rarsed by this point. 9 o'clock, and it's like, oh right, it's two unknown people fighting, and then I think it got to about 5 o'clock in the morning, and half of us had fallen asleep. By the time it came on, it lasted about 20 minutes.
Yeah, so and I think what my point is, I guess, he had a different demeanor to Ali. You know, both as dominant as each other in their eras, but a more slightly not in your face. Ali was very in your face, wasn't he? He was very much,
of course,
forward, in a positive, almost joyful kind of way. And Tyson was more like the guy in the corner of the pub that you just don't want to pick a fight with, you know.
He walked in, knocked you out, and then walked back out again. Yeah. Did you watch the Frank Bruno Tyson thing on Sky Art? I think it's on Netflix at the moment, actually.
No, I don't know if I've seen it. Is it any good?
Brilliant! It came out. It was on Sky Art about a month ago, but I'm sure it's on Netflix. It's called Bruno versus Tyson, and it's all about this big, the whole Tyson thing.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, I mean, I think Frank Bruno's a lovely guy. We actually, the company I work for, we've got a kind of we had a mental well-being, mental awareness week, and they actually had Frank Bruno on as a kind of like something like this, and you could type in questions and all that. You know what I mean? Cool. Of course, folk were just typing Bruno. But at the end of the program, Frank Bruno goes across to Tyson's house, and they're just, you can tell that you can tell that both of them were exploited, especially Tyson, but they're both nice people, and you can tell there's a lot of love in the room between them as well. It's a really, really nice moment. Yeah,
I think that Tyson he embodies some particular aspect of maleness. I think it's quite a man's thing with Tyson. It's like this brooding feeling in him, and I think that most of us guys don't. Okay, he had some other stuff going on in his personal life, but most of us don't get to express that kind of anger and let it out in that way, in a channeled way. We kind of feel it and we just kind of hold it in or whatever we do with it. But I think a lot of guys felt, go on. You know, they enjoyed seeing the domination, because he never came across as a dominant alpha male in any sense other than being in a ring. He wasn't like a guy who was going to strut into a party and everyone's going to love him. He's not that kind of bloke. He just had that kind of other kind of aura that we kind of, you know, you get that from time to time, dominant in a physical kind of way, in that kind of primeval way. And I've always felt that men work a lot in hierarchies, and we look up to people who are more dominant than us in various areas, like the guy who's got the most money, or the guy who's the smartest, or the guy who can beat people up, the guy who gets all the girls, or whatever it might be. And
unconsciously,
unconsciously. And Tyson was right at the top of that. I don't want to mess with this guy. He was up there at the very top, and we all went, thank God it's not me standing there like Frank Bruno.
I mean, you know, when you look at Frank Bruno on paper or his physique, he had a phenomenal physique, but then that doesn't transpire to being, you know, a good fighter. I mean, I have so much respect. I mean, back in 1988. It would be like your worst fear to go in. I mean, it's quite funny because like nowadays, you talk about, it looks like how did you get on with your COVID injection? I felt like I've went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. I said that a couple of weeks ago at work, and somebody, this wee kid, he's just started. He's younger than the Sony PlayStation, And he went, who? I went, Mike Tyson. Who's that? I went, you don't know who Mike. I says, all right, I've looked like I've went 10 rounds with Amir Khan. Does that work? It's just that you show your age group, whatever you talk about.
Well, we're all doing that, aren't we?
Talk about
taking off the raw back when you. But what I like with one quote I like from Tyson, you might know this quote. You know, the quote is, "Everyone's got a plan till you punch them in the face."
What was that? Everybody's got a what?
Brilliant quote. You know, it's just.
What was the quote again, John? Sorry, everyone's got a plan to what?
The quote is, Tyson's quote is, "Everyone's got a plan until you punch them in the face." It's
can't argue with that one, eh?
It'd be nice to be guy understanding you've got that power over other people's lives. You know, they're just like one second
But you need to watch that. You need to watch. It's called Bruno versus Tyson, or Tyson versus. You'll find it in the usual places. Give me a shout. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire it somewhere anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll do that.
So good stuff. Anyway, we better crack on with some gaming talk if that's all right. Yeah. I'm going to get the elephant out of the room. Yep, I do dye my beard. I was. You're probably thinking, I'm sure it was a bit grey looking. Yeah, about 5 years ago, I decided to grow a beard, and I went on holiday with my missus and my daughter, and we went up the London Eye, and in fact, it's quite funny because it was just was it not Debenhams? It was one of these big chain stores that just closed down, and it was like the closing down sale, and I went with the missus and we're looking about, and I thought, there's like an old man's cap, and I thought, do I look like Brian Johnson? She went, you quite suits you, and I had the beard, and I went to London, and I thought I was the dog's bollocks with this cap and the big beard, and this was before beards became popular, and then I put a picture on Facebook, and I don't know if you know, do you know there's a Scottish comic called The Bruins? Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Well, I think it's been like 100-year-old, but there's a character called Grandpa, and basically it's a granddad. I look like it's like Only Fools and Horses, and folk are like, "Oh, right, granddad," and I'm like, "Okay, now I look about 70 years old." So I'm like,
it's
you know what? So I'm like, just for men. And then after I put a picture up, and one mate goes, "Am I detecting a bit of just for men there, Al?" I went, yeah, I dye my beard. You got a problem with that?
You know, I've been having a beard on and off for the last 10 years, and it's just started to go like, it's just grey. It just goes in here, you know? At the moment. And it's random. Like, it's like this bit. The moustache, if it grows out, still looks relatively dark. But I've been messing around it so much the last year and a half since COVID. It's like, letting it grow, and then you cut bits away, and then you go to the Hitler moustache, and then you take a photo and you show you off. You know what I mean?
It's quite funny because when I first I bought the Just for Men, and I dyed my beard, and I go. Well, I don't now, but the park runs, every Saturday morning you go down and you run 5K. I dyed my beard the first time in the Friday night, and I went down to the park run, and I was so self-conscious, and I turned up, and they're like, "All right," I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm staring at them, and they're like, "You all right?" I went, "Aye." I says, "Do you notice anything?" "No, my beard." "Oh, you've got a beard, yeah." I says, "Do you notice anything about it?" "No." I said, "I've dyed it." And they went, "All right." And I thought, "That's all right." a couple of times, I mean, on my YouTube channel, I talk about it. I'm very open and honest, and they're like, I mean, a few people are like, there are a couple of times you put Just for Men on, you leave it on for a couple of minutes, and if you forget to take it off, it looks like, do you remember these things your mum used to buy you as a kid? It was like a picture of a bald man, and it had a plastic screen across it, and it had iron filings,
and
you had a magnet, and you dropped it. I looked like that, and they're like, "What the fuck have you done with your beard?" Like, fuck off.
Just from them, was it? It's amazing. I say this to my wife all the time. It's like, I don't know, you might have done something to your beard, or you look different, and she says, "Did anyone say anything?" And you go, "No." And it's blokes in groups of men, they never say anything to each other about stuff like that, unless it's really extreme, like someone used to have really long hair and they cut it all off in one go. Then someone might notice, otherwise it tends to be, did you ask him about his kids? No. You know what I mean. We all know it, right? It's funny. We don't really go there with each other. We talk about stuff and what we're doing and what we think of the world, but we just don't touch this personal stuff that much unless it's really extreme, Funny. Like dyeing a beard. No one even noticed you had a beard before, right? They didn't even notice it was a bit grayer, then it's a bit darker. Yeah, they don't care. Funny.
Awesome. Right, listen, John, we'll batter on with this. We'll see how are you for time. How are you time wise?
I'm all right. I'm fine.
Yeah, okay, good stuff. We'll hopefully try and get that. I might actually put this out as a two-parter because I think we kind of finished off kind of talking about the 8 bits, but right. Anyway, first one, John. Magazines back in the day obviously held a lot of sway over whether a game was going to make it or not. What was your relationship like with the guys for Zap? And yeah, probably Zap was the main kind of I mean, I think that did Whizball. That got I think Whizball and Parallax. Did they not get gold medals? I think
in the 8-bit era, yeah, it was more like Zap. And we didn't do much Spectrum stuff, so there's more Zap. There was Commodore 64 User, I think it was called, and a couple of others. But Zap was really, I mean, we were really friendly with him. I mean, Gary Liddon, I used to share a house with him and another guy, so we were very.
I'm actually really good pals with Gary because Gary works up in Dundee, and we've. I mean, I've known Gary for a long time. I was on
Liddon
a chief.
Sorry,
Gary Liddon.
All right, yeah,
Gary Liddon, because I used to be like Jeff Minter had he still got it called Yak Yak. It's a forum, and I met Gary years ago. But we run a little computer club. It's great. We all turn up once a month, and I take along a Commodore 64, and somebody will take along an Acorn Atom, and it's brilliant. Just for that, these 3 hours, you become 16 years old, and you talk about really nerdy stuff. So Gary's been down to the club a couple of times. Like, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I mean, he was. I always thought when he was younger, had such a sharp wit. I always thought he should have been a Sun journalist or something to write them headlines. But no, myself and Gary and a mate of mine used to share a house, and one time it was a bit of a hotbed of, well, I guess a hotbed of development's a bit of an overstatement, but we had Gary Penn sleeping on our sofa, who at the time was had just left the Games magazines and was doing what he called the bacon shot for a porn magazine. It was in the letters page or something like this, and then we had.
He's going to love you for this one.
That was a funny time. We had Stavros Vasoulas.
Yeah.
He was also around. He was our friend who was staying around on another sofa or whatever. Martin Galway was over doing music, and we had myself and Chris there. Gary Liddon was working on his game at the time. Actually, had a game he was in development at the time. We had Kieran Brennan, Andrew Wright, who were the guys from the games industry around. So we were in Ilford in East London, but we had a little house, a little hive of games development activity for a while, for about 6 months to a year or so, and then we all went our different ways and got married and had kids and whatever. But that was great. So very much known Gary Liddon and Penn for many years. And we were involved in the old. I always say that starting period at Zap Towers. I'm quite frequent contact with the guys who set Ollie Frey and those guys.
Keane, what's he called?
Yeah, Roger Keane.
Yeah, Roger Keane. Yeah.
I've got so much respect for them, and actually over the years I've grown more and more respect for what they did. They were real magazine pioneers. They were pioneering in like the game magazine scene for a while before they did the computer games. Like really early. We're talking about now. We're talking about early 80s, maybe even late 70s. I don't know how far back that went. And then they came into games, and I didn't appreciate at the time how much they were just creating something new. They created this vibe of a British games industry. And I look down to these guys, the guys at Newsfield, they created that because it wasn't there anywhere. And then they got in people like Gary Liddon and Gary Penn and Julian Rignall and other guys, and they built this concept of people like us writing their thoughts on games and everyone being able to read it. And of course, we were lucky enough to be there relatively near the start, almost at the start. So we'd go right down to their offices, and then they'd have parties. You'd have Jeff Minter there, or you'd have Archer McLean there, or whoever, and you got to know everybody. And it's always reminded me of those. You see those black and white movies of Bob Dylan and Joan Baez and the animals hanging around in some park in London, and no one knew them, and Jimi Hendrix was just a spotty teenager. And that's what it was like. You know, we didn't realise it. It wasn't on the same scale, obviously, with the music industry, but we were there as part of that definition of what the British games industry was. And I always go back that far. It's quite interesting now because people talk about, yeah, oh, in the old days this or in the old days that. But most people in the industry don't go back as far as we do. I mean, some people do go back further than me. But remembering those 80s times when we were really forming something new, and it wasn't, as you rightly say, it wasn't just the games publishers and the game developers. It was like the magazines and stuff like that. They they helped us to create this vibe. And then you had the small independent game retailers and everything else vibing around this as well and selling the product, and a growing British public wanting to buy stuff. And the scene was very British those days. It wasn't international at all. We were British, not because we were being exclusive, because it just was British. You know, it was a small clique. There weren't so many developers. They were in America and Japan, but outside of that, there wasn't so much in those early stages. So it was really nice to be there. But we were young. I mean, we were 19, 20, 21. You know, we weren't very old when we started doing this. Yeah. So we were learning it.
Did you have any self-awareness at that point that this is going to be massive, or did you think like I've spoken to a few other people like Andrew Hewson, etc., and they thought, well, it's a kind of fad, it's going to sort of die a death, or did you always think, no, this is something that's going to
I think everyone comes with their own perspective on it. So if you look at someone like Andrew's a little bit older than us, and he was also more on the business side rather than the creative side about creating the game. He was a publisher, and so you got people like him, and even like guys like John Woods and that who ran Ocean, and people coming from external industries into our industry, who are a bit older and have done other businesses, and maybe they saw it in that light, like, oh, you know, I was doing whatever before, now I'm doing games. Maybe I'll give it 10 years, and if that goes, I'll do something else or whatever. Whereas those of us who started, and, you know, those of us teams, you know, a lot of us of my kind of generation, you know, we'd never done anything else before. We didn't know that, oh, it might be transitioning and we're going to something else, because we never had it before. And actually, we, certainly myself and Chris, we didn't really stop to think about, would it end or where is it going? We were just making the first thing, and then when that was done, we made the second thing, and then we made the third thing, and we were just being creative, and we learned business over time to do better contracts and make more money and look after that better. But the main focus was just to keep on creating great products that pleased us.
Good games.
It could easily been, like I said, you know, a while ago, you could just as easily be doing music we were doing, but we weren't. We were doing games instead. You know, that was what we turned our skills to, if you like. But so I can't remember really a notion of thinking, how long is this going to last? I mean, for us, we never really struggled enough financially to think maybe we need to do something else. You know, we kept ticking over pretty well for the first 5 or 6 years. When we hit 1991, Megalomania came out, it got to #1, and then almost simultaneously, Mirasoft fell apart, Robert Maxwell jumped off his boat. We lost 75 grand, which was 75% of our turnover that year.
Bloody hell! Yeah.
And that was the nearest we got to, oh my god, because that was a huge, unlucky coincidence. But I don't think we were working on Cannon Fodder and Sensible Soccer at the time. We just looked for new deals for those, and luckily we got them. You know, so I don't remember ever really thinking there would be an end to it. I mean, I've thought about it in other ways, like how long can I go on doing this? But what about how long can the industry go on sustaining itself? I think now it's a very different industry to what it was when we started.
I think when you're 18 years old, you really don't. You don't think about, you don't think about long term. You just ride the wave, and whatever you're doing at that point, you enjoy it, and you don't think too much about it.
It's like, have I got enough money to pay the rent? And then you've got a young family. Have I got enough money that me and the wife combined can have enough money to look after our kids and stay in our house? You know? And that's what you're thinking. And then, you know, when you get a bit of thing, and but I remember one great thing. The first thing I really bought when I had money, I think it must have been from when we signed up Shoot 'em Up construction kit advances or something. Anyway, I bought a car for $4,000. I bought a BMW. That's the first major thing of anything when I was younger. And that would have been I know. When did I buy it? Let me think when I bought it. So when I was in that house with Gary Liddon, I used to have a Triumph Toledo, which was my first car. My granddad found it for me, and I wired a stereo into it, and then we were going to a band practice, and we loaded all the guitars and had everything in the car to go. And anyway, the thing caught fire as soon as I got around the corner because I'd wired up the stereo wrong, and then the engine started catching fire. So we were like, "Oh fuck!" So we out the car and getting all the instruments out the car. Knock on the door of the nearest house. A quite attractive girl answered the door. Can we have some water, please? We got some. I don't even know you meant to throw water and electric fires, but we did. We just wanted to put the fire. And anyway, I left that car where it got burned. It was just dead. So I just that stayed there. Didn't move. Just left it in the road. And then I got this oh god, this is all around this same house. Then I got this Ford Transit van because it was more practical to move stuff around. And the bloody thing, the heating didn't work in it, so it was really cold. And when I met my now wife, which was my girlfriend, sometimes we'd go out in a van, but it was freezing cold. And I remember also a mate of mine, he was staying in a campsite in London somewhere, and I remember him jumping over a fence with his tent to run away from the camp people he owed some money to, and then doing a getaway in this white van. Anyway, and then the white van, we had a guy staying in our house who was he had a negative drug habit. You got some negative guys with drugs and stuff, and it was my mate's friend. He kind of hung around the house. He was also in the house when Gary was there and Stavros was there. We were kind of like this open house, So this guy was there, and we were desperate to get him out of the house. Like, how can we get rid of him out of the house? He's just hanging around in the house, I said, have my van, get a mattress, you can go and live in it, So and then when at that same time, and I can't remember if you took the van or not, but I just left it in the street and hoped you'd taken it away, gave him the keys and said, there you go. That was the time when I bought my $4,000 black BMW, which I loved. And I actually had 3 BMWs for many years. And then the last one I had up to about, how many years ago? I don't know, 10 years ago. And then I got so many speeding tickets in it. and then I got the ban from too many. And I said, it was a BMW 328. It was a beautiful car, but it couldn't do 30 it didn't want to do 30. The car didn't want to do. You had to get down to second to keep it in 30 all the time. And I just got too many, so I switched to my wife's car, which I'm happier with now. So I got a slower car. But yeah, that's the history of the black BMW, which was the first thing I bought, which I'm really glad I bought. When you're young, and I was like 21 or something, it's fun to have like a nice car. I
suppose that must be quite a moment when you actually look out and you see a tangible thing that you've actually bought from what you've done. It's like, wow.
It's not just that, it's not just you. It's like your dad goes, oh, he's got a nice car, and then your mate's dad goes, oh, he's got a nice car, and your friends there, people notice it, So when you're very young, you want some of that outside recognition that you're doing all right with your life, especially when you pick something crazy like games to do, and people go, oh, what an idiot, Aye. When you can, that first period, I mean, it's worth maybe mentioning this. I mean, it took my father 7 years to acknowledge it was a good decision for us to make games. So it wasn't until we'd made a lot of money with Sensible Soccer, and we had a nice big house at that point in 93. Then my dad said, yeah, that was a good thing you did. But he was really skeptical for ages. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You did really well at school, then you went to college, and now what are you doing?
Throwing it all away, making stupid video games.
Yeah, and I'm sure that I wasn't the only person to experience this, because we were out there on the edge of an unknown thing, and no one really knew what it was. And yeah, we were lucky enough to get enough traction early on. We were good, but you've got to be lucky. Say if Ocean hadn't signed Parallax, and then that had not really gone anywhere. And then we go to Wisball, and Wisball followed up from Parallax because Ocean signed it. And then you're like 3 games in, you're 3 or 4 years in, you're still sponging money off your parents, and then you're going to feel differently about how your career is, and everyone's going to feel it. So you need that. The great thing Ocean gave us was they gave us that start. They gave us that first opportunity. And some people wait like 8 years to get that.
Yeah. It's usually there's probably a bit of luck involved. You're talking about like your dad thought it's a stupid thing. Oh, John sits in his. And, I mean, my dad thought I was gay for about 10 years or 5 years when I was a teenager because I never had a girlfriend. I just used to sit and play my Commodore 64.
Yeah.
But he didn't understand it. He didn't understand that, and I suppose it's like nowadays, if or maybe not so much now, but 5 years ago, if my daughter came to me and says, what do you want to do, Ava? I want to be a YouTube person. What? Don't be so absolutely ridiculous. There are people bloody making millions of pounds making YouTube videos. And I'm not one of them, but you know what I mean?
That's all right. So I think that this stuff, when it's very new, cutting edge stuff, I mean, as you're alluding to already, this YouTube stuff, it's not new and happening anymore. It's already like had a bit of history. But if you happen to be timing wise lucky to be at the start of something and on the right side of it and good enough to hang in there and be part of what's happening, it's a really exciting thing. I mean, it's one of those things where it takes when I speak to people now and people talk about what they want to do and people I work with and stuff, and it's hard to communicate maybe what we got out of that time at Sensible, even those first 7 years where we didn't make a lot of money. It's just so nice to be credible and happening, and you're an artist and people like your work. That's a great feeling. A lot of artists as talented as us won't get the recognition. They won't have the eyeballs. It won't go right for them. And that would be, I mean, if had that happened to us, I would be depressed now. Like I'd be fuck this life. We don't really work. No one's even noticed it. So I really empathize with people. I empathize with people who are really talented and just don't get the lucky break, because there are loads of people in loads of fields in life like that.
Yeah, of course.
Got no talent, I don't really care. I mean, so what? You're an also ran, But if you've got the talent, but for whatever reason things didn't align for you, and you also put the application of your time in and tried hard, the third element with talent and application you need is a bit of luck. And some people just like the dice don't roll in their favour. So,
I mean, I'm a great believer. I mean, I'm not a rich person at all. I've got a kind of mundane job, a job I enjoy. But I think at the end of the day, I've kind of hit rock bottom a couple of times in my personal life. I was getting bullied by a manager and all that kind of stuff. That was a different company. At the end of the day, I'm a very positive person, and I think it's how you react to it. And I think you do. There's a lot of people out there that are. They're kind of bitter and twisted and whatever, and I think you make your own luck as well, as long as you're a trier. And I mean, it's like the old cliche: it's not how many times you get knocked down, it's how, to quote Chumbawamba, it's how you get up again and just crack on. You know what I mean? And I think you have to just,
absolutely. I mean, if we look at what I've been doing, I mean, my life is my work life is constantly going up and down. I mean, it's. I can give you. I'm happy to share this kind of stuff because it's maybe interesting to people. So if I look at my last 7 or 8 years of my career, so people know, they look at me and they go, Sensible Soccer can afford a Sensible Software or whatever. I mean, for me, Sensible Software stopped in 1999 when we sold to Codemasters. That's 20 years ago, 21 years ago, so 22. So there's been a lot of stuff I've done since then. Sensible was 13 years of my life. There's been 20 years after that I've lived as me. So of course I've had the great past, and the whatever happens, my credibility as an artist is intact from that work. And I've had some money from it, and I've managed to be smart, lucky enough to hold on to it, and have a bit left and stuff like that, which is great. And that's kind of enabled me to choose what I do with my time and my life. I've not had so many millions and millions and millions and millions. I could buy anything I want and just be a whatever. But I've had enough that it is 7 figures, and it does mean that I'm rich enough to, if I don't fuck up, to look after me and my family. It's a bit like, my life's a bit like a football match where you went 2-0 up in the first 5 minutes and you spend the rest of your life defending. That's a bit what it's actually really like. So, but within that time, you choose what to do and how you want to do stuff, So, for me, the priority is not to lose money and make it if you can, but really to focus on how you want to work and the kind of projects you want to do, and I've never been someone that attracted to very corporate stuff, and I've worked with big companies, but never in a particularly corporate way. But the last few years might be interesting to people. So when in a nutshell, if it's interesting, after Sensible, I did some consulting for about 3 years, which no, about 2 or 3 years, which really wasn't up to much. I didn't know what I was doing. I was taking on very weird left field people and trying to help them with design and business and get their games going. And it was nearer when it was very, very hard to sell original games. And to cut a long story short, we did some good stuff, but didn't really get a lot of traction in with this stuff.
Yeah.
And then I started doing mobile stuff with a couple of the guys in the Bitmap Brothers, which was good fun, but we didn't make that much money. For us, we could do more work hiring ourselves out. And so we stopped after a while. And then I did some very interesting consulting work with different clients. I decided to build up my consulting business. By 2008, I had like 3 very good paying clients and working on 3 really good different projects, different types of projects, hiring myself out on the daily basis, to help with design and a bit of business maybe. And then 2008, when the economic world collapsed, I lost all 3 clients in 1 week. So I spent like 4 or 5 years building up in a week. So I'm like, okay, go back to the drawing board. So with the company Tower Studios we'd set up for the mobile stuff in 2004, I just picked it up again on my own. I asked the other guys, they were busy doing stuff, and I just took the company over. It lied dormant really, and started doing self-publishing for the first time ever actually, and did a little app, a little chat app, which was okay, and then did a Speedball on mobile and various other devices, which was pretty good, and got us a #1 game briefly, which was nice. And but then from about 2011, no, about 2013. So this is my last 8 years, right? My last 8 years. Then we spent 2 or 3 years finishing off a game called World Explorer I was working, which was the first original game I'd done for about 20 years. And for whatever reason, we made some mistakes. The world had gone free to play in our gaps. We designed it as a premium game, then it went free to play. We had to retrofit it, and the game, I wanted it to come out and be good, but it didn't end up making that much money really, and it was self-publishing, so you've got no other source of income. And then we started working on Sociable Soccer, which was end of 2015. And again, we didn't make money. It took us a while to get publishing contracts in place, and we didn't get the game out quick. And anyway, to cut a long story short, basically, between the years of 2013 and 2019, I earned nothing. I was actually putting money into the company every year to keep it going, to keep other people around it.
Yeah.
So that's 6 years of earning nothing. And then we suddenly land an amazing deal with Sociable Soccer, and I get shitloads all in 1 year, like loads of money, but all in 1 year. And then everything gets taxed at 40% because you can't. Well, no, you try to avoid it, but basically you hit a point where the tax office looks at the money and goes, it all came in at once. And you're like, yeah, we know, but we spent 5 years making this. I don't care. You earned all the money in the same year, so they don't allow you to retrospectively put money in the previous years.
I get tax relief for the 8 years you made fuck all, basically, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So everything, so then you avoid that. So you just sit on it you sit on the money going, well, I don't want to pay myself, so I don't want to be taxed. And it's there, and that's how it's really weird how it works. So you're kind of in a weird world where I've been thinking about this. Like when I hear people through COVID talking about furloughing and stuff, and they're worried about not having their wage, and I'm thinking, well, I don't know how much sympathy I have. I've always worked for myself. No one ever cares about self-employed people. And I could tell a story 2 ways. I could say, like I did to you, like I had 6 years I earned nothing and I was on minus money, and then I made a fortune. Or I could say it the other way around. I made a fortune this year, and people are like, you bastard. Yeah, but the previous 6 years I earned nothing. And for some reason, the order you tell people the information in dictates how sympathetic they are to you, which is kind of weird because so that it's a very weird way of earning, is what I'm saying, and it takes a while to get used to it. This thing, but you need to be able to mentally handle the insecurity of it, actually, because it is quite. Yeah.
So that's why you obviously try to hang on to your money as best as you could. Was your wife working at that point? Was she kind of helping to kind of keep things ticking on, or we?
Well, my wife. I mean, our kid, our eldest daughter was born in 1988, so that's like about microprocessor socket shoot up construction kit time. We didn't have a lot of money then. I mean, actually, when we first were living together, she had a bit more money than me because she'd bought a house previously and had a bit of money out of it, and I didn't have that. So, but then once Emma, our oldest, was born, then she went back to work, but realised she didn't want to do it, and she wanted to stay with looking after the kids. For we had then the second one, Jess, and then the third one, Isabel, so she took about 14 years out of work, and that was okay for us because obviously we had some money from the games we were selling, and since then, after that point, then she went back. She retrained as a midwife, and she's still a midwife now. That's what she decided to do. So she was in like publishing kind of stuff, and then had a break, and then went back. Which for me is normal. That's kind of how I was brought up with my own mother and dad and stuff. But yeah, no, we've been the first couple of years, I'd say, for us as a family was maybe, Parallax and Whizball didn't pay us too much money. They might have looked good, but they didn't earn very good. But as we got to get better advances, it's so important when you're running a business, that side. Until that side's sorted, you can't really relax into your work. You're more worried about, is everyone okay at home? So it is important. And I'm lucky that her dad worked for himself, because my wife's been able to tolerate the horrendous swings and roundabouts of this stuff.
Yeah, she's seen it before. She understands it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's also a Glaswegian.
Really, Where about in Glasgow? He's
from Motherwell. Her dad, my father-in-law, from Motherwell.
Oh, right. I used to look after the job centre in Motherwell. That's actually kicked arse away from me.
He actually died very recently, unfortunately. But he's
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
But it's been lucky for me to have a family around me that understands this weird world, because most people, if you say you're not going to earn any money for 6 years, people would go, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
To have people to trust you for that length of time, not just my wife, also the development team I'm working with, whose income's tied to that, to have their trust, with social soccer, 3 or 4 years before we got money in. You kind of get that responsibility to be looking after the people around you, and that's part of it as well.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
That's all right. I don't mind. I'm used to it. It's my life. That's what I do.
I mean, I have a few mates who they're self-employed, and one mate he's kind of what's the name of that guy? Fucking Gordon Ramsay. Not a fan of him, but he goes in and turns a shit cafe into a good cafe. This guy goes into businesses and he'll turn a crap company into a good company. And he's done a lot of work for Sony, and him and this other guy are actually in the process of they're working with Microsoft. I don't fully understand exactly what it is they do, but anyway, he could potentially make millions if it all kicks off. But I remember him telling me a couple of years ago, I said, how are things? Because he would stand up in front of 1,000 people and just tell them this is what you need to do. And I said, how are things? He says, didn't make any money at all for the last 6 months. I says, oh, right. I says, fucking hell, how's that? He says, that's fine. He says, last week I got 60 grand. I went, oh, that's nice. So he says, that's the way it works. It's like
that is how it works. That's how it works. And I think I've reflected on this many times. The world is financial world is built around seasonal work, which must come from farming originally. Where you've got we do an annual cost and return, yeah. So your work is wrapped up into annual. Well, in the case of this game, social soccer has been going 5.5 years. It didn't earn any money for the first 4 years, right? So it wasn't out. It went out on a minimal early access for a while, but it wasn't in the situation to earn any money in. The problem, and previously, my previous game, Word Explorer, was also a 4-year development cycle. Now, the problem with the way the government tax system works is you can only take income out as a director based on the profit in your organization. You can't like take money out exceeding the profits of that year. And until you get the income in from selling what you're finishing, you can't make the profit. So anything which is scoped out over 5-10 year cycle, it doesn't really fit in with this economic cycle that's anticipating you're going to have an annual, an annual chance to say that one job is 1 year. Even if I go back to a big change which happened, I hope you don't mind me rambling.
No, not at all. It's all interesting, John. Yeah.
So the biggest change for us at Sensible Software, structurally as a company, happened when Tony Blair came into power in '93, I think it was, or '94, around about that time. Every single person that worked for Sensible Software, apart from myself and Chris as owners, were consultants. They were just charging us. We gave them so much of a percentage of the income and so much in advance against, I don't know, the Amiga version of Cannon Fodder as a programmer, for example. So we'd go, right, you've got 30 grand, however long it takes, you're going to get 30 grand. If you're quick, it's going to be 30 grand. If you're slow, it's going to be 30 grand. That's forwarded against a royalty of 30% or whatever he was on at the time, on X formats of the game, and then a lower percentage on the other formats. That's how we paid people. And what that enabled us to do across the board of all the employees, but teammates, if you like, because they weren't employed, they actually were not employees, was it enabled us to control the amount of outgoing a version of the game would cost us, because up front we'd already said you're going to get 30 grand, you're going to get 10, you're going to get 15. So we had a finite outgoing, and that was important because our incomings from the publishers were also finite. So we'd budget for roughly half of the money we got in to go out to the team, roughly. And then when Tony Blair came in, and again it's this annual stuff, the government changed it so that, particularly for the IT industry and also for construction workers, if as a self-employed person you only had one client in a tax year, you couldn't be deemed to be self-employed. You had to be turned into an employee. So for our work that was project-based, and even back then, some of the games were taking 2 years, we would say, I don't know, since World of Soccer is a 2-year project, we couldn't easily keep people on our system of doing as a contract. Like, you're going to get 50 grand for doing the programming on SWOS or wherever it might be over X amount of time. We had to turn them into employee, which totally destroyed our business structure of being able to clamp our outgoings, knowing that we get, because our income was a fixed amount of money for the advance. So we wanted our outgoing to be commensurate with that, so we could know that if the game, when you're trying to make really good games like we did, we made the good games because we kept on allowing the deadlines to drift until the game was perfect.
Yeah.
Now, if you do that, if you do that when your staff are on PAYE, every month you go longer, it's costing you more and more and more and more money, and your advance you're getting in is not going up, so you lose money as a company. So that model, again, reflects that anticipation that everything's annual, and that why has this program only got one client on his self-employed thing? It's because he's on one project that's lasted 2 years and he's in the middle of it. What do you expect? So we always suffered a little bit from people not really understanding what we do. It's not really been out there even in the university space. We sit between arts and sciences, so there's a few things where games is not kind of easily fitted into the other cycles of stuff which is more established, and we've had to find our way, and it's taken a bunch of time to get nearer there. But still, like I said, with income, it just pisses me off all the time that you can't guess how much you're going to make next year by saying, I think we're going to make, don't know, 500,000 next year, so I give myself a big fat salary. I can't do that because I know that sod's law is will make nothing. Then I'll get some other weird tax coming on me for taking a salary I shouldn't have taken. So it's a frustrating old thing.
Yeah, do you think? I think even probably now. Maybe now gaming is recognised as something it's out there. People have been talking for years about there's more money made in the games industry than like Hollywood and all this kind of stuff, and yet it's still kind of looked upon. It's still looked upon as kind of niche thing. I mean, I'll get a laugh. I was on a team meeting today, and I've got 3 kind of arcade cabinets in my kitchen. And I don't know if you've used Teams. You've got like the filters and all that. And I usually use like a Buddhist monk Shaolin temple thing or whatever. And I'd been fucking about with it the other day, and I forgot to put the filter on. So I'm sitting there, and there's about 10 people coming in, and one of the directors is like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Sorry, what's that behind you?" I went, "That." He went, "Yeah." I go, "It's an arcade cabinet." Fuck, let me see that. And I thought, he didn't swear. And I picked up my laptop, and he went, "That's bloody brilliant." But people still look upon the industry as, I mean, quite, I don't know, it's maybe it is now kind of recognised, whatever, you know. I think
people understand it from a point of view that it generates money. It's enough to get business people excited. It generates money. I think that where we struggle to, what's very hard to communicate, is the old part that we remember. They've got they can't grasp that at all. And the fact it was more British in Britain in the old days, the fact it was less corporate in the old days, the fact that it was more like, let me try and get the way of expressing this right. It was presented in much more of a, oh, these guys are doing this cool thing, let's go and check it out, or see what it is, or this looks interesting, or it was much more informal. And what's always made me laugh is that we made a lot more money when it was like that as well. So all this making the game where the industry's not professional enough and blah, 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 you know, we made a lot more money in those days when it was 6 guys in an office in March by a railway station, because underlyingly, you know, behind the informal face and we're a group of guys who should be in a band or whatever, we ran a very tight business. We knew what we were doing, and the system allowed us to do that. And you didn't have hundreds of middle things taking stuff off. You didn't have platforms engaging and taking money. Of course, a lot of that has gone. It was going to distribution beforehand, but you didn't have this sense of being controlled either so much. You didn't have a filter on stuff checking you can't do that in a game, or you shouldn't be doing that, or you know. So it was a different vibe, and it was a better, for me creatively, a better vibe. And you know, the industry's different now to how it was, and I'm not saying it's in some instances it's better, but for my personal taste, where I come from as a person and as a consumer of media, I prefer the old way, which is a little bit, and it's not just in games, let's be honest, it's certainly music now and everything else, really.
Of course it is. I mean, Mel Croucher, I love the Bedrooms to Billions, and Mel Croucher said that everything changed when the accountants moved in, and it just became business. And you know, I was talking to just last week, actually. One of my favourite C64 games is Pipeline, Super Pipeline by Taskset Software, and I was talking to Andrew Walker last week, absolute top bloke, and I says, Taskset only really went for about 2 years. And I says, what happened? He says, basically we got to a point where he says, there was only 6 of us, we were all programming. And we're like, well, if we're going to have to start taking this more seriously, who wants to be marketing manager? Who wants to look after the accounts? Well, fuck it, we'll just call it a day. And it was, I said, because everybody wanted to program, and then he realised, no, we can't. Things are moving on, and we just had to kind of disband at that point, which is a shame.
Exactly, and people say it's moving. Was that, by the way, Scottish Andrew Walker?
No, Andrew comes from Bridlington.
Oh, right. There's another guy, Scottish guy. So, I mean, what can I say? I mean, I've been lucky enough to have a foot in both camps. So I've kind of always done our royalty accounts, if you like. So we always pay people royalties in our company, which means someone has to keep track of how much money we got in and how much money we need to pay all the guys, so that's, you know, so they get 10% or whatever. So I've always done that part. I really hate regular accounting, I've got to say, but I've always enjoyed the contracts part, like the legal stuff. I really enjoy. So I've always said with the game making, however brilliant games you make or whatever, you make the most money you make is on those times when you're doing the contract, and you're working out what that percentage is you get paid and what that advance is and what the terms of this are. And it took us a long time. We made so many mistakes for the first 7 or 8 years of our business, but I kind of got into that side of making the games, which is important. And I really wish it's one of those things where when I look at the games industry and how we can improve it for young people coming in, the first thing you need to learn is how to do a contract, especially if you own the IP of a game. You need to know how to manage it so that you're still in some kind of control or not totally out of control within a year or so.
It's what's interesting. I was listening to I think it might have been Retro Gamer magazine or something, and they were talking to Matthew Smith, and Matthew Smith said that he never made a single penny with Jet Set Willy, which is incredible.
I can totally believe it, because
what the hell?
What it's because of the kind of, I touched on this a little bit earlier, but the guys that were making the games, we were young. A lot of them were. I was 19 when I started. Some people were much younger. The older guys were like 25. They weren't that old. And then you had these guys doing publishing, who were in a way kind of like, chances is the wrong word, but they'd come from outside industries to try something new, and they saw these young people that they could maybe just
manipulate a wee bit, maybe.
In the worst case, manipulate. In the best case, work with. Well, we were lucky to work with some good ones, but in the worst case, manipulate people. And the contracts we got in the old days weren't that great. It took us a while to realise it, but they weren't. But you need to learn how to read a contract and go, hang on, that bit I don't like, and I can believe Matthew got nothing. He was only a young kid at the time, and it was unfortunately, people don't want to talk about that part, and nowadays, of course, you've got shiny companies like Microsoft and Amazon and whatever going, come and work for us, and we'll put you in our XXX program, and then no one reads the small print of what's in their contracts, and everyone's happy to go along with this stuff, but again, I'm not sure that's the right way. I think that if you look at the football world, the model is much better. I mean, the football world is, you've got a bunch of clubs, and then these kids come in at the age of 11 or whatever and start playing, and after every year they cull a percentage of those kids at 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, and by the time you get up to 18-year-olds who could now break into the full team, only 10% of the kids that started are now left. A couple of them have gone from elsewhere, and then they're the ones you give contracts to, and help to take their proven skills to their next level, being professional with a team or whatever level. And I kind of don't really think we've ever had that model. I think what we have at the moment is a model which tries to squeeze. Well, it's getting better, but there was too much energy spent for 10 years in taking people who didn't really have what it takes, but giving them equal backing to people who did show promise. In other words, not wanting to discriminate based on quality, which then leads actually with a huge amount of money wasted on crap people. You could have doubled the money to someone decent, So I think that there's been a fair amount of that. It's programming. Top level programming is very valuable in our industry, and there's not a lot of people who really cut it. The same with producers, the same with designers. Artists maybe a bit less. There's a bit more flexibility, but you need to be really, really good to I guess as part of a large team, you can go along as being okay. In a lot of teams that works, but to really do something cutting edge and new as we were doing in the old days, you needed to have something special as a programmer, particularly.
Yeah, to kind of stand out. Yeah, I suppose you're talking about like getting red. I mean, we're talking about Mike Tyson. I mean, anytime you see Mike Tyson, you see that horrible white-haired creature. What's his name? Don King. Over and over him, and then if you watch that Bruno thing, whatever it was, Bruno versus Tyson, after Kenny, Mike Tyson went to spoiler alert, went to jail for supposed rape. when Bruno was fighting, was it? I can't remember who the guy that he beat again, whatever it was. There's bloody Don King, kind of hugging Frank Bruno. He's just like a bloody leech.
Yeah, it's like Elvis and Tom Parker, isn't it? It's the same story. It's like, you see this even recently. I can't remember who it was. They were talking about someone out there in the big world, and I was thinking, you're setting yourself up to be like Elvis was, with sat in Vegas in this lonely hotel. There's some bloke's making a fortune out of you, and you just want to end it all. It's not where you want to be in life.
Anyhow, what was you've already kind of touched on, you were pals with various people. Did you have much contact with like the guys for Ocean and other programmers and that, Jeff Minter and all that? Did you kind of cross paths at all?
We did. I mean, like I said, these Zap Towers, I had these parties. In fact, one memory I have of Jeff Minter once is he was there with some girl, and he was rolling a joint, but he didn't share it. I remember that. Sorry, Jeff. I really like Jeff, but I remember that, man, when he was a young man. But yeah, no, him, like I say, Archer McLean, and then later on, in my life, I mean, I became very close friends with the Darling brothers at the Codemasters when we sold our company to Codemasters.
Yeah.
And the Oliver twins I've gone with really well. Mev Dink has been a mate of mine for a long, long time. In fact, I just got this in the post the other day. You know Mev?
Yeah, he was System 3, wasn't he? Yeah.
Vivid Image. They did like
like First Samurai and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a package to me from Mev, which arrived very recently. So.
Have you owned it yet? Have you not owned it?
No, I know it's his book. He's written a book and signed it. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Tony, I bought the Gary Penn did the history of Sensible Software. I still read it. Yeah. It's been sitting in my bookcase for about 2 years, and I keep forgetting to actually read it. But
you should have read it before you did this. So actually,
I should have.
This room behind me here. This is my work / music room. We did a lot of the interview here. Gary, as you know, lives up in Scotland. He came down. Yeah. He came down here for 3 days, and we drank a lot of wine and talked a lot of shit. And he wrote all his notes down, and half of that's in that book. But that was a really important thing for me, because I'd always wanted to kind of get a book to capture the story of Sensible Software. And I was approached by Darren Wall at Ron Books, and he said, "I'd like to do a book on your company, your old company." And it was his first book, and he said, "Who would you like to get to work on?" I recommended Gary because we've been mates for a long time, and since we were very young, so we knew the whole story. And it was good because we'd be able to talk to him a lot and see if there's any mistakes in drafts and shit like that. So to get it to make sure that it was reflecting things accurately without any mistake. The problem you worry about with that kind of stuff is just mistakes. Like someone says, "Oh, so and so did this." It's no, that's not how it happened. So there's none of that. I mean, the whole book is something which, as far as I'm concerned, is pretty accurate. It would be obviously have more voices and more opinions from other ways and that. But I mean, everyone that Gary could get to come into the book, he got in, and there's a lot of voices from publishers we work with and producers and even people like Peter Molyneux and stuff giving reflections, and that's the first book about the games industry which was ever in the BAFTA library.
Oh really?
So,
oh wow.
Yeah, because literally it works for any of that stuff. So but for me it was just like, I always had, you got your little list of stuff you want to do in your life going forward. That was one of the things, and it got ticked off by someone else initiating it. So that I've been having to, when we do these kind of interviews, and I do them every now and then, as you know, you keep having to remember stuff again, and some of the facts when you're going back 25 years about then we did this, and then he did this, and then that happened. Sometimes the ordering gets really muddled in your head, So it's quite good to have it written down so you can remember.
Quite funny, because when I was, I spoke to Sean Southern, of Mr. Chip Software, a couple of years ago, and it was funny as anything, because Sean is he's just such a laid back guy, so chilled out. And half the games I was mentioning, he's like, "Did I write that?" I went, "You did, look." Wow. And he couldn't remember writing half of the games. And then at the end of the interview, I said to him, I mean, I still tie up with him. I've met him a few times at Play Blackpool and all that, and I says, when did you last play Lotus? Oh, I've not played it since. I says, what I'll do is I'll zip up all the Amiga games and I'll put an emulator and I'll send that across to you. And I had to give him instructions how to run his own games. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I guess it's weird from the point of view of people who are still involved and focused on the retro scene. But for us, you know, especially when you go back to the Commodore 64 time, it's quite a long time ago now. And
it was frighteningly long ago, 40 years ago, really. For I don't know.
Yeah, don't say that. It really is. It's scary. But you know, I mean, obviously, I love the fact that people care about it very much. It's really nice to have people caring about your old work. But to me, it is very much is that like it's obviously commercially because it's still my job to make games as it was then. I know I can't do that as a business. I can't sell it. I can't really have it as anything you can say as a job that would make any money. So for me, and for anyone like in my position that's still in the games industry, we've got to focus on now. We've got to focus on like on mobile phones and Nintendo Switches and you know PS5 or whatever. That's has to be our focus. And I think some people they're like, you know, even now we've got like, when are you going to do the Amiga version of Sociable Soccer? And it's like, well, it's not really high on the agenda because they've got 10 other platforms we're contracted to make and there's no money in it. So it's kind of like kind of ends up being nice to do that will never get done because there will never be the time to do that. There'll never be the energy to do it. And I understand from people's perspective that they'd like to see it. But for us, unfortunately, unlike doing a piece of music or, you know, recording a little video saying hi or whatever, you know, make a game is not a trivial task. It takes a long time. And that's the reason we don't see so many of these things. It's not that we don't care. It's that we can't really get our headset back into developing for that machine and then spend time doing it. Unfortunately, because of the way the media is,
I mean, you bring out a new Amiga game, you know, I don't know, Sensible Soccer 3 or something.
Yeah,
you're maybe going to get maybe 5,000 people buying it, and that's not going to keep you going for very long. And that's
it. That's the whole thing. I mean, I think what's happened is, in my opinion, what's happened is because self-publishing, as I say, I started self-publishing in 2009. I've not actually we put the early access version of Sociable Soccer in 2019, which was self-publishing, but I've not done it for a while since 2014-15 because it's hard. I've worked with loads of great publishers. I am not a great publisher. We happened to get a #1 game for a while with Speedball, but that was because it was Speedball was carrying it, obviously. But I think that people who don't fully understand the industry kind of focus so much on the successful self-publishing stories, and they don't see what I see, which is the thousands of unsuccessful ones. People have just made no money or lost money or whatever, and it's like, as I said, I'm defending a 2-0 lead since the 5th minute. You know, that's what we don't do. So I think that people, I understand why, because there's been so much of a drive that anyone can do this, and it's the revolution of gaming, and you know, everyone can come in equally, and anyone can put an app out on the App Store. Well, that's a good thing in a way, but the problem is, it should be differentiated professional product from non-professional product from a consumer's perspective, and also in terms of talking about our kids and where they want their futures to be. You should be able to have some quality check on the likelihood they've got to make a living in a career. And as I've had, you know, financed a family, a car, a house, a life for 36 years so far in this industry, you know, if you can't do that, it doesn't matter what level of living is, but some sustainable level for your family, whatever degree of standard of life you want. If you can't do that at all, then it shouldn't be your job. And you shouldn't be hoodwinked into thinking that there's this potential future for you that's not there when everyone wants to do it. And there's like, you know, the last time I looked, there was 11,000 people in the British games industry. And if you go like 10,000 students wanting to enter it a year or whatever the number might be, you just end up with unrealistic expectations of where it can go. And I think it's been managed a bit better now, but I think that the I think that there's been a deliberate blurring of what happens in universities and education and what's really out there in terms of jobs afterwards. And that's really affected the younger generation now in their 20s, I think, because they've borne the brunt of a lot of bullshit, basically, and a lot of wishful thinking and a lot of selling dreams that can't really be fulfilled.
Yeah.
And I just hope that we can recover from that. And part of that is to say, look, I'm sorry, but, there's only so many people we can take in the games industry, and you're all right, but I mean, I'm a pretty good musician. I've never made any money out of music, and I know I'm not quite good enough. And I'm good. I'm just not at next level up.
Yeah.
But no one's giving that reality check in a lot of areas, including in games. Because, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I suppose, I was up seeing my sister, actually, and she said to me that she works in a high school, and they're just kicking off. They're introducing a course. They're going to stop having things like, I'm going to say like trigonometry, but they're now saying, wait a minute, what is relevant in what's the year 2021? I just had to double check. I'm still stuck in the 80s. And it says, like, being a plumber or whatever it is, it says they run a course on how to, was it a barista? And she said they're also doing one to games design. And I said, I'm actually talking to John Hare tonight. And she went, who's that? And I told her, brilliant. But I suppose it's a bit like the old X Factor thing. I want to be famous, or how long have you wanted to make music? Oh, since all my life, and they're like 14 years old. Kids now want to be famous. A kid getting into probably programming, they're not going to be the next John Hare. They're going to probably be in a kind of call center type environment where they've got this little bit of code that they've got to do, and ultimately they might get a credit at the end of Last of Us 5 for that's me. Look, there's me there. They're never going to, they're never going to be the next sensible software.
Well, I'm not sure who can be the next sensible software at all at the moment, because certainly the kind of development team following we had is quite hard to find in the unless you're in AAA games and your budget's huge. It's quite hard to find that. We were selling games based on the fact that our last game was good. That's proper artist following. That's quite hard to generate these days. But what I'm saying is that if these courses are done right, and I've been involved in universities a lot in games in this country, all over England, actually, mostly. But I work with 15 different universities at different times, and I'm currently a visiting professor at Anglia Ruskin University in Cambridge.
Professor?
Yeah, well, visiting. I don't technically know what it means, to be honest. Because
check you, Professor here.
It's one of those things where you get it not from the academic route, but from the because of your work.
Yeah.
But what's weird is no one's really told me yet what I'm meant to do as a professor, because I don't know. I mean, I don't come from this world. So I've done a bunch of teaching, however, at uni, and been involved in creating courses for Grimsby University, and then I've been involved with Westminster University for 5 years. I taught a games module there, about design and business in games. And what I can tell you is that guys who do a foundation in this before they enter the degree are much, much, much better. In other words, a lot of people are entering games courses and they've never, ever made a game for 1 minute of their life before they start the course. Now, can you imagine doing a French degree and you can't even say bonjour? That's the level that people are starting games degrees at. So it's kind of, to me, like a bit of a willful ignorance. How can you call this a degree level when these guys are absolute total beginners the moment they enter the course? So what we found in Grimsby, interestingly, was the guys who did a foundation first, which is instead of doing A levels, they did 2 years studying just making games for 2 years. When they did that and then went on after that to do the degree, when they got to the end of their degree, these guys who did the foundation as well were 4 times more likely to get employed in the games industry than the guys who didn't do the foundation. So I think in our particular field, there's so much knowledge and technical knowledge of how things work you need to really grasp before you can do anything. And there's so much failure you need to go through with working in a team and trying a project. And, I want to make a new Call of Duty in about 2 weeks and it doesn't work and all this kind of stuff, which you get a lot from students. They don't have any idea of how much things take and that. And part of the learning process is to kind of make quick mistakes in a safe environment. And these foundations kind of offer that, so that by the time they get to the degree level, right, they know that you need a team of at least 4 people. You don't have a guy on your team just because he's your mate if he's useless, because he'll just drag you backwards. You know, you make sure the game's within scope of what you're doing, and they make much better choices and they become much better. And then that means in turn, when they leave, they become much more employable because they've gone through. Think about how many game cycles you've been through. So if you've been through 3 or 4 game cycles, you basically know how it works, made to be. And then when you enter a team, you can pick up the ropes more quickly and be more useful to a team. And so that necessarily that path means there's going to be attrition along the way as you drop people off. And we've been too scared to actually drop them off because that's the earlier they do that, the earlier they go, oh, I don't really like this. What else is there? Oh, you know, so, you know, I mean, it's got to be balanced with other ways of employing people. But I think that I think we've had a world where in the last 10, 15 years, we've been not just games, but all sorts of attractive looking jobs have been given to people to look at doing. And then if they're lucky, they'll have done a games course, got computer programming skills, so they can go and work somewhere else in something else, which is maybe a little bit more dull to them, but they've got the practical skill. But in some places, there's nothing like, and then if you look at the other jobs that are there, they're not really things that they want to do or they're interested in, or they've even got a job for them, or they even pays enough. So I think that I think in our country, you know, as someone who's employed people all the way along and stuff, and seen how this works, and always tried to do it kind of in a fair, reasonable way, I might add. It kind of does bother me that you see people taking the wrong direction because they're directed in the wrong direction by people when they're young. And now I'm talking about educational institutions, you know, who, my youngest daughter, for example, her older sisters went to university. She didn't want to go to university. She said, I'm sick of education. I just want to work.
Yeah.
They didn't even have it. She went when she was doing her A-levels. She said, I don't want to go to university. I just want to work. They didn't even have a careers officer. In a decent school in Cambridge, they didn't have a careers officer to say, you should be going to look at this. The only thought was it's university for you. And it doesn't work for everybody, you know. So I'm rattling on too much with this, but it's a generational thing. Our generation is the top 10% of people go to university, everyone else works, right? That's what happened when you left school. I've seen absolutely no evidence to tell me that it shouldn't be the same. The top 10% go to uni and it's free, you know, and the rest start working. Maybe you can have some middle ground for like another 5 to 10%, but anyway,
what's quite interesting is, I mean, like I think it kind of comes back to the old kind of X Factor thing. People, they've got no. It's like when you've read these sort of what you call it. What's the guy out of bloody? Is it Steve Grohl? He says, you know, people you get these kids that they just want to be famous and they want to, you know, they want to get a single and fucking whatever. I don't even know bloody the name of them, whatever it is. They're all pish. You know what I mean? They get a wee boy like One Direction. There's not a single bit of talent amongst it. They want the fame, and then they all go and they become TV presenters and all that. And I suppose that's kind of happening in the games industry. I mean, a lot of my friends from like the early days. I mean, I first got into it as soon as I got the internet in 1997. First thing I typed was Commodore 64. Bloody hell, Jeff Minner. And then I went on to Yak Yak, and there's guys like Gareth Noyce and other people. Morgan Gibbons. Morgan's now a chief bigwig with Bethesda, and obviously Gareth's done quite a few games in that as well. And it's nice to think these guys were. And I'm still just playing bloody games because I'm too stupid. But you know, I would love to be doing what you were doing and all that. But these guys were gamers first and foremost, and then they've obviously learned to code and that kind of stuff. And now they're doing really well. You know, it's nice to see.
Yeah, if you it's like anything. If you're willing to apply yourself and you know and risk your time in doing something like that and your focus, you can get rewarded. And a lot of people see the reward and they don't see the effort that went in the background to achieve that. You know, like I was saying about earning, like they see, like you said about your mate as well, they see the good year or the good month. They don't see the previous years or months of the shit before you got there. You know, there's almost like a deliberate blindness to how much, you know, it's a risk and reward world in our world. The more risk you take, the more reward you get, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, good. Anyway, given the rave reviews that you kind of got across the magazines with the C64, I mean, they were all epic games. You kind of bailed out in you didn't bail out, but after 1990, you stopped making 8-bit games and you moved on to 16-bit. What kind of prompted that change? When did you decide, right, you know what, that's the last 64 game, we're going to move on to the 16-bit? What kind of pushed that decision?
Inevitably, it's if you look at the history of games and teams that worked on games, I would compare it to eras of weather, and by that I'm talking about like the prehistoric eras and different species and how they do, like in an ice age or in a heat wave, or you know, when it's all islands, or now you've got fish in the sea or whatever. Our version of that is technology changing. So as developers, like, we're surviving in an era, and then technology changes, and technology only ever changes forward, and there's no going back. And you swim with it or you drown, and occasionally you try to swim with it and you drown anyway because you don't adapt fast enough. And that is the rhythm of the games industry, and that's been going on ever since I started. Ever since you even crossed from, you could argue, from Spectrum to Commodore 64, there's a change. And even before that, you had like the ZX81 to Spectrum was a change. And the change from Commodore 64 for us to Amiga as a lead platform, in other words, 8-bit to 16-bit. There was a game we did called International 3D Tennis. It's not our best known game. You know it?
Yeah, I was actually. It's funny, when I was going through all the games, I couldn't find it, and I'm like, it's not coming up Sensible Software or anything like that at all. And I mean, you're not. I've got a thing called GameBase, which is fantastic. So all these games, and you're not even. Did you work in it? Because you're not credited. I think it's got Chris. Chris is credited with the graph.
I did work with International 3D Tennis. Yeah, I did the graphics side of it.
Was it Palace Software? I think it was. Did they publish
Palace
it?
did it. So what I did there was, that game is interesting. So the moment we got Wimbledon on, right? So it was the first game to have an entire world of sport. So I mapped the meta game is, you're a tennis star playing against Boris Becker and Stefan Edberg and all the stars of the time. Although they look like wireframe Czech cartoons in black and white, that's what they're called. But we mapped onto it the whole real life tennis circuit. So if you're a tennis guy, you've got a calendar, and the calendar goes, right, January the 6th, you've got Melbourne, and then January the 21st, you've got Perth, and then February the 1st, you've got either Kuala Lumpur or Singapore or whatever. And so basically they've got this calendar which drives them around the world, and sometimes they've got to choose event A or event B at the same time, and they've all got different amounts of prize money related to what round you're in and stuff. And that whole real tennis world was mapped into that game.
Was that a single load? Was that a single load game as well?
Yeah. And that's a very good precursor model for what SWOS was.
Yeah.
The same thing, you know, but it was in the tennis world, which is smaller. So I worked on that side, on the structure side, and because it was 3D graphics, I did some animations and stuff. But there wasn't so much to do with wireframe 3D for graphic artists, and also it was a first game we did as a 16-bit game, because it was 3D. We did 8-bit, but then also we got a guy called Dave Kornubik. I don't know if you've spoken to him independently. Anyway, he did some Commodore 64 stuff before he was working with us, and he did our 16-bit conversions. So I remember going to his room. He was like in the University Digs in Robinson College in Cambridge, and I go to his place, his crazy room, and he was working on that. So we kind of that was our transition game from 8-bit to 16-bit. And actually after that, then we did Megalomania, and I think we started working on Megalomania and WizKid simultaneously. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we did. We started working on Megalomania and WizKid. Maybe not exactly starting at the same time, but kind of. I think as 3D tennis was going, Megalomania started, and that was our first 16-bit first game. And that's quite a branch in the way that Sensible worked, because a transition that happened then was I got more. Basically, the teams got bigger for 16-bit, and Chris couldn't do quite so much. If he was working on a game, and he worked on 3D tennis, then he went on to WizKid, and he couldn't do quite so much of being involved in the Sensible Soccer, for example, or Cannon Fodder, apart from the technical director role we needed, like to oversee all the programming and everything else. So I took a little bit more of the creative direction, design role on my own with those games. And I guess Chris had slightly less involvement quite a lot less involvement on the direct design input, day-to-day creative director role with the team, and focus more on the technical side, which was getting bigger and bigger as the demands of the machines went up. And also we were doing multiple games at once. And then we were just taking on more third-party people. So I think Megalomania was the first game we made that Chris wasn't the lead programmer. So for me, Cannon Fodder was the first game we made when I wasn't the artist. Chris actually experienced it a little bit earlier with programming. And we took this other guy, Chris Chapman, who became an integral part of our team and went on to do Sensible Soccer and SWAS and Sensible Soccer. And so it was a transition not only in the machines but in our structure. But we really managed that seamlessly. I mean, for us, it was very smooth and painless, that transition. Almost, we hardly felt it. It was nice to have these bigger machines that could do more. And I think if you look at the kind of quirky construction of WizKid, for example, that's the kind of stuff I always wanted to do design-wise in WizBall. But the machine couldn't take it. Whereas with WizKid, with the Amiga and that, you had the bigger memory to play with, and you could put more of this weird extra stuff in. And I think what you see in the 16-bit era of Sensible, whereas in the 8-bit era, I would say, if anything, it was more led by Chris, because it was very arcade machine based and it was very programming based. You can see much more of his influence in the stuff that we're doing. And then when you come to the 16-bit stuff, it kind of flipped more to like my designer constructing a world with Megalomania or with SWAS or with Cannon Fodder or whatever. It's more about this game structures, a more design-led product, if you know what I mean, rather than the arcade. Obviously, it's got elements of both in both of them, but there's a slight change. But between us and our team of guys that was growing all the time, we had the talents to do that pretty seamlessly, and it worked to do that. And it was necessary for Chris to focus more on that technical seat at that time, because there was a lot more going on for us.
Obviously, you touched on in the old 8-bit machines, you would make sure that your games were 1,000,000% bug tested. They were silky smooth as anything. You mentioned there about like Megalomania. Had you started working on WizKid when Megalomania was still getting sort of made? So were you working in 2 games at once at that point? At any time?
Yeah, exactly. We used to go like one game at once, and then we'd intersperse it with like budget games like Insects in Space or Oh No, or these kind of.
Was that just to kind of keep a bit of money coming in? Was it?
It wasn't about money. It was about doing something. There was a laugh, and no one really cared, and it was just. It's a way of getting more games in your portfolio, but it was more right. We've spent 9 months on that, obsessing about it. Let's just have 2 weeks to have a laugh. And actually, what you see when we go to our 16-bit era is that we did the same thing, but we did that with the cover discs we did for magazines. It was the same as our budget games. For us, it's very much the same. Right, this is a breather. Let's do something fun, put it out there. People will like it. We don't really care if it makes money or not. It's just there for us to just, like, imagine a writer's written a novel and he wants to write a funny column for a newspaper like that, So, but WizKid, when we did 3D tennis, Dave joined, and at that time we were growing. So then Chris Chapman, as 3D tennis was being finished, Chris Chapman was there starting on Megalomania with me, I think in 1990, if I'm right. Chris Chapman joined us, and so we were then. Yeah, we had 2 games. We had 3D tennis finishing, and we had that starting. But I mean, even as early as the 80s, when Martin was with us, we tried to do it. We did a game called Touchstone that never came out. That was signed with Origin, but never got greenlit for production. So we tried doing this multiple games, but not successfully. But when Chris Chapman joined us, we managed to do that. And Megalomania was a very weird game. It was on a totally different tangent at the start to how it ended up. But yeah, basically you had 3D tennis finishing, Megalomania starting, and then before Megalomania was finished, you had WizKid starting, and then before that ended, you had Sensible Soccer starting, but then you also had Cannon Fodder starting somewhere as well.
Yeah.
So we kind of went to 3 games, and we always found the 3 games a little bit of a stretch, but we tried it. But whenever we went to 3, I think our quality always went down somewhere because keeping the focus like that was hard.
Aye. I mean, I suppose from a company's point of view, when you're making 8-bit games, I don't know how long it would take you to make an 8-bit game. You could turn it around maybe, I don't know, so many months. If you had just made Megalomania and it took you however long it took you to make, and then you put it out, and then you were starting at the very beginning again, potentially you're having to rely on Megalomania selling to keep you guys and basically got some sort of income. So you had to kind of have like spinning plates. You had to have different ones at different stages.
Very much so. I mean, when Megalomania, the Megalomania story, very interesting. We nearly signed it with Virgin. Then we signed it with Microsoft.
That was,
but it changed totally from a game about flying spaceships around and digging up minerals from planets to put into spaceships to like the real-time history game that it became. It became a much better, more playable game towards the end. But yeah, I mean, at that time when Megalomania came out, it went to number 1, and then a month or 2 later, before we'd had our first quarter's royalties, Robert Maxwell jumped off his boat and we lost all our money, as I mentioned before. But not just that. At that time, we had 4 games signed with Microsoft. We had Megalomania 2, which had been signed up by them, plus Sensible Soccer, plus Cannon Fodder, all with Microsoft. And they were going to be like our publisher, our almost one-stop publisher for everything. At that point, the only other thing kicking around would have been WizKid. WizKid was still like with Ocean as a side thing, and then Microsoft imploded, and we lost a lot of money. And then there was a pull. Microsoft had signed so many top British developers. There was like us and the Bitmap brothers and various others all around in the room, going, right, how are we going to get our games back? We were all in the same boat. And it was very lucky. Fergus McGovern, unfortunately, no longer with us, but he was leading Probe Software at the time, and he was a bit more clued up than some of us. And him and we shared knowledge with each other enough to collectively fight to get all of us to get our IPs back to us from this.
Yeah,
the executives that were trying to claim that they could get it from us, and it was a real eye-opening moment for us. I mean, up to that point, we'd never had a limited company. We were just a partnership, me and Chris. That was it. We didn't realise how much we needed to protect our stuff legally at all. We need to look at it. And we're in 1991 now, so this is like we've already had 2 or 3 number 1 games. We're still doing that stuff. So yeah, actually, the follow-up from that, we set up Sensible Limited. What's called Sensible Limited is a limited company in 1990. God knows, 2. We've been running for 6 years, So we very much come from a non-corporate background, And these days people wouldn't do that, but in those days we just kind of did that,
Yeah, that must have been bloody scary though when you heard the news about Microsoft going tits up, thinking you're potentially that could have taken you plus a lot of other companies down.
Yeah, I mean it was interesting. It's like we're in this medium stage of our career at that point. We kind of like we haven't really made any big money at the moment, but we survived pretty well for 6 years. We've got quite a lot of cred from our previous games, and but what that really served to do actually was really tighten the bond with the UK games industry that was existing. And then over the next few years, we noticeably were getting better and better and better deals on our games. And part of that came because as development companies, we tended not to always talk so much about how we were doing business, but now we were forced to talk about our business together a bit to get ourselves out of here.
Yeah.
And some shared information like, well, we got this advance for our game. And we're like, yeah, really? Wow. Well, we got this percentage in our game. And people go, oh, that's interesting. So between us, we kind of worked out where we should be pushing these advances and stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
actually, collectively, I mean, if I can tell you that the really short way of saying this is when we signed Parallax in 1986, we were given $5,000 up front on a 15% royalty. If I go forward 9 years to when we signed up Sensible Soccer 3D and Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, in 9 years' time, that $5,000 and 15% had turned into £1 million and 50%. In 9 years.
Quite a difference,
yeah. Now this is all in little steps. This is all in little steps. But the key part was that Microsoft bit, because now you suddenly had like 6, 7 developers sitting in the same room together, comparing notes, and I think collectively all feeling like what's come at us, and then thinking, right, how can we benefit from this? So we started to cooperate a little bit, and it really helped, you know. And it certainly opened our. I tell you, I like the legal stuff. It's from this point. It really opened my eyes up, you know, to what we can achieve. And luckily for us at Sensible, you know, the better business we were doing after that point coincided with our better selling games. So, you know, like if you're going to have a game that's going to have your first 50% royalties, it was Sensible Soccer. You know, that's just plain luck. You know, it could have been Whiskey, which sold bugger all, but it wasn't. You know?
I'm just getting. Have you seen Bugs Life by Pixar? I'm getting an image. That's what it was like. The bloody what's his name, Mr. Maxwell, was the big bloody cricket, and then suddenly all the ants decided, wait a minute, you can just fuck off. We'll collect it and we'll eat it. You can pass off.
Well, what it gave us, you know, again, we're still talking about the self-publishing boom, so you're still going to publishers, but it gave us more information on how to approach publishers, and at the same time, you started to get 2 or 3 years later, like Bertelsmann and Warner and Sony and these previously film and music companies moving into the games, and they had more money. And we just got clued up around about the right time for this, in this respect, when we kind of, they were learning the games industry from us, and we were learning other stuff from them, and it wasn't all good. And ultimately, it was the downfall of the British games industry at that time, the old way it was. But yeah, we were that early 90s period was like a bit of magic for us, really.
Yeah, I suppose that was kind of the sort of defining moment where it went from this small little industry making, you know, £5 from a computer fair to suddenly the big guns coming in, and suddenly you had to kind of meet in the middle. And
yeah, exactly.
They probably thought they got a good deal, and you guys were getting better rewarded for what you were doing.
There was the time that was the really good part was just before they came in. So, you know, as I say, for us anyway. So we were working with Virgin already. Virgin weren't quite part of this big media companies coming in. They were more like an earlier stage of that, you know, and there's a bit more British led, although eventually it became very much dominated by Virgin America. But Virgin were kind of like slightly on the other side of that. And then Renegade, who we worked with for Sensible Soccer, they came out of Rhythm King Records. They were basically an indie record label who started making games and teaming up with the Bitmap brothers. So the Bitmaps obviously knew development very well. They knew it from the developer's perspective, and they found Rhythm King as a partner to go in with this to take other developers' games to publish them. And we were just quite lucky with that. It was like signing with a very good indie record and a very good indie record deal. And again, that was before then. But when we were getting like £1 million advances, this is now when you're dealing with Warner. You're dealing with, you know, you're dealing with a much bigger company, and this is just pennies to them. And you know, I mean, it didn't all go right for us, but that was actually more to do with our inability to cope with the next technology shift. Whereas the 8-bit to 16-bit was dead easy for us. The 16-bit to 3D was like, we were terrible at it. We just did a very bad job of it. We totally underestimated what was happening.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So Megalomania, that probably, I mean, I'm a massive fan of it. I've not played it for years. You've actually put me in the mood to go and play it again. But it was probably one of the first games that I remember the voice acting was just absolutely sublime. So where did that come about? Was these just were these like this part actors or were they whatever? How did that come about? Because it was really added to it.
What happened with us? Again, we talked about Martin previously about in the 8-bit year. I mean, when Martin left to go to Origin, we didn't. Although both me and Chris are musicians, we weren't doing sound in games particularly. And then through Palace, we got in touch with Richard Joseph, and Richard is again a music genius, and he did pretty much all the sound on our 16-bit games. So whereas our soundtrack on 8-bit is Martin, on 16-bit one tends to be Richard, or sometimes me working with Richard. And Megalomania particularly, and even 3D Tennis. 3D Tennis has got commentary in it by Dan Maskell in some versions. It's got the.
I'll need to go and look at that. I've never played it. I'll need to go because I'd moved on to the Amiga by that point. I'll need to go. I mean, I know the game, but I've never played it. I'll need to play it. Wow.
It's. I think the Amiga version of 3D Tennis is the one with the commentary, and it's a bit scratchy. But this is Richard. He was a real pioneer in terms of the way you manage sound in a game, in terms of actual audio management. And he came from he brought a different energy to us because he was a bit older than us.
Aye.
He'd had I don't even know much about Richard's history, but in the 70s, he had a record deal with EMI or someone like that as a music artist, and he was doing different kind of music, and he was hanging around with guys like Shack Attack or his mates and stuff like that. And he comes from Thomas Dolby, from the past. He comes from a music background first, and he entered games as like by his own admission, he was up his own arse when he was a young man with this record deal. And he'd gone away on a holiday to India, I think, and he'd come back after a year. And games was his way of like getting his career back on track in a different medium, but using his knowledge from the past. So for him, the whole of his game stuff he did with us and the bitmaps and a bunch of other guys was like a resurrection. It was like a second career for him.
Second coming,
second coming, yeah. And he basically came with much more sophistication than we'd had previously. Not only in the music and the sound construction, you can even see in some of the stupid videos we did. Like Richard was a real star in these. He came with some extra energy and proper media experience. He set up his sound thing eventually in Pinewood Studios. I used to go to Pinewood Studios to do sound with him. It's brilliant. Like once a week, go and make music in Pinewood for Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll was a dream. But in when we started working with him, like putting the BBC theme into the tennis game and having Dan Maskell doing commentary, this is like the game is obscure, but it had commentary in it, And then, so when we did Megalomania, it was the second game we put speech in. And how did we put the speech in? Because one of Richard's mates was a voiceover actor, and so and he was messing around with putting speech into the Amiga, the music we did Mars then, and another theme again written by his friend. But Richard was pioneering this kind of stuff, and it kind of dovetailed well with what we were doing at Sensible because we were very flexible about stuff. We were very much, like I say, iterative and. Megalomania just started off so different from how it ended up, but when you spot
in a good way,
exactly.
Pleased with it, yeah.
I love Megalomania. I think that people talk to me about old games and resurrecting them. The one that needs resurrecting most of all is Megalomania because it got killed off or cut short by Mirrorsoft when it was number one. It was a number one game and it died with the publisher. It was unusual, and it's not only that the sales got lost; it lost its momentum and its traction. And often when people talk about these earlier God games, we had a game there, but it just kind of never quite got that momentum it needed to keep on going for a year at that top level. It got re-signed by Ubisoft and actually put out with First Samurai as like a 50-50 disc. We had a kind of lost edge. And the other thing I think it would be great is as a multiplayer game. Because you can do that. So, I love Megalomania. I'm proud of it. It's the first game in the world that ever had a tech tree, which is great. One of the first to have mining, although Herzog Survey apparently had that. Not that we knew those guys, but yeah, it was like, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot recently. I've come to this weird conclusion that when you make stuff, people talk about. I saw something about the Beatles which made me think about it. Actually, it's like when you do something, when you're the first person to do something, or it's a new idea, or whatever, which we've done a few of over the time, especially with Sensible. I've come to the conclusion, and even as a songwriter, I can say this: like, you have an idea for a melody or whatever, and however you do it, it's not so much that you came up with a good idea as you were the first person to discover this idea. It's actually more like the idea's out there, and you're mining for it, and you can be the first person to discover it, but eventually someone else would have discovered it. I've seen it in games so many times, like the fact that these German guys are doing this. Herzog's actually might be Japanese, isn't it? But anyway, these guys are doing this mining stuff somewhere we've never met, and at the same time, we're looking at a game about mining and tech trees with Megalomania, and it's just because the idea is an obvious next step out there from where we are now, and I think that often people who maybe aren't so creative, when you have everyone has creative ideas, but they don't react in the same way. So when you're creative, you have an idea and you go, yeah, okay, that's good. But you discipline yourself to stick with it, write it down, work it, develop it, record it somehow, and keep on going and let it grow into something and just nurture that. When that first idea enters your head, that's when it's important to grab it. Don't let it go.
Start running with it, yeah.
And then you realise that, anyone could really have had this idea. I mean, it's not so off the wall that someone else may not have had this idea. So it's not necessarily that maybe this is bullshit, but it doesn't appear to me that necessarily that you're so special because you had the idea, but it's being able to capture it and then turn it into something meaningful.
And a tangible thing, yeah, and run with it. Exactly. Pick the ball up and actually run with it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's almost like there's obvious conclusions out there, or this, that we all live in the same kind of environment, basically. We all live in roughly the same social world at the moment and roughly the same physical world, right? I mean, look at the back of your screen and the back of my screen. It's the same kind of stuff in different configurations, right? So that's kind of where we are. So it's just a matter of who pieces together that little next piece of the puzzle as we advance. And we have these little weird things like WizKid. Okay, WizKid is a bit off the wall, but it's only just a weird combination of pretty obvious ideas. So I think that there's I guess where I'm driving at with this is there's a sense that some forms of progression are kind of inevitable. It's just you don't know quite who's going to do it or quite when or quite where, but there's a kind of line of logical progression which occasionally gets deviated by something which appears to be, well, where did that come from? But really, if you trace everything back and how it goes forward, it's fairly obvious when you look at thing A and C were joined with thing B in the middle that someone was going to get to B.
Yeah,
that's the way I kind of see it. Yeah.
Just you're talking about WizKid. I'll be 1,000,000% honest. When WizKid came out, I think it got a good review. I think it was Amiga Power. Gave it a good review. I went out and bought it, and I couldn't get on with it. Is it worth playing? Do you think?
I think that WizKid is. It's the last game me and Chris did together as a pair, and it's like Freeform Jazz as a game. And I think it's got some brilliant bits in it. I think it's a real good expression of kind of unleashed creativity. So personally, I'm very proud of it. I think it expresses a kind of energy me and Chris always had together that we don't fucking care what anyone else wants. We want to do this. And that's that sometimes we disciplined ourselves not to do that, but sometimes we just did it anyway. And WizKid was that. So yeah, maybe in retrospect, you might find it interesting. It's a game that's just not that obvious, and maybe you'd be like, oh wow, what's that? That's weird. You've got to persist with it a bit. It's quirky, its charm is it's what the hell is that, or what's that? So Did you advance very far in it before? Did you get very far?
I didn't. I mean, I've got quite a short span of attention. If I'm not particularly good at playing games. If I can't understand the game and I get to a point, I sort of like, okay, I'll move on to something else. But I will make a point of picking it up and playing it again. I mean, it's
try it because it's kind of level based game. But each level is quite different from the next level.
Yeah,
so you're going to get that vibe in a while that it's like you're in a weird world where strange stuff is happening, and it's just try it out. So you think of it.
I will let you know. How did it sell? I mean, did it sell particularly well?
Rubbish. I mean,
really.
Yeah, I mean, everything we put through. Well, either it sold rubbish or Ocean have a very creative accounts department, but the royalty figures we got told were always very low. But it didn't matter, I mean, WizKid served the function of being a great artistic expression for us. And, in retrospect, I'd rather have Megalomania, Sensible Soccer, WizKid, Cannon Fodder as three things in a row than another, not Sensible Soccer, but I don't know, Sensible Rugby or whatever instead. I'd rather have a WizKid there because it's a different type of game. And as a company, we were pretty versatile in what we did. If you look at the games back to back, they're all kind of different from each other. They've got something to get them together, but the subject matter and the way it was done is different. And I like WizKid because it still retains that quirkiness. And it's something which we'd done with Wizball earlier. And had it come out, it had Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll come out, as you know, it didn't come out. That would have carried that same quirky spirit through. It was like a bit left field. And I've always liked the opportunity to do those things. And it doesn't always matter if they don't make a lot of money. It's the point of this. Everything doesn't need to make money. If enough of it does well, that's enough. You don't need more than that. You don't want, as I said, I think before, I'd rather have, $1 million in the bank and an incredible artistic integrity than 10 million in the bank and just be a corporate churn-out person.
Churn them out,
That's what I value, It's not that I don't want the money, it's that it's not everything,
It's like the same with myself. I mean, I was in a job that I wasn't happy in. And I mean, I've gone to a new job. I get a bit more money, but I fucking love my job. So that's that's what it's all about. It's about. I mean, if you're to give anybody any advice, it'd be do what makes you happy. If you're happy, then you've got everything. You know what I mean?
What I always say to people is about this particular subject. No one remembers the money you made. Like, I can ask you something. William Shakespeare, when he died, was he rich or poor? Do you know?
I'd probably guess poor, but I don't know. It's a guess.
You've got no idea at all, have you?
Aye.
Or Mozart, or Picasso, or we don't care. We don't judge them about the money they made. They're obviously successful enough to continue going till they died and keep on making stuff until they died. You know that Van Gogh had a pretty tragic life, but in general, guys like Shakespeare, he must have been okay. I mean, he was going down to London from Stratford often enough, and he must have been all right. Charles Dickens must have been all right, but we don't really know, and we don't really care about that stuff. Yeah, so all these guys who are like, well, I've made 1.6 billion with it, but the other guys made 6 billion. I'm jealous of him. Well, no one is going to remember this shit. But really, they won't. I mean, the last thing I care about is someone else's money. I just really genuinely don't care, and people often forget it. They're kind of like seeing the money as the goal, but it gets to a point where, I mean, I'm 55 now. I don't know how many years I got left, but I only have to finance tops another 50 years of my life. Probably less, probably more like 30. So there's only so much I can spend each year in 30 years. So you don't need a huge amount.
Before I forget, see when I'm doing these interview things and you're talking, I think, I'm going to ask him that. And then I forget. And then when you stop talking, I'm like, fuck, my mind's just gone blank. the Sensible Soccer stamp, how did that come about? Not every software company gets a stamp.
That. I would say that, I would go as far as to say is, apart from being stuck in the 10 most influential games of all time, which we got put in by Stanford University, which is our biggest accolade ever, because it was the only European developed game. It was the only one. It's the most modern game because it's like things like Mario and Space War and really early stuff. So that's the biggest compliment, but the stamp is probably the second biggest. So to do something as mainstream has been made into a stamp. Now that was, of course, a series of stamps about iconic British games. So it's not just us. There's Tomb Raider and various other games, Lemmings and other stuff, Worms and that. Yeah, brilliant. It was a total shock. But for me, I guess I don't normally think as an artist because I'm always doing design and business these days. But that's my art on a stamp. I have to pitch myself something. That's my art as an artist on a stamp, and that is something special for me. That's a bit of a shock to get used to that. But yeah, it's nice. It's again, it's about credibility. You know, I mean, I've been through many thoughts on legacy and stuff in my life, and is it important to get awards and accolades? And you see other people getting awards, and you can be a bit jealous. And why does this guy get an award? And they've only made 2 games, and we've had 10 number ones, and blah blah blah. You know, and I always think from an artist's perspective, like breadth of portfolio of good stuff, and to me, that's what I've always valued. But the world doesn't work like that. But then you realise, but there's no point in even caring about that. I mean, for a start, when I'm dead, I won't be able to see anything that's going on. And secondly, it's even the work that we've done is likely to be remembered for a while. But everything is going to die out after a while, and there's only so far you can go back. And I might say Shakespeare, but you won't be able to name me 5 other famous authors from Shakespeare's era. I mean, I know 1 at a push, maybe 2. So most things over time eventually die off.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter. So to have had a stamp done,
it's pretty damn awesome.
Alive, it's pretty bloody good. And I've come to this kind of like realization that it's stupid to be chasing, you know, how much prestige do you want from your life and how much money do you want to earn and whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's like life is such a balancing act of different things in it, and there's so many people involved in your life, and there's so much stuff going around in your life, and this is only one part of it. So, you know, I mean, like I said, it's like sometimes it feels like being part of this chain of developing computer games to have got it onto the next step. And now I'm still involved. And of course, I focus on social soccer as my current work, but I realize in terms of being so important and integral in the games world, it's not ever going to be sensible soccer or cannon fodder or even whizball, because that time has gone and we're in a different era now, and that kind of cutting edge energy is likely to come from someone younger than me. I can make something which is good, I can do good work, I can be proud of my work, which I am, but it's not going to have that magic factor that the work used to have. It's very unlikely to have it. And I'm not driven by, of course, I'm getting here to the end of my life. It would be nice to have that retirement fund, if you like, which is how I think these days. But I'm not that driven by money, that I need money and money and money. So for me, it's a question of, you know, what to do next with your time on this planet. What else can what else can you do? I've already had such a fantastic life and so much out of games. So I don't know. I mean, I might still be doing this in 30 years' time, but I might not. I really don't know. I don't think it really matters, you know.
It must be pretty damned awesome. I mean, the fact that we're sitting talking about games that you wrote all these years ago, it must be pretty damned awesome knowing that you have impacted in so many people's lives. You know what I mean? You've whatever. Yeah, at 200 years' time, chances are we'll be completely forgotten. But that's where I like to come in, because I mean, I'm doing my own wee bit for the sort of gaming industry. I've been doing these interviews or doing my channels, etc. I mean, what we're doing right now, you know, if you're from the year 2040, hey,
all right.
You know what I mean? But technically, what this is going to go into YouTube, and in 30, 40 years, 200 years time, this will probably exist in something. And what we're sitting talking about at the moment, it's basically we're documenting what's going on. And I think it's bloody brilliant that we've got things like this. And I'm kind of getting carried away here, but that as much as I love technology, you know, mobile phones and that, they drive me bloody insane. You know what I mean? Like my daughter, she'll sit in the back of the car on her mobile phone. She'll not talk to me, whatever. And I can't see them far enough. But through the fact that I'm sitting talking to yourself, without the internet, this would not be possible. I mean, I've made lots of real life friends through the internet, and people that say, "Oh, the internet's a terrible thing. It's full of paedophiles and whatever." Yeah, it probably is, but there's a lot of great things from YouTube, from the internet, and something like this, I think, is just fantastic.
I think you're right. I mean, I think that in terms of what we're doing now, we're discussing from a very sensible software, from very my point of view.
Yeah.
The history of making games, but I think documenting the past accurately, for me, is more important even than what's going forward, because the you know, as I said, I was very happy to be a book out about sensible software, because it was quite well written, but it's incredibly well written by Gary, and we went through things with a fine tooth comb quite a lot. So I know I'm happy with the content of that. I know it's accurate. I know that not just me, everyone who's read it, who's involved around Sensible, was happy with it. You know, it's an accurate reflection. And it's important to, sometimes when I talk about these things, I like to talk about the human stuff. I like to talk about what it's like to be bringing a family up whilst you're making games back then. And, you know, because it's that was all part of the reality of it. You know, the reality of what we were doing was being people who happened to be making games, and we were young, and, you know, we're not so young now, but we're still relatively young. No, but we kind of, it's not, you're not that special. You just happen to been involved in something special. But the more I look at it, the more it's not just all about me, or it's not all about us and what we did. It's just kind of like, it sounds a bit crazy, but it's kind of like an energy. And it's great that if something is, I guess what we perceive, and it could just be because our time of being excited by stuff has gone because now we're older. But that movement of games at that time was exciting. It was cutting edge. It might not look on a screen if you're young now and look at our old stupid graphics in the Commodore 64, but it was really pushing things where they hadn't been before.
Yeah.
And we were all riding this, and those of us making it were riding it, but those people playing it were also riding it. Yeah. And those people who had magazines were riding it, and those people selling it were. We knew we were onto something new and exciting and special. And that's the important thing, that we, you know, that we're still talking about it now, and it's like 30 odd years past. You know, obviously something was there. Like you said, yeah, it's great. I mean, if I think that people care about talking about work I did on Whizball or Parallax, or that when I was so young, I mean, I had someone the other day talking to me about Twister and the graphics and why did you do this? And it's like, I was like, within the first year of my work in the games industry, and that people even care about that is amazing.
Yeah.
Some people care about what I did when I was a kid. Yeah, it's lucky. It's lucky and it's special, and I'm always eternally grateful for it. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, I feel very, very privileged that I grew up through the late 70s, early 80s, you know, to experience the first time you heard Space Invaders, and that's exactly what I did. I took up judo for about 2 weeks, and my mum bought me the suit, and I gave it up after a couple of weeks, and she was bloody gutted. But I remember going into the sports centre, and as I went in, I just heard the doop, doop, doop. And I went, what the hell's that? And I looked across, and all I could see was this like big wardrobe type thing, and there was all these people around it, and I kind of pushed my way inside. And I'm staring at it, and it just, that was it. And here I am, 30, 40 years on, still talking about it. One of my mates, Tony Temple, Tony's he holds the world record for missile command. He took the record off a guy called Roy Schilt about 5, 6 years ago. Tony's got a website, Arcade Blogger. It's absolutely awesome. It's all just the old days. But he's got a podcast called the Ted Dabney Experience with Paul Drury from Retro Gamer and Richard. I can't remember Richard's second name, but they basically they get all the real early luminaries from like the early days of Atari and all that, and it's just it's fantastic. And these guys are now in their 80s, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's mental. And I mean, I've been lucky enough to I've met Gary a couple of times, Gary Bracey. I've had him on my channel a few times, and
Gary's a god,
you can really tell the excitement. I mean, the excitement of he's in his element, that people are still loving what he did, you know, and
well,
it's brilliant.
Gary's worth talking about for a minute. So Gary was our producer on Parallax and Whizball and WizKid. And Gary was a real champion for sensible software. And when people in Ocean at times, they might question what's going on, Gary always backed us. He was, you know, within industries, he was our producer, ostensibly, the producer from Ocean, but he was a real enabler of us creatively. He was writing, I remember him writing, I think it was a book or a script for kind of like film noir stuff. So he's got his own creative elements himself, and he really backed us and gave us freedom, and he allowed us so much. I mean, look at WizKid, is crazy, you know. Gary backed that thing and pushed it through Ocean, and it's batshit crazy game. and that I love him for that he gave us that platform to do that, and that you need people like that in creative industries who, you know, is a non-corporate guy. He's worked in the corporate world. He knows how to deal with these guys, but in his heart, he cares about great products and people making them, and enabling that, and you know, this is the pre-accountants driving game publishers era. He's one of those, and yeah, I mean, it's like I say, when you've got a product like when you make Sensible Soccer, for example, someone told me today that yesterday in the commentary on Talk Sport, they referenced Sensible Soccer. Someone said, looking up in my seat from like whatever stand he was in, it was like watching the game of Sensible Soccer, you know. So getting something that you're involved in making into the everyday
mainstream
language of people in your country is an amazing thing. You know, this Sensible Soccer started off being like our baby in the office, and we knew it was good, you know, and it started off being a little idea. It started off with me dressing up Megalomania men in Norwich kits because I was bored waiting for the game to be finished, and then eventually using that perspective with men to go into a game and blah blah blah. That's how Sensible Soccer started. That was its birth, actually. Little football men running around Megalomania world. But now it's turned into something that, in the biggest game that England have had in 55 years, a commentator on radio is referencing that game. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's insane, you know. And Sensible Soccer, it's like if you had a baby, like one of your kids, and then they go on to be much bigger and more famous than you. That's how I feel about Sensible Soccer.
Yeah,
it's like it's got this other thing which isn't me or Chris or anyone else involved.
Bigger than you now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just this thing that's out there, and it's Sensible Soccer. And, you know, I helped to give it birth, and now it's on your way. It's incredible. It's incredible to watch history evolving around you that you were part of. You know?
No, that's awesome. I mean, it was Amiga Power, I think it was. I remember getting the demo discs, and it was like Sensi Soccer. What on earth? Sensible Soccer. What on earth is this? Oh, and obviously at that point, the brand sent any game that came out with you guys. I just went out and bought it because it was a guarantee it was going to be a surefire winner. And I remember getting this bloody disc, and I put it on. And I mean, I am not a football fan. I'm really not into football. I like watching internationals, and like things like FIFA, and I mean, I loved the what was the original International Superstar Soccer.
Oh, yes,
but you've got to play the Japanese one. It's just batshit mental. It's like you're the commentary, and it's like you haven't a clue what they're saying. It's fucking brilliant. But anyway, yeah. So then FIFA came along, and I'm like, that's boring, dull. And then this thing appeared, and I remember phoning my pal. Oh, you need to come up. I've just got the best football game ever. That's just fantastic. And that was it. I mean, I don't play games for very long. I mean, I'm not into all your first person shooters. I've got mates that will play like things like Mass Effect, and he'll put like 100 hours into it, and that's just not me. I probably, without a word of a lie, I probably lost about 4 years to sensible soccer. It just became an obsession. I mean, I was married at the time, and I would come upstairs to my games room, and I would just put Sensei Soccer on, and I mean, I remember one a guy at my work, we would go to talk, and I used to play my game, save it, and then I would take it to him at work. He would take the disc away, load it up. He would play his game, and it was like play by mail.
What do you think? I'm interested in this actually. What do you think was driving you to continue to play it? You know, what was the element in the game that made you not put it down?
I don't know. It's just so ridiculously playable. The control method is just honed to perfection. It doesn't take itself seriously. I've got a question that I'll just read it there. As it says here, the reaction of the crowds coupled with real sounding football chants. It was an absolute fucking work of genius. You know, and then of course when the goalkeeper saves, you go, and then the computer goes, and it just the atmosphere. It was just brilliant. It just you nailed it. You appealed to non-football people. Like I says, the whole FIFA soccer, dull as dishwater. It's just so ridiculously playable. And then the fact that you could play, you had all these options. You could play leagues. I mean, the only time I got to see Scotland ever win anything was in bloody sensible soccer. You know what I mean? I'd have Scotland, and I would play like the real World Cup and all that. And it's just awesome. You had the leagues, and the fact that you could save it and give the disc to your mate, and then he would play it. I mean, one of my mates, he would come up to my house at 7 o'clock at night, and it'd be like 4 o'clock in the morning. And my wife would be like, "What time did you come to bed at last night?" "Oh, 12:30. Well, funny, it was 3:30 in the morning. I didn't see it. It took over my life. And then when I eventually decided, right, I need to. In fact, I did write it down here. I remember phoning my mate Dougie Laurie, who was the captain of Alloa at the time, Alloa Athletic, and I went, "You're insensible soccer." He went, "Fucking joking." I'm like, "Yeah, bastard." Roddy Grant, he was a guy I went to school with. Roddy Grant, he played for St Johnstone. He's in the game. So I don't know. You took a game, and it just became mass market. It appealed to. You didn't have to be into football. I always loved. I mean, the last football game I enjoyed, apart from International Sensible Soccer, was the Andrew Spencer International Soccer in the Commodore 64. I played that constantly. But Sensei Soccer, people say to me, "What game did you play the most in your life?" And it was Sensei Soccer. I mean, it became, you just referred to it as Sensei. You knew what you were talking about. You fancy a game of Sensei. The only thing that annoyed me was my mate could always do a fucking diving header, and I could never say that. I couldn't do that.
Like I say, there was that particular game is the only game I've worked on that within 2 months you knew it was going to be a big hit, because it just had it. And when you're programming stuff and you're tuning it up, and like the speed that players turn at and they shoot at, and there's an element of luck required to get that perfect. And for some reason that game just fell. It fell into a perfect state. And quite early on, we just ring fenced it. We're like, okay, we're not going to touch this bit anymore. We were really smart about this, actually. I wish I'd done it more often in different things, but we basically said, right, that's working well. We're not going to touch that, and we didn't let it be touched. Everything else around it could be touched, but that bit that like you're saying, that the timing of everything and that, we kept it there. And it's pretty hard to replicate that, because it happened like felt like some sort of like magic. That magic recipe, just like the perfect Coca-Cola recipe or whatever it was that gave you Coca-Cola. It was there, but we were prudent enough to recognise that, and then code-wise to make it an untouchable area of the game. It's amazing, It's like a perfect harmony that could fall out of a piano or a guitar, and you go, "Oh yeah," So I think that, like I say, it's its own thing. Sensible. It
was like that when Usain Bolt broke the world record. That picture of him doing his thing, and there was a cracky lightning, and somebody managed to get that perfect moment.
Really?
It was like the perfect storm. That's the phrase I was trying to come up with. The perfect storm. It just Sense of Soccer. Boom! You say it was perfect. I think the only thing you did was. I was gutted when version 1.1 came out and you'd improved the AI of the goalkeeper.
So you couldn't do as easy. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very hard. It's been, I've worked on a lot of football games in my life, and to try and replicate what Sensible Soccer did is hard because it just came together so well. You can try, but even with Sensible Soccer now, and some elements of that are a lot better, but some of that feel, it's really, really hard to capture. And then what also happens is a lot of the feel is in your head. Like you go back to it and it's like, it's not quite as good as I remember it, but it definitely had something. You can still play it and love it. It just, I don't know how or why. And like I say, sometimes these things, you are just the vessel that brings this thing to life, or part of the vessel. And this is what happened with this game. We were just like, it just landed in the right way, and we just framed it basically and kept it.
No, it was like it was your Bohemian Rhapsody moment, and you thought that's perfect. It's going out there.
Yeah, exactly. And then whatever else happens, I think sometimes you can feel it with a lot of culture now. And it's not all of it, but it's with a lot of it. Things are forced. People are trying too hard. People are being managed too much and stuff. And all the great work. I mean, everything's driven around at the moment by how much money things are going to make before they've even come out, or what channels it can be pushed through, or great art never happens like this. Great art happens because some really good guys at what they're doing combine to make something bigger than they are individually into something, or one person just has some kind of like magic moment. It can't be generated any other way. You can make good replications. You can make kind of good quality Me Too stuff that people go, "Oh, that's good." Like a solid 7 out of 10 kids movie that's just an old film kind of rehashed with different characters and a similar plot, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty good. We can make those, but making Pulp Fiction as a film doesn't happen every day. Sometimes the pieces fall together, every component, the script, the acting, the directing, the music and stuff, and it turns into something bigger than just the film. It's like, for me, that's anyway, that's kind of a landmark kind of film. Or when you're watching the dirge of music coming out in the 90s, and suddenly Nirvana appear, and you're like, what the fuck was that? At last, thank God, something's out there. You remember this moment, right? And it's a collective understanding that something's happened that's worth paying attention to again. And so that's how it works. That is how it works. And we're lucky to have had our moment with Sensible Soccer is the only time we've had that. I mean, Cannon Fodder is a really great game, and Wisball and that, but Sensible Soccer was magic. There's a difference.
I've got to say that absolutely. I mean, that really appealed to my sense of humour. The work of genius was having the random like Chinese takeaways versus the games master. That's fucking brilliant. It was just so ridiculous.
It's a lot of fun, but also we have to remember that this was in an era where we were still making games for an ostensibly British crowd, British stroke European crowd. Aye. And Sensible Soccer is a massive expression also of Britishness. And again, this is before the first one was with Renegade. So it's before you get that American money coming in, and there's a different sensibility about what's expected. So it's still got like all of the like kebab shop versus ancient gods or whatever. It's just like bullshit. But it's the way we do things here, right?
I mean, it was bloody insane. It was like, you're getting beat 2-1, and then Chicken Vindaloo scores a penalty.
Exactly.
It was like money and it was just brilliant. It was the humour as well, and I think that came through in every game that you put out.
Exactly, and it's very British. Again, another reason why Sensible stuttered was because the market got international, and our market was basically, if you look at Sensible's sales history, we sold nothing outside of Europe, and we sold half of our stuff in Britain, and we were pirated 20-1, and nearly all in Europe. So I can go
Nah.
all over. I can go to Poland, for example. I worked there for 5 years. I got a load of Polish mates, and everyone played our games in those years. And I asked them, so who actually bought a copy? No one bought a copy. Like 100% piracy with everybody, which is kind of funny, and I don't really care about it now because we got enough out of it anyway. But it is amazing how some people liked our British humour as well, but some people didn't. And I actually think America. I don't think our humour translated at all well in the States. I mean, even look at Cannon Fodder. That didn't do well in America. Don't ask me why.
It's a bizarre one.
It's a bizarre one. Yeah, it's just it didn't translate. Culturally it didn't translate as well as you might expect it did. And of course now our product got more American, more and more and more Americanized as time's gone on, not less. So that's another reason why when we talk about sensible software, and I always say this about anything, the art you're making, the product you're making, be it game, music, film, book, whatever, it's framed by the era it comes out in. So when I mentioned Nirvana, why did we notice Nirvana? Because it was surrounded by a load of boring shit. That's why. So we all went wow at the same time because it punched out of the frame.
Yeah.
And I think that Sensible did enough of that. Just stuff which just people noticed. I can't. Where did I start? I can't remember where I started with this thought actually. But that kind of sense of pushing out against the era that you're coming out in is quite important to get attention, be noticed. It's not always appropriate to do that, but yeah, I mean, we had a few of those moments at Sensible where people noticed it. And I started off by talking about Cannon Fodder, didn't I? Yeah. So
it didn't sell in America. Yeah.
Yeah. The kind of push that Cannon Fodder had in across Europe, actually, not just in Britain, but like I say, across Europe, we sold pretty well in Germany and in France and in Spain and in Italy, particularly the football game sold well in Italy. But that kind of resonation with people in the frame of British culture, having grown up with the young ones, and I can't remember if Blackadder was out then, and then even like if you go back to Derek and Clive, and then you go to the Carry On films, and then even we were consuming things like Leisure Suit Larry and some American stuff, which still was vibed with us quite well. So if you put Cannon Fodder out or Sensible Soccer or even Micropro Soccer had stupid stuff in it, but if it's framed within that sensibility, it fits in well. It's in that right place. In America, it didn't. People didn't. The humor didn't resonate with people. It didn't. It's like they didn't. They didn't understand the Englishness, the part of English or Britishness that we put into Cannon Fodder, for example, about I don't know. It's just got a very British sensibility. It's got a very British take from it about what Vietnam is in it somewhere. It's got a very British, stupid, like names of soldiers and gunning the guy on the floor and watching him bounce around and he goes, ooh, ooh, ooh. It's really Carry On, And I just don't think they got it. I just don't think it's their cup of tea, sir, I'm afraid.
Yeah. See, Sensible Soccer, when you actually think about it, and the Amiga came out and people had moved on. They were playing games like Manic Miner, and then suddenly, I don't know, Shadow of the Beast, which is an absolute diabolical game, but it looks the dog's bollocks and it sounds awesome. But people were wanting 3D. They were wanting to play Starglider and Starglider 2. And then suddenly up pops this game with graphics. I mean, look at the graphics. It's like it's little stick men running about a playing field. I mean, that whole game succeeded on the playability. I mean, it was the most playable game ever. Do you think if that game was to come out, if Sensible Soccer had never come out and you released it now, do you think it would sell?
No, absolutely not. No, I think it's all framed by the time. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you for reminding me. Like, it's framed relative to what came before it. Everything is like relative to what came before it, and that gives you that sense of, yesterday watched England win a football match, and everyone's going crazy. Why? Because for 55 years we failed to do that. That's a lot of before it being failure. So the success suddenly feels massive. If we go on to the World Cups next year, if we go on to win a semi-final next year, it's not going to be quite the same excitement because we did it the year before. And so yeah, I mean, people forget about this stuff. No, if Sensible Soccer came out now, people would go, the graphics are shit. And where's the button so that I can dribble and do tricks? And where's the sprint button? And blah blah. I know this from doing social soccer now. It's pretty hard. What's interesting about the market now is how divided it is. So on the one hand, you've got mobile gamers who, depending on what country they're in, are not always that good at playing games. So you need to simplify how it is. Setting the difficulty for social soccer has been really hard because you get half the guys going, it's really, really difficult, I can't play it. And then you got the guys at the top going, it's too easy. And you're like, when we're in the middle trying to give a thing. And mobile gamers are more like that. And then as you go to console, you've got different focuses on that as well, that people are going to want. So it's become harder to make games which appeal to everyone without just being regular mass market games.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed is that people who come from a background of doing, say, from the mobile era forwards, the mobile era has been interesting because a lot of the games are not as sophisticated as some of those games we were making in the early 90s. Like if you look at the complexity of Megalomania, there's quite a lot of complex stuff going on in there. Or SWAS, which is quite a big game actually, underlying everything else. There's a huge amount of stuff in there, and a lot of mobile stuff at the moment. Well, not at the moment, it's catching up, but we've been playing catch up. So we were making games that got to a certain level, and we get to 2003, to 2001, and we're making. I was working at one point on like a Cannon Fodder 3 with Codemasters, for example, which didn't come out, but you start to get very, very sophisticated design. And then you go to mobile, and it's like you
go backwards.
It's like Flappy Bird. It's like progressing onto Reading War and Peace, and then you go back to a Janet and John book. It's like that's how it felt from a design perspective. But what became sophisticated in the mobile world is because it became free to play. Is the whole economy around it, and the simple model of you give me 20 quid, I'll give you a game in a box became no. You give me nothing, I'll give you the game, and I've got to find really sophisticated little tricks to squeeze money out of you. So the whole sophistication is on the way that you manage the retention of players, the way that you incentivize them to play, the points at which you inject the part to ask them for money, the way you add ads, and none of it is about making games. It's about running these things around the game. Whereas what we used to do is just focus 100% on the game.
And that would make money because it was good.
Yeah. We did have a time actually when we did 3D Sensible Soccer as the most extreme example, when you spent 75% of your time waiting for the programmers to finish the graphics engine. That was the most boring era of all. That was worse than now. So, there was a time as a designer or an artist, there's just nothing you could do. You just twiddle your thumbs and wait for it. But the joy now is that you've got Unity, Unreal, and other engines that do this work that we literally used to have to wait 2 years to be done before we could do our work. So I'm very, very grateful for these things to have happened. That's made life a bit easier for us.
It's interesting you're talking about games that are, I can imagine making a game, getting the difficulty just right must be really difficult. I mean, I do a live streaming every Sunday. There's like, do you remember Interceptor software?
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, they put out some absolute shit. They used to plagiarize Jeff Minter's games and all that, but they brought out a game, China Miner, and it's I used to categorically. In fact, I'm putting this out here right now. If anybody wants to bet me their mortgage that they can complete the first level without ever attempting it, I'll bet my mortgage. It's the most ridiculously difficult game. It's just fucking criminal. I've been playing it for about 2 years, they always at the end of the stream, oh man, at China Minor. So I always play it. In fact, there's one girl who's Holly. She watches my channel, and she's a good programmer. She's actually taken my sprite with my my baseball cap, and she's put it into China Minor. It's great, but it's just ridiculously difficult. And one of your friends, Stuart Campbell. Now Stuart actually used to live about 3 miles that way. He went to the same. He was at the same school as my mate Kenny in Bathgate. And Stuart, Stuart, he put out a. I always, by the way, just an off thing. I always think Stuart Campbell was the greatest reviewer, bar none. Brilliant.
Stuart wrote to me yesterday. We were talking about England and England's performance. And well, I wrote a little thing about England's underperformance in tournaments for all these years, like 55 years of not making a final anywhere. And I said, yeah, if you look at it, compare us to the other European teams, we're no good. And Stuart gave me I can read it because it's funny. Oh no, I won't bother. But anyway, Stuart made a really big list. He said, right, well, if you add up all the World Cups and the Copa Americas and the European ones, then Germany have been in 20 finals, and Brazil have been in 12 and 15, and blah, 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 and Bolivia's been in one and that, and England is 0. So I wrote to him today and said, well, we've just drawn level with Bolivia then. That was our discussion today. Yeah. But wears his heart on his sleeve, should we say?
He does. He's awesome. He upsets a few people in Scottish politics, but we'll not go into that. We'll leave that for another day. He's
always upset people his whole life, and he doesn't care. That's what's quite nice.
No, I know. Stuart did what do you call it? He did an article, and he what he did was he played. It was one of the Sonic games on the Xbox or something, Sonic Adventure. I don't know what the hell it was. And what he said was he actually sellotaped the controller in the up position, and he actually just went like that, and he just kept hitting the fire, and he says he got to like level 5, and he wasn't even looking at the screen. And that's how kind of what gamers now, they want to get to the end of a level, they want to get to an end of the game. Oh, I've done that. And I always say to people, if you came to me tomorrow and said, oh, I've just completed The Last of Us 2. All right, very good. By the way, I watched The Sound of Music. Are you impressed with it? No, I'm not impressed with you completing that game. However, if I was to get 1 million in Defender, I would be putting that on Twitter and saying, and people would go, "You're not worthy." That's awesome. There's some sort of mark of achievement back then. Nowadays, games are just like save, die, pick up that energy, save, die. Oh, you've completed level 2.
It's a different mentality of what you expect from a game. I mean, at the end of the day, we're making entertainment software, right? Yeah. And some people want to interact with a basically linear experience where they're being taken through a story, where they're solving it, but where the severity of failure is very, very mild. In other words, basically, it's interrupting the flow of the story, and you go back and do it again.
Yeah.
And then some people want this adrenaline rush of, oh my god, I've got up to 125,000. I got 2 more to beat the high score on this arcade machine, and I can't fuck up. And it sends stress into your body. Yeah, and that is what is driving you. And that is a very different driver from passively going through something and hoping you go through. And some people get off on it, and some people have the opposite emotion on it. And one thing that I noticed as we got more into what I call the Americanization of games phase, which happened in the mid-90s, is 2 things. Technically, well, 3 things. The patching of software is number 1. In other words, the programming level getting a bit less exact. Much more showing off of the hardware, what the hardware can do, but also massively changing the difficulty level in games to make them easier. And the idea being that people have bought something of a certain value, so they want to see all of it. And by making the game difficult, you're obstructing them from experiencing the full game. Whereas, it's a difference between seeing a game. If you look at sensible soccer, it's set up from the viewpoint of managing and playing in a team. The ankle's going up and down the screen. And that's how you think on a football pitch. If you stand on a football pitch, they've got a goal behind you defending, and they go in front, you're attacking. And you and your teammates, that's how you're walking. You're moving up and down, right? If you look at FIFA, which goes side to side, that's the view of someone watching the television, not someone playing football. It's the same view. Social soccer actually is the first game I've made with a decent side to side camera for playing football. I'm quite pleased with it now. But the mentality was to put you in the view of a passive spectator rather than an active participant. And I think that if you look at game, and The Last of Us is a brilliant game. I've not played Last of Us 2, but the first one was brilliant. A really, really brilliant game. But it is a different way. All of those games, those kind of adventure action games, all of them, they have a certain rhythm to them, and it's just you need to be a certain type of person. And when a lot of people tell you they like games, they mean they like those games. They don't mean they like games as a big family of stuff at all. They like experience. And there's some of those games, I think it was BioShock on one of them, and I've done a bunch of, been very lucky to be involved with BAFTA for many years, and done a lot of being on juries and chairing juries for BAFTA. And, for different awards like best sound, best game sound, or best family game, or best game design, or whatever. And part of that process, and that's what's really, when I've been making my own games, kept me in touch with all the high level AAA stuff everyone else is doing, is playing those kind of games. And I found when I get to like certain games, I think it might have been BioShock or something similar, but games that involve a lot of shooting people in 3D, which I don't particularly enjoy. And then you're just trying to get to the next plot point by getting through a piece of action, which you can't get through that easily, and someone's always shooting in your back and you can't quite see it. For me, I don't like that. I kind of find that some of the mechanics for pushing it forward, that it's not explained well enough sometimes. There's a kind of linearity, but there's not always a proper explanation of it. And I don't know, those kind of games, they just, with the exception of The Last of Us, actually, they don't normally do it for me.
I'm exactly the same. I've got a 16-year-old, 17-year-old daughter who likes video games and all that kind of stuff. But I've got a PlayStation 4. I couldn't even tell you the last time I switched it on. The Last of Us is absolutely, I would say it's probably my favourite kind of current generation of game. But Ricky Gervais said something interesting about, he was talking about all the Marvel films. He says they're not films, they're just joyrides. It's like going to Universal. You're just sitting and you're taking part. It's just a series of things happening. And I look upon all these games like your Call of Duties and all that. I'm not interested. I just get bored. It's like you're talking about running and trying to get to a certain bit. It just becomes a complete chore. And I remember BioShock. By the way, top tip, I can ask you a wee favour. If you're working in any modern games, can you put cheat modes in that I can go in and just enable infinite ammo? Because BioShock, I got to, I think it was the very, very last level. You go up in a lift, and then you've got this thing that it's been years since I played it, kills you. And the thing is just before you go in the lift, I saved the game and I had like a ball here of energy, and I saved the game, and then I get to the top and I've only got a ball here of energy. And I pick up a couple of bits of health packs and I play it for 10 minutes, die, and it just becomes repeat. And I thought, fuck this, I've finished with the game. I'm not interested in completing it. I'm not enjoying it. And it was the same way. Was it BioShock Infinity? I think it was. There's a bit you land in this big, what's the big balloon thing, and you've got all these other balloons and all these creatures are coming down, and you're trying to protect this thing. And I can play it for 15 minutes, and then I die, and then it starts again. And I eventually thought, I'm finished with it. I don't care that I've not completed the game. I'm bored. I'm just getting fed up. I'm actually not enjoying it.
Exactly. And then you find out that the way to not die is to knock on a door which looks like it's closed but is actually open in a certain way in a certain place. And that's what kind of bugs me about it, is that you've got objects which are not obviously interactable or not. And there's some illogical thing you were blind to, which is what you were not meant to be doing. Which I don't mind if it's Monkey Island, which was fantastic, or those kind of games. But in a game where you're being killed all the time, whilst you're trying to solve what the hell to do. Like you say, after 4 or 5 times, you're like, fuck this. I can't be bothered. Stop making me fail and putting me under immense pressure to make me fail when all I'm trying to do is figure out what your shittily made illogical game wants me to do that I can't work out because it's not obvious because you didn't think about that. So those are the kind of games that get to me.
And it's the same with like your sort of Tomb Raiders. You're running about trying to get away from like a T-Rex, and you're trying to get through a door, and like I can't get through the door. Now in real life, if I need to go for a piss, I can just open the door. I don't have to think. I'm not going to walk into the wall. It's just automatic. I'm clever enough to just walk through the door. And I hate when game mechanics you're fighting with the controls to get through the door, and it's a wee bit like I wasn't going to mention it. Kickoff. I thought Kickoff was the best football game ever, and then Sensible Soccer came along. Kickoff was great, but you're losing the ball, and it's like boom, the ball's on the stuck. Whereas Sensible Soccer, it makes it's easier to play, and when you're fighting the game mechanics, I can't be bothered with that.
This is a really, really good point. The best games, they balance the automation. In other words, a bit where the game holds your hand.
Yeah.
With the freedom of choice for the player. And actually, that stuff like naive people who've never made games before say, you should have, if you've got a game and you've got a controller, like I've got a controller here, right? So you do this, so you should have totally freedom of control, like 360-degree control. But the point is, but when you're trying to aim at a narrow area to a door handle to open the door, you actually don't want that at all. You want, if you're within 30 degrees, 45 degrees of the right angle, for it to guide the sprite to the fucking point where the animation's going to trigger to open the door, so you cannot get killed. So actually making good games, a lot of making good games is balancing where you've got the freedom of choice with where the automation kicks in. And, my experience of making games with different levels of experience of teams now, it takes a while for people to learn this, to learn how you do this stuff. And to more than that, when you're programming, to anticipate this may be required at some point. So there are ways you set your code up in terms of the foundation of it, which enables this kind of shit to happen more easily. And you're right. What's happened there is someone's not thought about this bit. Someone's gone, yeah, we got total freedom of movement. Great. Until that's great when you're in the freedom of movement bits, until it says, right, go and pick up that thimble, fill it full of drips coming out of this fountain. And then, there's been some really, really great modern by our standards games. I mean, you have got the standout modern game for me, the standout modern era game is World of Warcraft. That was the game changer in terms of horrendously addictive gameplay. No doubt the most addictive game. Yeah. And then properly using this online stuff and this perpetual never-ending growing world and always a small target just up here and another. It just keeps you going and going and going. And then things like, for me anyway, things like Skyrim, like a really brilliant open adventure. Yeah. But they're the kind of games that I like. I like games, personally, I like games where I don't like games where I'm about to be killed because I get angry when I get killed. I also don't like driving games where I crash too easily. There's two things I dislike. Is like crashing cars and getting shot at. So I like stuff where you got a bit more time.
One of my pet hates with modern games is, and I know some people love it, is having to craft things. Like I bought the new Zelda, Call of the Wild or Breath of the Wild or something, whatever it's called, for the Switch, and it's a fantastic game. And I was getting right into it, and then it's like your bow and arrow is worn out. Oh, fuck this! You've got to pick up things, and I'm old school. I like you by all means you find it's like in Doom, you pick up the BFG or you pick up the chain gun, whatever it is, and that's yours to keep. I don't like having to constantly make ones over and over again. But I know a lot of people love that.
You talked about ammo a while ago as well, so obviously you don't like this replenishing, and but it's interesting because there are parts of games. I'll give you an example. Again, it's with Social Soccer. I talk about it because I'm making it now and it's my life at the moment. But we've got a problem with our current reward system in that all of our rewards are permanent. And actually, you know, at the moment the game limits you to giving. It's a kind of card collecting football game. So you're playing a game that's a lot more like sensible soccer than FIFA to play, but the process of progressing is by collecting game cards. You know, but we've come to the realization that the basic prizes we give you at the moment are player cards or tokens to do various things with, upgrading players normally. But we're actually missing those elements which are temporary. So like something to boost a player for a number of games, but not permanently, or you know, something which gives you some graphical enhancement that over time does stuff. And the reason that's important is this, because if the only thing I can give you as a reward once you've got Luis Suarez, and the only place I can go to give you the next thing is Ronaldo or Messi. Yeah, it's your rewards aren't granular or slow enough. It's kind of like here's an amazing thing, here's a more amazing thing, here's a more amazing thing. So these things which are like, you know, you've got this mega sword and it's like it's blunt, and then I give you the reward of the mega sharpening stone. You know, that reward has actually giving you something tangible you can use without unbalancing the game by making it too positive a reward. And actually, we're discovering that in this game right now. Like we're doing a design for the Social Soccer 22 right now, and we're adding this stuff in. These kind of like the kind of stuff. It's not ammo because it's football, but it's that it has that kind of having something which you need to. I don't know, like for example, someone getting injured and you need to uninjure them. You know, so the ability to have magic sponges and things like that, for example. Where it gives you a benefit which is getting yourself back up to like full performance, but without giving you a mega weapon which is going to then unbalance the rest of the game. So it's quite they do have a role, these things, but I understand what you mean with ammo as well. It can get a bit.
No, I think for me is I understand the game's got to be balanced. I mean, people. I was playing. What did I buy? I bought Capcom Collection for the Switch. You can play 1942 and all that. And get this: if you hold down the left trigger, it goes and it rewinds, so that when you die, you can rewind and not die. And I'm like, I mean, I've got an arcade cabinet. Well, I've got a couple of arcade cabinets downstairs. One of them's got MAME in it, and even games that you're supposed to put more money into, I point blank refuse. If I'm playing 1942 or R-Type, when I die and it comes up, you know, it starts counting down from 10 to 0, I absolutely refuse to put a continue in. I go back to the start and play it again.
You're back in your judo kit with a Space Invaders machine in front of you every time. Take me back to that point where it's pure.
Just to sorry,
questions to fire away at.
I've got a couple. I know. I'm just there. We're getting
whatever. We're all over the place, but it's fun.
No, it's been good. The theme tune to Sensible Soccer and also Cannon Fodder was just brilliant. And obviously, I'm guessing Richard Joseph had a thing. Who was the female vocalist? Was it the same person?
The history of the music is relatively interesting, I guess. So both those songs are my songs, actually. So I wrote the songs. I'm a songwriter, so. And also the hill tune from Cannon Fodder is one of my songs. That was an old love song I wrote about leaving a girlfriend that was turned into like a Cannon Fodder tune with the words taken out. It's funny. And actually, I sometimes play it live at gigs. I play instruments with some of my mates, some of the Coventry guys. We go out and do stuff. You might have seen that stuff. But yeah, I would go to Richard's house, and Richard was a genius. And I'd go, like, I've got this idea for war has never been so much fun. E minor, E minor, D, E minor, E minor, D, D, and a little bass riff I did. So I went there and said this. You know, this is in my head on the drive down. That's in my head. And he's like, okay, let's take it. So he takes that, lays that down. Right, now let's add some trumpets. Now let's add some gunshots and stuff. And then you got the track. You know, I mean, I put myself down here. Was quite heavily involved in the arrangement with the trumpets and stuff. But what was great with Rich is that I could go there with an idea. We could lay it out rough. Then I'd go back home. Then I'd come back next week and he'd go, what do you think? It's like, it's bloody amazing, you know. And you keep me going like that. And that kind of ability to make the music then took us to that next step of making music videos and taking the Sensible Software team, you know, which was just for our lads, was just like a day out. Like, let's get military uniform, plastic guns, and like firing each other.
You and Chris has got the long bloody hair, and it's just like
exactly.
Stupid, but it's brilliant.
Let's pretend we're madness for a day. Basically, is what it was. You know,
that's what it is.
That was all right. You know, it was again, it was a lot of fun, and I have really missed. Again, it's very British. What I've really missed is that ability to take the piss, and people aren't taking offence, and they're not.
Yeah.
They just don't give a shit. They just let you do this stuff, and this is really being hammered out of our culture for the last 20 years or so. It really has, and I think we all miss it. I think most British people miss that. You know, you have to be so careful what you say nowadays, and you know that people might get offended when you don't intend them to, and even if they don't get offended, they're not going to get your joke if you tell them, and it becomes tedious actually. I mean, like, I feel like I've lost a bit of my culture, not just me, but like nearly everyone I know, like our age, you know.
It's like, I mean, the whole, you know, piss taking is a British thing. Sarcasm is a British thing, and nobody else seems to get it. And it's absolutely right. I mean, I was talking about that today at work. You can't do anything now for fear of upsetting somebody. I mean, cannon fodder, I couldn't imagine that really getting released now. You know, obviously, you upset the. Did you ever get invited back to the British Legion Christmas party or no?
Nah, I'm not talking to those guys. They charged we had to pay 500 quid to get them off our backs.
Aye.
Never bought a poppy since. Much as I do respect what people did in the war and always used to buy poppies, I bought 250 back in 1993, and unless I live to be like 280, whatever it's going to be, I'm not going to buy another one. No, we never heard from them again. But yeah, I mean, one thing we did have to do back in those days, even with cannon fodder, was the blood had to be green in Germany. You couldn't have red blood; it had to be green blood. So we
perish the thought, bloody hell.
Yeah, they're all aliens.
See, obviously, when you know, Sensi Soccer came out, and that it was like a new game engine and such little tiny graphics. Yeah. You brought cannon fodder out. Sensible Golf, I wasn't a fan of that. I don't know. It should work. It absolutely should work. But I don't know. It never really clicked with me.
I think if you want someone who's not a fan of Sensible Golf, you've only got to look at me. I hate Sensible Golf. I mean, Sensible Golf is an example where we were biting off more than we could chew as a company. So as I said to you, sometimes we'd push to do 3 games, maybe 4 games at once. And at that time, I was majorly involved in Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll and Sensible SWOS, which turned into then the next Sensible Soccer. And my focus was most of it was on there. Plus we were finishing off Cannon Fodder 2. And at that same time, Jules Jameson, who was our programmer on Cannon Fodder, also started working on Sensible Golf. And we thought that we could make Sensible Golf was a really good idea. It was meant to be like a Mario Golf thing for Amiga. Yeah. But the decision was made to make it on the Cannon Fodder engine. And for some reason, we didn't find out until much later on that there were big limitations on the Cannon Fodder engine with the way we could animate stuff and that. Which meant that a lot of the fun and humour we wanted to get in the game was hard to get out. And really, to be honest, Jules was getting a bit burnt out by, done Cannon Fodder, then Cannon Fodder 2 off the back of it, then Sensible Golf. And we all did it because we, the story of Sensible Software is we got to 1992 and we'd done all right, but we hadn't really made any money. And suddenly we were in vogue and we were like, yeah, we'll do that. Sensible Golf will do that. Cannon Fodder 2 will do that. SWOS will do that. So we were saying yes to everything because all the values, we were selling games for like, I don't know, 250 grand up front instead of like 90 grand. So you multiply that by 3 and you've got a lot of money coming in. And we were just taking on everything. And we realized our value was high at the time. But Sensible Golf really shows where we just overstretched ourselves. We couldn't really do that as the additional game. And although it's not a bad game, it's lacking that attention to detail and that humour everywhere. And I have to say, personally, I wasn't that involved in a lot of what happened in Sensible Golf or Cannon Fodder 2, because Cannon Fodder 2 is in the same bucket. I was Stuart. You said you're speaking to Stuart. Stuart was kind of doing the the direction role I do on Cannon Fodder 2, we took it on as an experiment almost. But for Stuart, brilliant game reviewer, but he'd never made a game before. So although he understood sensible culture well, which is why we got him in, some of those small touches of when to maybe rein it in, like Purple Alien Worlds, was just get taken a bit too far away from what Cannon Fodder was. And with Sensible Golf, it was kind of, unfortunately for that game, it was a final Amiga game. And they kind of got trapped between, at that time we were focusing on, we're just about to sign this big deal with these 3 games. We hadn't signed it then because we were still choosing between Virgin and Renegade at the time. But all of our creative focus was going on Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll and this new Sensible Soccer to take over from SWOS. And then Cannon Fodder 2 was being done, like I say, by Stuart and the team. And Sensible Golf was just kind of there, but it was just kind of this extra thing that didn't really quite get the love and attention it needed, unfortunately. Which means that, I mean, it's like,
I was going to say, do you think you kind of, it sounds to me like you'd always spread yourself a wee bit too thinly, do you think?
Oh, absolutely. That's what we've done. I mean, it was just a bridge too far for the team. We weren't a massive team at the time. We were still probably only 10, maybe 12 people at that time, because we eventually got to 22 when we ramped up for the 3D games, but this was just before then. And we were kind of like at our most stretched limit ever, I think, when we did Sensible Golf on top of everything else. And it just kind of, it was the one that like it showed in the most.
I think, the thing is, if, you'd set the bar, I mean, to me, Sensible Soccer, there's no really, unless you plain hate computer football games, you're not going to like it. But it was, your games that you'd put out were almost like 100%, they were perfect. And so these 2, Cannon Fodder 2 and probably Sensible Golf, I don't know, they just lack that very, very subtle kind of polish and humour, the sense of humour possibly. If they had been released by another company, or that if Cannon Fodder 2 was the original Cannon Fodder and you released Sensible Golf before Sensible Soccer, you would have probably thought they were the best games ever, but you'd set the bar so high, and it was,
I agree with you a lot. I think that I'm an extremely critical person. It's my job to design games and to oversee development and to rip bits in the games that are wrong, and I've been doing it my whole life. So there's some points where you just have to let go, because otherwise you'd go insane. But I agree with you very much. I think that we were kind of on a bit of a golden phase where we thought everything we touched turned to gold, if I'm honest, and also we were very overstretched and we were taking on more people. So as managers, we were having more people to manage and stuff like that. And we weren't really set up to do management at all. We didn't want to have these corporate management layers in the company at all. But we kind of almost needed it when you get to a bigger volume of games and people. And I think that in any case, regardless of that, those games were good because they were meticulously scrutinized, particularly by me, constantly, to be perfected, and all the imperfections to be taken out and all the touches to be added in there. And just, it was impossible to have the focus in that many areas at that level of depth simultaneously. And it's kind of a lesson. Like, if you want to do, it was sensible for us to do 2 or 3 games at a time economically. But to go beyond that was not sensible. It was like kind of too much. We needed to reel it back in again. I mean, if we talk about what we did after Sensible Golf, we go to our 3D Warner deal briefly. So what happened was an interesting story, and what happens when you get to this. We were like the Golden Boys at the time. We were like Sensible Software. We had all these hits come out back to back. Everyone knows that they sold really well, made a lot of money, and blah blah blah, whatever. But we were offered £1 million a game to move from the Amiga onto these 3D machines, but previously we're getting, the top was 250, most of them were like 100 or something like that advanced. I mean, when you're offered £1 million a game for the first time, and then it's like, okay, we want to do 3 games, and everyone's like, okay, so it's 3 million then, and we're like, wow, like this is insane money. You got to understand, and you realise this probably isn't going to happen again. So, so when anyone asks why did we move from the Amiga, that's the reason. We were offered 4 times as much money to move. But the mistake we made, what happened was, at that point in our company, we basically had 2 main contacts. So after WizKid didn't really sell very well, we stopped working with Ocean a bit again. And then we had 2 basic clients as a business. Virgin, who did Cannon Fodder and Sensible Golf, and Renegade, who did Sensible Soccer Series. So we had 2 really good partners in 2 titles that were, with Sensible Golf and Cannon Fodder, that were really good franchises, would be the modern word. And you could do regular yearly updates of Sensible Soccer, and Cannon Fodder was going places. And we really, really wanted to keep working with both of them. But both of them demanded that we did all of our product through them only. They made us choose us or them. And we, at the same time, me and Chris had this game design from years beforehand. We game like before Sensible Software existed, for this game called Drugged Out Hippie. And Drugged Out Hippie was about a guy who had 7 drug habits, and the idea was you had, like, if he was a speed freak, so like he'd have to take speed, and then the game would speed up, and then he'd do acid, and the game would go weird. And you had to maintain all 7 drug habits at once in the game, like in parallel. And the story was that he was in a band, and his band had borrowed $2,000 off of some Hells Angels to buy a van to transport their band around. And you had 2 weeks to pay the Hells Angels back before they beat the shit out of you. And you had to support your drug habits and do gigs and whatever to make the money back. So that was the initial idea for Drugged Out Hippie. It was like a funny game, yeah. And then we decided to like flesh this out into a game called Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. So it became about a guy who went around in his band, and the first part was all about avoiding these Hells Angels, and then his band getting signed up and going to LA and making it big, and then just loads of stupid things about snorting drugs and shagging people and singing and whatever, just like I guess you could call it a bit like a Spinal Tap kind of thing. But this band they started off as like a kind of a punk stroke heavy metal thing. And then they went through all sorts of eras to like psychedelic music and kind of like folk stuff and disco, and they just kept on changing the thing. And then myself and Richard were writing all this parody music, going through the. We wrote a 42-track album to go with this. It's actually finished, so it jumps all over the place. And the game was a point-and-click adventure, it was kind of like Monkey Island or Leisure Suit Larry, but taken on to a different level. And actually, the way Heavy Rain turned out years later, it wouldn't have been that similar to Heavy Rain to play. It was like a context-sensitive cursor. What I really, really regret with Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll is that we didn't get that new point-and-click adventure engine out, because that was the real innovation in the game, apart from the like funny subject matter about rock and stuff. Yeah. And it really frustrated me that we never got that. And that was, we had many programming problems when we went to this 3D, and that was basically the programmer just wasn't up to it. The first lead programmer we got, and it cost us that game. And then we didn't respond until too late, and it was unresurrectable. So we had all this art and all this music. The artists did loads of brilliant art, and we had loads of music, but we didn't have the engine working. So it was anyway. So that was a great thing. And then we had Sensible Soccer 3D, which was a great idea, which turned into a 3D nightmare, as you probably saw.
Yeah.
And we had another game called Have a Nice Day, and that was a funny game. So me and Chris had this other fantasy game idea called Office Chair Massacre. So the idea was you're in an office chair with like, and you got like actually someone's done this recently in a game, believe it or not. But you got armrests on the chair, and you got spinny wheels on the bottom. And the idea was that you had a machine gun on each arm of the chair, and you could fire both of them to go flying backwards. Right there in the office, right? So the idea was that like it was a play on corporate politics. So the idea was that it went through the levels, but basically started off in an office with some sales staff, and you and 3 other guys gunning for promotion to be the executive vice president of sales or whatever in the Texas branch of this big corporation. And basically, you and these 3 other guys, like you were, say, the yellow guy, and they're the green, red, and blue guy. Then you got all these sales offices, and you got to go to the office, and you got to like intimidate them by maybe shooting a couple of them into working for you instead of the red guy, and then getting them to do the sales for you. And then as you're doing that, the green, red, and blue guys are going around shooting everyone else as well, and then you're shooting them. And the idea is that when you hit a certain level of sales, however you get about it, that guy gets the promotion and wins. So then you got I'm now the vice president of whatever it is. Then you go to the next level. So then you got sales, but plus you've also got an advertising department. So now you've got to keep them on your side, and then you got that. Then you got the legal department and the market. So it was a play on corporate stuff, this was meant to be on the PlayStation. That was meant to be on PlayStation, and Sex and Drugs and the football game was on PC. But the problem was we had 0 experience of 3D programming in our office, and we massively, massively struggled. And anyway, what we should have done at that time is not done Have a Nice Day at all, and said, let's do that after we've done the other stuff. It's a great idea, but 3 is too many. Let's resist the urge to try and get 3 million quid and settle on 2 million quid, so we got a chance of finishing stuff. That's the first thing we should have done. The second thing we should have done is insisted that Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll, which was right up their street, would have gone to Virgin. And when we actually went to resell the game years later, when it came back, when everything fell apart, Virgin was the only company that had money for it. And it was really a Virgin game. We should have said, Virgin, your Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, Renegade, we're staying with you, because Renegade was bought by Warner, so it's the same thing. We're staying with you on the football games, and that's it. We're not going to go all in one bucket like both of you are insisting. We like both of you. We're going to stay with both of you. Just from a business point of view, it's 2 full sources of income if something goes wrong in one side. And I wish, in retrospect, I wish that's what we would have done. I wish that instead of Chris doing Have a Nice Day and that not happening quite so well, I wish he'd have been leading the programming on Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll. And we'd have done that through Virgin, and I wish we'd have stayed with Sensible Soccer in Warner, and we'd have got to the end of these 2 difficult 3D projects, and then done Have a Nice Day afterwards as the next thing to do after that. In retrospect, hindsight's a wonderful thing. That's definitely what we should have done, but unfortunately we didn't. We went, they're going to give us, this is amazing. In our minds, we were like this. Every game we made has sold really well. Even Sensible Golf and Cannon for the 2 did okay, everything's done well. Everything we touch turns to gold. No, we're just going to do the same thing, but they're going to give us 4 times more money. Wow. This is how we're thinking. We're not seeing the extra work. We're just thinking, well, we went from 8-bit to 16-bit, and it was so easy. It's just the same thing again, And if they're stupid enough to give us £1 million instead of 250,000, great. We'll take it. We'll do it 3 times over. So, but, then we learn, oh my God. So everyone else, you've got to appreciate also the Sensible that we were the last company almost of that era of companies to move to 3D, because we were cleaning up on this 2D Amiga stuff. We were the top 3 in Europe at the time, I think. So we were the last people to make the technological move into the 3D. And when we did, we were so far behind. I mean, we didn't know how to do it. We didn't know how many staff we needed. We didn't know the extra management layers we needed. We didn't know how to manage the artists, because the 3D bit came before the art bit. So we really were clueless on this stuff. And unfortunately, those lessons got learned at the same time.
I suppose there's a reason why games nowadays are thousands and thousands of people. You went from creating 16-bit games with 3 or 4 people, and then suddenly you're moving into 3D. That's why there's people who are programming, they're there just to get the game engine and all that kind of stuff. So at what point did you say, right, listen guys, enough? In fact, sorry, before I get onto that, what do you call it? I was stupidly excited when Xbox Sensi Soccer was coming out for the Xbox 360. Again, I don't know. it's not got the same playability of the Amiga one at all. Were you guys involved in programming that at all? That was through Codemasters, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, it's Codemasters. Yeah, I mean, like, I've got a very good relationship with Codemasters and worked with them on and off for many years. But no, in that particular case, they took the Amiga and they ported it to the Xbox 360 and added a couple of other things. And my job was just to come in and go, yeah, it's all right. I didn't really do much. It was a very technical exercise, basically. The problem is a lot of the feeling for a game comes from the machine itself. And when you go to another machine, it doesn't feel the same. And people, you know, it doesn't show up in slow games, but in twitch games. Sensible Soccer is a real twitch game. You know, you lose an eighth of a second, you enormously feel it. And you know, the only perfect version of Sensible Soccer is the Amiga versions. I'd say particularly 96, 97, I think it was the very last one we did where we really refined everything. You know, that is the pinnacle sensible software game. Because, you know, we were still developing different versions of SWAS even through doing the 3D stuff. And, you know, it's like I said, it's like these, I said it earlier, it's like these prehistoric eras just forcing everyone forwards. You know, we were the masters of this 16-bit era. We were on our 6th, 7th game on the machines. We knew them like the back of our hands. Yes, we got it a bit wrong. We can afford the two in Sensible Golf, but that was because we were stretched too thin. And really, it wasn't because we'd lost our skills. It's because we were kind of like stretching it too much. But yeah, I mean, that 3D stuff was just like, I don't know. It's like someone saying, I can play a recorder, you know, and then you give them I don't know, some like futuristic saxophone to play, and they're like, what is this? You know?
I suppose I remember buying, I can't remember what one it was for the PlayStation. It was like 3D Sensible Soccer. And to kind of equate it, I'm a massive Laurel and Hardy fan. And then my sister bought me a couple of years ago. It was like some colorized versions, and it's like, no, it's wrong. And I think putting Sensi into a 3D engine, it just didn't work. I think the simplicity of the graphics coupled with, as you say, just the Twitch gaming, that's what made the game. See when you went to World of Sensible Soccer came out, I think the difficulty of actually playing the game, it was harder to score. Was that a conscious decision, or was that my imagination?
It's like we're doing the Social Soccer now. So the thing is, it's like when you've got a game like that, there's so many sensitive moving parts. It's like, imagine 1,000 matchsticks, and you're trying to make exactly the same matchstick house you made last year with the same number of matchsticks. It's like that. It's like there's so many things which can just slightly push it away, and identifying the reason why, for example, it's harder to score. We've been through exactly the same thing with Social Soccer in the last few months. It's like, well, maybe it's because the goalkeeper, there's something that's slightly off at the moment for us, for example, on the goalkeeper's perception where the ball is in 3D space. There's something wrong with the maths. So we know we've got to fix that. But unfortunately, fixing that for us is quite complicated because it goes deeper into the game engine. So you're going to dig down to the foundation, change that bit, and come up and then perfect that bit. Then it's, what animation is the goalkeeper doing? And then it's how much assistance do you give on the shot to the player? Or how much you let it be the natural angle? And at what point do you put it in? And when you bend the ball, exactly how much loft goes on the ball and exactly how much bend per millisecond that you're adding it. And where's the window where it starts and when it stops? And then nowadays it's like, and when you're on touchscreen and when you're on joystick, what's the difference in the timing of the actual touch as opposed to the joystick? Because it's physically a different thing. And it gets so fucking complicated. What you're trying to do is something that sounds simple, but you're going through machinery and you're going through calculations to achieve an end result. And the slightest bit of a change, like let's just add, I don't know, 0.15 of a degree to the bend of the ball every 0.01 seconds and see what difference that makes a difference. And so getting the configuration so it is like exactly what you want is hard. And as you saw with even Sensible Soccer, if you ever played it on a PC, it's a different speed game. It's a different speed game because the processor is different in the machine. And even if the code is identical, the processor is managing it in a different way. So it's very, very, very hard to get that touch and feel exactly like you
exactly what it was. I remember when I went from the Amiga to the PC. I mean, I bought a PC because I saw Doom, and I'm like, I've got to have that. And then I thought, oh wait a minute, if I sell the Amiga, I can't play Sensible. So this was back in the day. You couldn't afford to have two computers. If you wanted to buy a new computer, you had to sell the existing one. So I thought, oh fuck it, I can't play Sensible Soccer. Right, okay, and I sold my Amiga, and then I got the PC, and then World of Sensible Soccer came out on the PC, and I had Dancer, and I bought it, and it just didn't feel the same. I was so used to the Amiga one, and it was the only time I thought, I'm going to need to buy an Amiga just so I can play Sensi Soccer. And I mean, I'll tell you a true story. My brother-in-law at the time, he bought an Amiga, and the only fucking game he ever played was Sensi Soccer. It was absolutely legendary. But yeah, the PC version looked the part. You know, box is the same, the graphics looked the same, but it just didn't feel the same.
You know, I've been to one. They hold a Sensible Soccer World Cup every year.
Aye, that's right.
I was invited to one of those. I lost every game, and it drove me crazy because I'm pretty competitive, and I managed to lose the game. I was 1-0 up in 89 minutes and lose it before extra time somehow. But the guys there, they actually have a separate PC and Amiga event for their World Cup.
That's a different game, isn't it?
They consider it to be a different game, and you know, I say it like this. We spent so much time perfecting those Amiga versions of games. And people say, well, what do you think of the PC conversion, or even the ST version or the Xbox version? I'm like, well, put it this way. If I spent ages writing a perfect book in English, how much do I care about the Portuguese translation? Because that's what it feels like to me. You know, it's like you can't. These machines are what drive you insane. Like their refusal to conform to precisely what you want them to do is what drives us insane. If you manage to discipline one machine to do something well, then don't lose sleep worrying about the second machine not making it precise. Just accept the fact that's the way it's going to be, because the computers don't care, and they'll never be the same. They'll never conform exactly, and you know, nothing. I mean, look at HTML fucking up layout. I mean, I'm a guy who does graphics and cares about layout. HTML, the invention of it is fucked up layout beyond anything you've ever seen in your life. From an artist's point of view, everything's off center, everything's emphasized wrong, you know. And now it's been consumed as normality, which is good for efficiency in some ways and makes things run. But aesthetically, artistically, it's horrendous. And you've just got to let it go, you know. And part of that is going, you know, you asked me about the Xbox 360 version. What do I think? Oh, whatever. I mean, at that point, we'd already made Sensible Soccer, I don't know, 13, 14 years earlier anyway. I mean, you know, does it matter? No.
I mean,
to me, the challenge now is, it always has been making the next game. The current game is Sensible Soccer. So how can we make this good? And part of that has been exactly what you said, actually. You can't replicate. We could have called this game Sensible Soccer, by the way. And I said, no, I won't call it Sensible Soccer because it's not Sensible Soccer. I know what Sensible Soccer is. It's what you said. It's that 2D version that we did on Amiga. That's what it is. And anything we do after that is, and I've done it enough times with the 3D version we tried back in the 98, and then even in 2006 we made a pretty good game with Codemasters, a pretty good Sensible Soccer version, but it's not the same as Sensible Soccer as in 2D. And then you got the Xbox 360, but none of those are Sensible Soccer. That's why we consciously chose to make Social Soccer a related but different name, because it is not the same thing, and I wouldn't want to fuck Sensible Soccer up by doing a game with the same name and doing something different that would not be to the expectation of
I think I think a big part of, I suppose, Sensei Soccer is getting the old zip stick, having the proper joystick. I mean, my mate, he could always score the diving headers. He used to use a bloody Mega Drive controller, and I could never get a hang of gamepads. But yeah, I think the controller as well. But it's a bit like, I mean, I don't want to go back in time, but I mean, Wizzball, best C64 game ever. I got it for the Atari ST. Was it Peter Johnson converted it?
Yeah, Peter did it. Yeah.
It's just It's two great games, but if you've played the original, you'd never look back. You would never want to play.
I mean, it's just it's unfortunate that the way the computers work, they're very, very sensitive things when you're making something. You feel a game. It's hard to describe it, but the game is a lot about the feel of it. And when the machines are not set up to duplicate feeling at all. They're set up to maybe duplicate graphics and sound and that, but they don't really. And it's kind of it's my biggest frustration in my career is that there's not just one format of computer that sells forever.
I get you.
I mean, because on just on an economic level, no one buys sensible soccer anymore because the Amiga's been defunct for God knows how long. On a practical portfolio building as an artist, all of my back catalogue is out of date and not usable anymore. That hurts a little bit, If you were talking to, I mean, I think I've had now it's 11 number one games in my life. If you were talking to a musician that had 11 number one tracks that were still selling now and had been continuing to sell in a 36-year run from the start, imagine how much more money you make than you make something which everyone says is great, and then 3 years later, no one can play it anymore because the new machines come along. So all that means then is that the old machine died. So what does everyone do? They get the new machine and they spend all their time making those games that were on the old machine. So it's really bad for innovation as well, because then you get, you think about how ludicrous it is. Like you've got Bejeweled is on a PC. Then someone makes Candy Crush on the phone, which, by the way, I think is brilliant because Candy Crush is a brilliant Bejeweled game. And then, so you got Candy Crush, which is a good copy of an existing game on an old machine. But then thousands of other people copy Candy Crush. So they're now doing really bad copies of something which is a copy anyway. and it's like, why waste your time? It's okay, kids are doing it for fun at home, but these are coming out on commercial, on the platforms, the app stores and stuff like that we can buy. And this it's just a waste of everybody's time and effort. Bejeweled was great when it came out. Candy Crush is a superior version, brilliant. The rest, unless they're going to up the game or do something new, don't need to exist.
Inferior. Yeah.
Don't need to exist. It's just cluttering the market with shit, basically. Sorry to be harsh. That's the reality.
So at what point, I mean, so obviously you were talking about sex, drugs and rock and roll, and at what point did you decide, listen guys, we've had fun, but we're going to have to call it a day?
Well, I can tell you the story with that. So what happened was this. So if you can imagine, we've signed this $3 million deal with Warner. We are about a year and a half in, 2 years in. We've delivered them nothing finished. They've given us 2 million quid because we're struggling with our programming. It started to get very hairy, shall we say, because but basically the contract we signed with Warner was amazing for us. I mean, it was just, I look at all the things I've done over the years in terms of business. That's the best bit of business I've ever been involved.
Yeah.
The contract was so in our favor. It's like every month we just get paid. So it didn't matter what we did, they would have to pay us. But what happened was it hit to a point where, understandably, we were struggling with the 3D programming and the stuff wasn't getting delivered as it should have been delivered. And they were like, well, we can't do anything, so we're just going to not pay you at all. So they basically didn't pay us for 6 months. They paid us nothing. And we had 20 guys. So we got quite a big team. And myself and Chris were putting in like, I think there's other 20, I think it might have been 40 grand a month each, 20 or 40 grand a month each into the company to keep it alive. And we went, we can't do this forever.
No, you can't.
It's only, basically, we're still only money from Sensible Soccer, but it's coming in and it's just going, like our money is going, and then we're taking our personal money and putting it back in to prop the company up. And that's what was happening for quite a while. And then we were like, well, and then Warner was saying to us, this Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, it's a bit, Warner got bought by GT. This is what happened. So Warner got bought by a company called GT, which were allied to Walmart. And this was a Bible Belt American company, like from the proper worshippers. And they got this Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll game about shagging people and snorting cocaine. And a guy called Frank Herman, who was running GT UK office in Marylebone. Frank was an old guy. He'd been around for a long time. He was involved in Mastertronic in the early days. But in a previous life, he had been the guy to import the Texas Chainsaw Massacre to the UK back in the 70s. And he was very used to dealing with controversial products and how it works. And, and he said, I remember him saying to me, are you sure this needs to be cocaine? Can't it be something like space dust? And I said, no, it's meant to be cocaine. And he said, look, I've done this stuff before. And he said, I've got to warn you, you're going to be hoisted by your own petard. Now, do you know what that means? I'm going to buy your bollocks, basically. It was trying to say to me, you're being too ballsy about this. Just reel it in, because I can tell you the way this is going to go. I've been here before. I'm trying to give you advice, like as an uncle. Everyone called him Uncle Frank. At the time, we're like, fucking wants to change our game. But he was trying to help us, actually.
Yeah.
And we were like, no, we want to do it our way, whatever. So anyway, what happened was we reached this standoff with GT. So our contract said we had to deliver the work that we were doing. So we just continued to deliver the work and do it and do it and do it. So it went from us struggling with programming to a different problem, which was good for us. The problem now was they wanted out from the game, but they weren't saying it to us because they didn't like the content of it. And we were really struggling with the programming, but we had too much money in there to lose to say we wanted to throw the towel in, because then they'd ask for their money back. And me and Chris had personally underwritten this stuff. So this was going to ruin us, and all the money we'd made was all going to disappear, So we were like, we've just got to keep on going. So we went 6 months of not getting paid. And in the end, we got called in by GT into their office. And they said, this Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll game, and also Have a Nice Day, which is also struggling from 3D as well. This was Chris doing it, but he was still struggling with it. And like, we really can't continue to do these games anymore. We have to pull them. And we're like, okay. But the key thing was they didn't want their money back. This is all that we cared about in the whole thing.
Well, that's nice.
See, there's a problem. So we're like, okay, so we'll just do the football game then. So we kind of like, we walked out of their office, and then we got as far away down the road as we could, and then we jumped for joy down the road. Like, hell, we've been living in for 6 months. We could just see ruin, for 6 months, and suddenly we were free. So we basically, what we agreed with GT was we would ditch Have a Nice Day. We'd take Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, and we'd try to resell it to another publisher, and that they would get a cut of the money if we could sell it on. That's what we agreed. Unfortunately, when we did that process, by now we've moved on from 95 to 97, 98, and the market's got very more Americanized in this time. It's got really the companies come in. And we saw 20 companies, and everyone was scared of it. I mean, they were interested in the game, but they were like scared of it. And the real thing holding us back was, it was obvious to anyone we demoed it to that the programming wasn't in shape. We knew that was the real underlying problem. Even if you love the 18 plus stuff and the stupid, it's just stupid, kind of like young ones or humor, just British, like very Viz, like offensive but funny. Even if you like that, you could see the programming wasn't working, and we could show the music videos and music and graphics and these ideas and talk it up, but the game was saying, I'm not quite in good enough shape and I'm a risk. And the only company that offered us a deal was Virgin. But unfortunately, Virgin said we can only really give you a good deal for what we'll sell in the UK, because we can't see this doing that well outside of the UK. And the money they offered us just wasn't enough to cover the rest of the development costs we knew we were going to incur. So we had to turn it down, unfortunately. That's what I mean by I wish we'd have signed with Virgin in the first place. You know, a lot of the problems would have gone away, because they're also deterred by the half the money they're paying us has got to go to GT, which they don't want because they're a rival. So unfortunately, that's what happened. So we spent, we just decided that was it. Enough was enough. We had to just let the game go, tell some of the guys, and at the same time, actually, we had to do this transition to making people employees under the thing I told you about, the Tony Blair thing. At the same time, so I had to say to everyone, look, we've got to make you an employee, but at the same time, you might not have a job in 3 or 4 months. If we can't resell this game, then the section rock and roll staff is going to be it. You know, it's going to be gone. Eventually that went, and then Sensible Soccer went from 1 release into like 2 or 3 releases, and the first release came out. And I can't remember if we did the second release or not. Maybe we did, but it just wasn't. It was obvious to everyone it wasn't the same. It wasn't the Sensible Soccer people knew and loved. And it's kind of a good lesson for the market, really, because what happened was the market, i.e. the retail, was demanding 3D games. So then they go down to the publishers and say, we need 3D games. So then the publishers come to us and say, you've got to make Sensible Soccer 3D. Then we make it 3D. Then all the fans say, this is shit, we don't want it. Where's the 2D one?
Aye, I think that was such a common thing when the PlayStation came out. Everything. I mean, like you had things like Streets of Rage, and they brought out one Fighting Force, I think it was called. They just put everything into 3D, and it just didn't work.
It was one of those, you know, it's those fashions. It's like a while back, everyone was really into VR, and now it's kind of like,
what's your take on VR?
Well, here's my take on it. We made actually a very good version of Sociable Soccer on VR recently. It still exists, but it was hard to get buy-in from. Here's my real take on VR. The companies driving VR are very, very American. The ones that the big players on the hardware thing. And when we tried to sell, if you can imagine playing a game which plays a bit like Sensible Soccer in VR, it was fun. I mean, it was good. It was really innovative and good. And you're looking down at the pitch and looking around, and it was really, really good. It really had something. But we couldn't get the traction because we couldn't get someone who was into football to give it a chance. And my take on VR is 2 things. Firstly, on a commercial level, the kind of games that people are engaging are based on the kind of games that are being commissioned. There seems to be a certain type of people in the industry attracted to VR, and they have a pretty closed perspective on what a game means and what a game can do. Now, having taken them, fucking good. I mean, we took Social Soccer on VR twice, and it was displayed in the London Science Museum in the last 5 years. And it was really good. And like we got kids and adults playing it against each other and really enjoying it. But I think that the problem with VR is that it's not that comfortable to play something when you're blind, and it makes you feel vulnerable, and it's very niche and gimmicky. And I think having done it in the London Science Museum, it's a really good place to do it. It's like a place you go for a special event, you take your kids out, you know, your little boy. There was a little boy. I remember we put it on a 4-year-old boy, and he was like, he's looking at the stadium. He's not playing for football at all. It's like, wow. And you can see the impact it was having on kids, and it was really, really nice. And we did a bunch of game shows actually in Germany and stuff with it. It's a real good game show thing, having done that with VR. But I think in your house, when you're going around with a stick, smashing your nan's vase off the place you made your mum like 30 years ago, I don't think it works. I think it's like danger. It's about the environment, and that's what I think about it. I think that we've tried VR with this, even with cinema going back to the 50s. It's a gimmick, but it's not. The only really good thing I've ever seen in VR is Avatar, the film. That was good in VR.
I would agree with you. And you know what I was saying? I've got a whatever the hell it's called, an Oculus Quest thing, and I think I always compare VR to, like, I don't know, eating I was going to say caviar. I've never fucking tried caviar, but eating
It's
some
all right.
really rich chocolate cake,
Yeah.
it's nice to have a wee bit every now and again. But
Yeah.
I can't ever see VR taking over the place of that you're lying back in your settee with your joystick and just playing, firing up and having a game of whatever it is. It will never, unless we get to a stage maybe in 30 years' time, like you get in Total Recall or something, you can just lie back and go, I'm not going to say the word Alexa because it will start playing something, but you can say VR, boom, and you're suddenly you're in a game. I mean, one of probably my favourite VR game is Jeff Minter put out Moose Life. Have you tried it?
I believe that when we were demoing Social Soccer in VR, Jeff was demoing that game in the still behind it.
Moose Life is a dog's bollocks. Jeff, I mean, he makes a perfect kind of game, simplistic, and it's just lots of like it's like psychedelia, lots of shit going on, laser shows, and brilliant. But I mean, I think until we get to a stage, the fact that I've got a VR sitting over there, and it's probably never been charged up for about 6 months. It's still. I think we're in a society now where we're so lazy that you can sit on the couch and you think. I was wanting to. What was I wanting to watch? I was wanting to watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's a film I go to when I want cheered up, and I couldn't. I was trying to watch it on this thing on my computer, and I couldn't get it working. And I looked to the side, and I've got it on DVD, and I was too lazy to actually get off the settee and put it in the bloody thing. That's how we're just so fucking lazy. And I think until we get to a stage where you can just say, Alexa VR, boom, and you're in it. You don't have to fanny about with headphones and all this kind of bollocks. I think it's. I wouldn't say it's a gimmick because. Oh, there it's kicking off already. I think until we get to that stage, I think it's always going to be a niche thing. I don't know if you've tried Wipeout in VR. I get motion sickness, but honestly, imagine the best looking Wipeout ever. But you're inside the cockpit. It's the future. It's the future, but I can't play it because I feel sick. But
I get motion sickness as well, so I'm very well aware of that.
Yeah. One of the games I bought and I've never played it. I've played it very briefly. Is it's a Half-Life, not Alexa, whatever it's called. It's for VR. And I've got a lot of mates who've played it, and they say that it is the most amazing experience. And I've played it briefly, and you're picking up something, and you're like that, and you're turning it around. It's like, this is just a mental. It's just incredible. I don't think it's a gimmick. I think it's something you pick up and play now and again. But I think until we get to the stage where we don't have to put on headphones or things in your head, I think it's never going to really take off.
Oh, there's a couple of things. The way we made our football game work well in VR, and the way we reduced motion sickness down to 0 is really simple. You have a stationary camera, so all you do is rotate your head. So we just put a camera on the halfway line that you would in football, and look at that end for the goal or that end, and it works. There's 0 motion sickness, 0. As someone sensitive to it, I know what this means. The second thing is there's another unspoken thing with VR. It's an incredibly self-indulgent thing to do in a family house. Like, you can imagine. There's one thing with you playing sensible soccer with your mate and your wife's going to come to bed. Another thing with you blindfolded in a room. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just a feeling about it.
It's mental. I've seen me, when I last used it, you're sitting playing Half-Life and you think, I better go to my bed. You take it off and it's pitch dark. You're sitting there in the pitch dark and probably somebody outside saying, what the fuck is that guy doing? It's the most antisocial thing ever, playing a VR game.
It's antisocial. It cuts you off from real life, which could potentially be dangerous for some, for kids or whatever,
of course.
Calling to you or whatever. And it's kind of, it does mean you can damage your real house. I think that there's this fantasy about what's that film where people are living in a computer game and they're really just lying in like things a bit like sunbeds, like doing nothing. Anyway, there's a film about that stuff. But and we've heard these stories about the woman who looked after her baby in Half-Life whilst her real baby died. Did you remember that one from a few years back?
Christ, no, is that right? No, I've never heard
that
one.
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, I don't know if it's just like an urban myth, but there is that feeling with VR that it's very much just that step further into, it's not just when I talked about World of Warcraft, I got to, I think 60 is the top, isn't it? So I got to 30 and I said, you're not going to play this game anymore. You've gone from doing this a bit to doing it too much and
obsessionally,
and you make yourself cut off. But I think there's one thing to be like up late with your computer, but then to be up late with your VR headset on, locked in an alternative world for a protracted period of time, it's just maybe a step a little bit too removed from normality. In other words, where we've gained in computer games some acceptability in society as being normal, I think if you saw loads of people locked away in headsets for protracted periods of time, we'd start to think there's a madness. Did you see that film called, I think it was called Hare? Did you see the film Hare? Right, so
no.
Hare, I believe Scarlett Johansson's in it. And basically what it's about is it's quite a funny concept actually. There's this kind of like virtual girlfriend you can have, and she talks to you. So she's always talking to you, and all these guys are falling in love with this voice on a phone that's constantly phoning you up, and she's kind of like your virtual girlfriend, but she's got 2,000 guys on the go at the same time. This virtual girlfriend. And you look at the street and you see everyone walking down the road lost and talking in their phones or with their headphone things on, but lost in this world of not really connected. And even I see it sometimes, like, I guess since lockdown we've not been out enough to see it, but you'd see like hordes of sometimes, especially younger people, walking with headphones on or on their phones locked away. And I realised that whole thing I watched is now becoming real, real. And I think there's a danger with VR. It can just be that
step too much. Yeah.
That step too much, yeah. And I think that also it's health-wise, you don't want to be strapped into a VR machine for too long. But having seen it in the Science Museum where you give people like a 15-20 minute experience, I think it's brilliant in that environment, and that's where I see it going.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, it's a fantastic thing. It's a phenomenal thing. I mean, it really is. But I think to actually become the main way to play a game, I don't think that's a particularly healthy thing.
I think it's I don't know what we can quite equate it to, but it's something which needs to find its place in a live environment. It's a bit like karaoke. Like karaoke is great. If you go out to a karaoke club, and I love karaoke, and I've done tons of it, especially when I've been working in Finland, but I wouldn't want it around my house all the time.
Yeah.
And that's a bit how I feel about it. It's kind of like a going out experience rather than an at-home experience. It's hard to understand why, but there you go. Anyway,
listen,
when more are we going to wrap up?
I was just going to say, John, we're coming up to 4 hours. I've got about 3 or 4 questions, so I'll just make them quick.
Go.
Excellent. I obviously have touched on Sociable Soccer. I did buy the first release on Steam. When is that going to be? I know you're working on a sort of a mobile version. When do you reckon is there going to be? When's the sort of final PC one going to come out?
I can tell you this because there will be an announcement. There'll be an announcement very shortly, and this would be quite good for you to have because it's kind of like we've not told other people about this. So there's a little bit of news for you to carry, but we've just recently signed it with a publisher on PC and console. It's due to come out in the first half of next year.
Brilliant.
It will be. That's about as much as I'm prepared to say at the moment.
Yeah, excellent. Because I think, like a lot of people, I was a bit disappointed when I thought, oh, it's not getting made anymore. And I was kind of googling it, and I believe that you guys were working on like mobile versions in China. And I thought, oh, this one's been kind of left half kind of baked, and I thought it's never really going to kind of come out, but it will be coming out. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me explain what's happened with it. It's worth explaining it to people. So we started off with Sociable Soccer as with the intention of making a totally cross-platform game. So across PC, consoles, mobile, etc. When we initially launched it, we did it on a Kickstarter for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in the end of 2015. When that Kickstarter transpired, and we knew quite quickly that we weren't going to get the amount of money we needed in for it to make it happen, we then had a bit of freedom to rather than go, oh, we haven't got the Kickstarter, we went, okay, so let's just choose what we want to do. So we continue to develop it, and we continue to develop it and push it with PC as the lead platform, but with all the other platforms borne in mind. Now, what happened was we put it out at the end of 2019, I think it was. Was it? No, 2017. We put it out. We put it out in 2017 in around about December, as an early access on Steam. And the reason we did that was A, to give people a taster of it, and B, when you've got a game that's existed for so long and then it's not really going anywhere, you kind of need that as a momentum as a team as well. So we put it out there to give it life and substance and not just be a concept and an idea. And at that time, we were still like hunting around for publishing partners. We hadn't really found one. We didn't really want to self-publish, as I mentioned to you earlier. What was in our control and power was to self-publish in early access. So we chose it as a kind of step to get us up and running. Then what happened was that we, about 4 months after we did that, I think it was 5 months. I can't remember the exact time frame of this. But anyway, we met this Chinese publisher called Crazy Sports. And they said, we're looking for football games on mobile. We were introduced to them. And we said, well, we got a football game and we're looking to do it on all the platforms. So, yeah, we got mobile, no problem. And we had mobile versions kicking around. We had some kind of early mobile version on us. But anyway, they now offered us some money to make the mobile version instead, which when you've been working on a game for like 2.5 years, as we had at that point, we obviously were very interested in a contract to get some money because we were living on fumes, basically.
Yeah.
So because the uptake on the Steam early access wasn't amazing, it was all right, but it wasn't amazing. And so then we started working on that with these guys in China. So we started to look at Chinese mobile stuff, which meant we need to look particularly on things like free-to-play mechanics, sale of. We'd already started to put cards in the game anyway as an idea, but like the sale of card packs and those kind of things, which is more Chinese market. Anyway, as it transpired, the Chinese version, we didn't get it out when that was intended for. And we it was kind of they let it slide. We let it slide. We just kept on doing it, but we didn't. It kind of went on longer than was initially intended from both sides. And so a year later, I'm still talking to everyone on all fronts, looking for deals for the rest of the game. We've only got a mobile deal in China, and I'm actually mostly looking to sell the PC and console. Anyway, then I re-met. What happens in the business with computer games is you go to these conventions like GDC or Gamescom or whatever, these big things. The biggest ones in the world is Gamescom, which is in Cologne every year, and GDC, which is in San Francisco. And then you've got a whole bunch of others. There's like one in Japan, and there's one in. They're everywhere. Some of my mates do like them every 2 weeks. They're all the time just traveling around doing this stuff. Anyway, so I tend to do 2 or 3 a year. I was out in San Francisco I can't remember what year we're in now. This will be maybe 2.5 years ago. And then I meet with these guys who I've met a couple of times before and I quite like. And they said that football game you showed us last year, we think we might be able to do something with that. This is how this business works. You just got no idea. You make these connections with hundreds of people. I mean, we must have seen getting on for, well, actually over 100 publishers, and we've just signed 3 deals with people on this now. And it's taken 5.5 years to get this business done. Do you understand the rhythm? How slow? Get the right deal. So you rather get any deal to get the right deal. So anyway, so the Chinese deals dropped in, and then out of the blue, these American guys go, we think we've got an idea that can work for your football game. Can you meet? So I said, okay. So we met in this place called the W Hotel, which is opposite from the Moscone Centre where the GDC's been held. And it's a big business place. There's always loads of people from the games industry there and loads of talking and lots of drinking as well. And anyway, so I met with these guys and showed them the game running with a couple of these controllers working on the iPad. I said, yeah, that's what we're doing. It's, it's like a, what do you think? And they're like, yeah, that's perfect. We think this is going to work. And then they said to us, So this was in the March, and then they said in the May, we're thinking it could be a good fit with Apple. Apple have got something. Some of the guys had connections in Apple, and they knew that Apple Arcade was coming, and they knew that a football game that worked with controllers and touchscreen and that kind of stuff and online was exactly what Apple were after.
Mm-hmm.
So they said we then signed with them to work with them to go to Apple, kind of through them to go to Apple. I managed to get an amazing deal from Apple Arcade. And Apple Arcade, we're looking for the content. So there's pluses and minuses of that. So the plus is you get great money coming in. You've now got enough to like finance the whole development that we're doing with the game and everything. And, you know, and at last, all that work you've put in, because now we're 3.5 years into development, it's indicated that something's coming back. In fact, it wasn't 3.5. It was maybe 4. I can't remember anyway. So money starts to come in. But the downside is that Apple have got a whole bunch of pretty reasonable, but they want some exclusivity on other platforms coming out. So we withdrew the Steam version because it wasn't doing particularly well. And then we said to everyone who bought the Steam version, if you want a refund, we'll give you a full refund. But the way our business is turned at the moment is that we've got to do the mobile stuff first because we've got the China deal already, and now we've had this Apple deal. And so we did that, and then and then a year later, after the Apple version first came out, the Apple version came out in November of 2019. That's right.
So it's actually been released for an iPad, is it?
Yes, it's been out for a year and a half.
Interesting that you go and download it. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it'd be good to get your feedback as well and see what you think of it. So anyway, So you can play with touch, or you can play with one of these like PlayStation controller Wi-Fi one. It works with it, or an Xbox One or whatever you've got. So then we did the Apple version. That's what we've been working on mostly for the last year and a half. So we're doing different versions of that. But what's happened now is actually right now we launched Social Soccer 2021. So we're basically doing annual versions on the iPad. So Social Soccer 21 came out about 6 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that, 6 weeks ago. And then now we're doing finally actually getting the Chinese version out in China on mobile. But at the same time, about a month ago, we signed a console, PC and console deal, which I've been looking to get for 5.5 years.
Brilliant.
But finally found a good one. So that now means that it's quite good, really. So basically, the Apple Arcade version's matured quite a lot. China is at last coming out, and now we've got what we've been doing. And I know maybe it's from the outside hard to see, but all the time we've been developing stuff to go into the PC and console versions as well. So we've started working on the console versions, for example, last year. So then you get so far, and then you have to wait. So what we're going to actually embarking on right now, what my plans are right now, is the feature set for all the stuff we're adding on to the basis of what we got in Apple Arcade of Social Soccer to go into what's going to be called Social Soccer 22, which will be the version which comes out for PC and console, which will be early half of next year, first half of next year. So and then that kind of like, so from the development point of view, we've now got 3 publishing partners. So we've got Rogue going through Apple Arcade, which is our American partner, Crazy Sports and China Mobile in China, and now we've just signed with a British partner to go PC console worldwide. So this is an announcement which is going to be announced officially by our publishing partner relatively soon. So I'm not going to say what it is, but what I can tell you is our plan is to come out in the first half of next year on PC console, and that although it may appear that we've kind of diverted to mobile only, that's not what's gone on. It's just been the order we put the platforms in and the order the business came in, and what we've benefited from with all this time is a lot of enhancement to the game, which eventually is benefited by everybody.
Going to ultimately make the PC one and the PlayStation ones better.
Absolutely, because
that's great. That's brilliant news.
When you're working through Unity like us, obviously a lot of stuff is going into the core, and there's a lot of shared elements around around the whole thing. And so what it's enabled us to do is each thing, the China deal and the Apple deal, it's enabled us to keep going. It's enabled us to add people into the team to add the necessary components for the next phase of what's going on. And ultimately, it means that when we come out on PC and console, a lot of those teething problems that might have been there in earlier versions will be ironed out before you can get to see it. So hopefully the end result will be good. And as I say, it's not sensible soccer. It's a sensible soccer influenced game, but it's for modern machines, and it's a different thing. But hopefully people will see it as a refreshing change to FIFA. That's what I'm hoping.
No, really looking forward to it. Listen, two questions. If you could give your 18-year-old self a bit of advice from your 54-year-old self, what would it be, you think? One bit of advice.
One bit of advice is wow, that's a good question. When I was I've got to think back to when I was 18. I think the biggest advice, it's more of a personal advice than a work advice, is just that everything happens over time. Like, don't expect everything to be resolved now. Like, have trust that over time things will work out properly. Like, if you apply yourself hard enough, eventually things should come good. If you're good at what you're doing. If you feel bad about something, don't worry. In a year's time, you won't feel so bad about it. You know what you're like when you're 18, and everything seems so important. Like, now feels so important, and really, when you look back, it just isn't at all important.
It's true. And I mean, I went through a bit of shit time with job-wise a few years ago, and I remember somebody actually on my YouTube channel said to me, he says, you just need to realise that every dark place, it's only temporary. Everything is only temporary. And I thought, yeah, you know what? And it's true. And I'm now in a really, really good place in my life, with a job and all that kind of stuff. And it's true. You just have to accept that if you could just be given something on a plate, you don't appreciate it. And I think the fact that you've worked so hard and you've had your shit times, but ultimately it's led to, everything leads to where you are right now. And it's the same with me as well, and it's just,
It's exactly that. It's like, the one thing I've been really lucky in as a creative person who's quite competitive, because I'm both things, is it's been very good for me to have success when I was younger. So I'm not full of bitter hatred by now if I'm like 55 and still not had my hit. You might be talking to a very different guy. So I'm very, very grateful that's happened to me, that, there are some pressures and some sense of responsibility which comes with success when you're young, but it means that you've got a longer period of your life having had that. Now, of course, you've got the chance of losing it. The danger of getting it young is that, like, you can have everything at your feet when you're 20s, and by the time you're 40, you're fucked. They can go that way, and then you're thinking, oh my god, what did I throw away? So that's what you're trying to avoid all the time. But I think that there is one quote I want to share with you, which is a quote which I heard, which I like, and a number of people I mentioned it to have been, but I think it's very important as you're going through life, as we are now in our part of our lives now. We know that, like, we've got, we're in a certain seniority where we like to think we're not old yet, but we're getting to that stage where we're kind of looking back, we're reflective, we can say things like, over time things will sort themselves out, whereas when you're 18 you don't think about that. But also we're aware that a certain amount of the chances and opportunities we've had in life are already behind us now. They're not going to come back. I'm not going to have that massive boom we had with sensible soccer and Canada and that again. So I've had my time. I've had more than my share of time in that period of time. It's cool. And now if we can do pretty well with social soccer, or maybe we can get it together enough that maybe on one platform, maybe on the Nintendo Switch or something, people go, wow, this is something here. And then if some of our guys working in the team can get really good breaks for themselves with their work from that, and that will be the job done for that. I mean, it's already got money coming in, it's done okay. And for me, it vindicates myself still doing stuff now, being later. It's a different thing when you're this kind of side of your career, just showing you're still in the game a bit. is worth something, you know. So
absolutely.
So what the quote I like is this saying, which is, "Today is the youngest you will ever be." It doesn't matter where you are in your life, you're never going to get younger. It's always going to be about getting older and the future being there. But what it means is, I'm glad that, especially with sport, I've learned this. If you want to play football, don't think, "Oh, I didn't play football in my 20s." Just go out and play now, because in 5 years' time, I'm going to be 60. And now I'm 55 and I still can play football. Or if you want to go on a holiday somewhere, or if you want to write a book, or if you want to, whatever it is you want to do, or you want to go out clubbing and chat to everybody, do it now. Do it whilst it's an appropriate phase in your life. I don't want to be the guy who's doing these things inappropriate at this phase of his life now, because you should really do that when you're like 20 years younger, but you didn't quite do it. And I'm quite sensitive to those things, that there's different phases, especially, my oldest daughter's 33 now, my youngest is 27. My kids are older. Actually, she's 26, she's 27 next week, I think. I've got to remember. But basically, you start to realize that, life is catching up with you. Yeah. I'm a granddad now. I've become a granddad.
Congratulations.
So you kind of, you realize that you're going into different phases of your life, and that making sure that you kind of try to make the most of each phase as much as you can, rather than regretting what you haven't done. Like you said, you have bad times. Like, I've got to tell you, that time, I can brush it off now and say that me and Chris jumped up and down when we got out of that Warner deal, when we had £2 million and we tried to pay it back. I can tell you, I went to bed with palpitations every night for 6 months. That was huge stress. I wouldn't wish to go back there ever again. It's why I don't want to set up a big company ever again. I don't want that pressure ever again. I remember what it felt like. It was horrendous.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And so, because it's a responsibility that it's not just your life you're going to fuck up. It's everyone around you.
Aye.
And so you kind of learn your level of stuff. Like, sometimes you learn, like with sensible software, we put off more than we could chew doing too many games at once. And you learn these things as you go forward. You learn not to panic. You look at something and think, "Oh, it might be a disaster." One thing I'm quite pleased what we've done with Sociable Soccer is we've just been quite calm. We've gone, we haven't got a deal this year. Let's wait and see if a good one comes along next year. And that's experience making you do that. Like,
of course,
you don't give in. You realise it's not, you can still keep going, and maybe something will come in, and a little bit of trust, a little bit of luck again. But that comes with age, and eventually you'll be in different situations. Like, I've had my dad staying here. My dad stayed here for a few months this year. He came out after having a pretty serious cancer operation. Thank God.
Wow, that's
good. He's okay at the moment, and he's recovered well. But I could see my dad thinking at one stage that he had an operation. He was given a 33% chance of dying, and when he came out the other side of that, you can see that everything is just brilliant for him now. Just to be here and to be healthier, and with this cancer out of his body, and it gives you a lesson by looking at someone else who you care about, that you're close to. Wow, that really has changed my dad. I know my dad. I know him, and it has changed him to go through this experience. So I kind of look at life like that. We're always in these learning experiences, and make the most of now. Everybody, just make the most of you kind of now. Whilst the health is here, particularly.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I've had a few ups and downs over my life, like everybody, but I've always kind of come out the other end. And I'm 50. I'll be 54 in October. I act like a fanny. I play video games. I'm good at my job. I treat people well, and I'm currently saving for a motorbike. I've got my tattoo. Nice. I'm currently, you know what? I live life. I treat people well. I just live. I like you. I think to myself, I've maybe got 20 decent years left in me.
Yeah.
And I never ever want to. I never ever want to regret not doing stuff. I've done some things. Some things have been probably stupid, whatever. But I never ever want to look back and go, "Oh, I wish I'd done this," or "I wish, whatever." And I think
it's really true. It's really true. People know what they didn't do.
It's probably made up. Braveheart. It's probably Mel Gibson that said this, but apparently William Wallace said, every man dies, but not every man lives. And that is so true. There's so many people, and I've got friends who they never ever want to. Oh, I would like to do that, but such and such, and I would maybe leave that job. Oh, but I've got the job security and all that, and I'm like bollocks to that. I just like, yeah. I always looked at. I mean, a few years ago, I left a job after 19 years. I was really miserable, and I was, thinking, fucking hell, what's going to hang me? And I think, what's the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen? Oh, I lose my job. I can't afford to pay the mortgage. What's the worst that can happen? I've got plenty of mates that I can crash out in their settee for 6 months. That's as long as and 9 times out, well, probably 99 times out of 100, you think, oh my God, my world's collapsed. This is nothing's going to go right. You actually, the reality is always a tenth of what you thought it was going to be, and you think, fuck, that was actually all right.
Exactly. Humans have become successful because we're very good at seeing potential problems and avoiding them. But the problem is, it makes us so hypercritical or not critical is the wrong word, like hyper vigilant about potential problems, which will probably never happen, and sometimes you've got to evaluate, are you worrying about something which is really nothing? And as you said, people do. There's a quote, another quote I'm going to give you. I remember it because it's a funny one, and it's about regretting what you didn't do. That Sir John Betjeman, the poet laureate that we grew up with, he's got this famous quote when he was at the end of his life, and they said, "Sir John, are there any regrets you've got?" And his quote was, "I wish I'd had more sex." That's kind of like really funny, you got this old guy in his 80s, but that's what he's thinking about. He's not thinking about, oh my God, why did I do that? He's thinking, why didn't I do that? He's thinking of these women that are around him, or men or whatever he's into, and why didn't I do it? It's so funny, And that's exactly what you said. People regretting what they didn't do.
I was actually. We've got a thing called the government have brought out this thing called Kickstarter. It's a YTS or Youth Opportunity Scheme, and I've got a couple of young boys that have just started with me, and I was saying to them today, I says, you know what, it was quite funny. We were doing a Teams call, and they were like, this girl was asking, so what do you think of that? And like the two of them were like wee mice. They're like, I said, you need to speak a bit louder. And I says, look, I say, I can tell you're nervous. I says, you know what? I says, see, you get to my age. I says, I don't give a fuck. I says, I quite clearly don't give a fuck. I says, I dye my beard. I say, if somebody takes a piss out of me, I don't care. I really, really don't care. Yeah. I says, I'm a nice person. I says, I don't, and I try and say that to my daughter. I says, you need to get to a point in life where you don't care what people think about you. As long as you're a good person, you're a good human being, you're never going to get everybody that likes you. I don't really care. I says, I'm a good person, you don't care.
This thing about everybody liking you is although we've got more questions and we're going on too long, is a really important point. My observation, watching my 3 daughters go through school and how they come back with, there's been this obsession with being nice to everybody all the time. It's obsessive, even if they don't deserve being nice to. And the obsession is that you've got to watch yourself to upset somebody else. Like, upsetting people is bad. Where does that come from? Sometimes people need to be upset, right? And it's kind of made everyone so much on the back foot. And now we're seeing it borne out all over society. Like, no one's prepared to say, I don't care what you think, that guy's a cunt. Because he is. We know it. We know these people. And there's all this feeling that, I don't know, again, if you feel sorry for someone, somehow they got more value than if you didn't feel sorry for them. I don't get that either. Just because you feel sympathy doesn't mean that person's more entitled to something than someone you don't feel sympathy for. He has got a sob story. He doesn't have any more value because he has got a sob story. And everything's gone in this weird way where it's kind of like passive aggression on a societal level. And we did grow up with that. We grew up with I view our generation, our broad generation, I think it's called the older part of Generation X or whatever it might be. We're like a transition between the old days and the new days. Like, I still remember watching my grandfather mending lawnmowers in the shed. Like, no one does that these days, but, being mega resourceful, people who've gone through rationing, people who knew having, even
They
in
had
our
nothing.
country,
Yeah.
not having a lot, I mean, it's not nothing
Yeah.
by poverty in India standards, but, getting by on very little in a Western society, and total reverse of some of the values now about being nice to everyone and accepting everything and not questioning everything. And for us, the lack of respect for what people like that did, this concept that people who are baby boomers just took away from a generation, it's nasty, because most people, if I look at my parents, I guess, are in the baby boomer generation, I think, or they just worked hard to earn some money to get our family a little bit further up a ladder. So someone like me had enough of an education. I grew up in a flat in the east end of London, in Romford. I'm not from a posh background, and just to give me enough education and enough culture, if you like, to be able to like stay on a level and maybe make some career for myself, which I have done, as it turns out. And they just sacrificed a lot for their family and for their work, actually, and that people have the temerity to turn around and accuse them of like robbing people of a future is to totally not understand the sacrifice made. Well, like my grandparents' generation that fought in a war, and then and in my case on both sides, because my mum's German, so they both fought both sides of the war. And then you've got parents who just basically worked hard to get. If you look in the UK, I'm guessing it's pretty much the same all over. To get from what was very much working class to like some kind of lower level middle class, or just the next thing away from that. And okay, everyone made that transition, but a lot of people did. We've ended up in slightly better off than our parents or our grandparents were, really, if you look around us in general. And that's through their hard work. And it offends me that people, what offends me most of all is their ignorance of not understanding what really happened. So I feel like the biggest thing which aggravates me is that the lack of resourcefulness and the lack of understanding. You just need to apply yourself with hard work, and rewards come slowly. And all this kind of stuff. And somehow I feel it's our duty to act as this bridge to like go, with our kids, because they're now our kids, these people, and go, look, I know what it might appear like things have been like, but it wasn't really like that, because their situation was different. That, very different. They'd just come out of a war, and their parents had just come out of a previous war. And I look at us now. I mean, I was born 66. We're both born 66, right? So that's like 21 years after the end of World War II.
I know.
I mean, it's nothing. It's like 21 years ago was 2000. Do you remember 2000?
Aye.
When we did that? Well, that's like the end of the war for us being born. It's like, it's nothing, man.
Aye, I know.
And now we realise that we're not that generation. We're not this new generation. We are very much in the middle of these things at the moment. And I just hope that as we get older and become the older generation, we still remember these things. And talking about these people that are determined to redefine everything that we know as normality to being weird or somehow against them or somehow whatever. To think, I don't care what you say, it's just reality. All the you can make up all the fakeness you want, but there are certain differences which aren't going to go away because it's just reality. And all the willpower in the world can't change things, which are just like as plain as the fucking nose on your face. And I kind of feel like there's got to be a way of getting that message across to people in a way that doesn't appear to be. Although I kind of feel, what's the word? It just aggressive is not the right word. It just irritates the hell out of me that people can't see the obvious stuff in front of them. It just makes you go, why can't you see? You're trying to twist reality to your version of what you want things to be, to suit him with the narrative that you want to go with at the moment. I mean, it's obviously not. It's obviously not correct, and it's obvious that what's been the same way for thousands of years was that way for a bloody good reason, because that's what it was. It's a bit like those arguments you used to get at school with kids trying to be clever, going, well, maybe it's not a table, maybe it's a cloud made of grapes and monkey droppings, and maybe it's in another time. No, it's a fucking table and your coffee's on it. That's kind of how I feel about it now at the moment.
Listen, the very last question, John, it's a one-word answer. Commodore 64 or Spectrum?
Commodore 64.
Excellent. Listen, John, bloody hell. I thought this might go to maybe 2 hours, 4 hours and 26. Bloody hell, mate. Listen, go and apologise to your wife for this Scottish guy taking up your...
He's happy to get rid of me for a while.
It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege, and I hope I get to meet you at some point in real life once we get back to normal. And I'll buy you some beer. So listen, John, thank you very, very much for taking your whole night out, and plus the other night there as well.
No problem, man. Fun.
Good stuff. And I just want to finally, if anybody's actually watched this to the very end, thank you very, very much. So it's been excellent. So listen, John, good luck to England on Sunday. How do you think it's going to go? What do you think?
I told you, this is my lucky shirt. I mean, when I wear this, I've got my lucky Norwich socks when I'm supporting Norwich, but it's become the shirt with England.
Prediction. What do you think?
My prediction is 0-0 on penalties, and I'm not sure which way it's going to go. I think that Italy and England have actually got a very good defence. The Italians are always mega good at defending. I think it's going to be a very cagey match because both of these teams, they're safety first. And I think we're going to see that. I think the Italians have got some great forward players. We have as well. But both teams are mostly about very, very solid at the back. So I predict a cagey affair, and it's going to get to where England have never been before, which is penalties in the final. And I wouldn't want to call it. I just feel it's in the stars. It's going to get to penalties, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be 0-0 before we get there.
Oh, cool. Listen, John.
Just crossing my fingers and hoping for a miracle.
Listen, John, thanks very much for joining, man. Take care. Cheers, buddy. See you, man. Bye.